Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and also participants, and welcome to Universitas Trisakti. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Masyarakat Hardi, and I'm standing here alongside with my co-MC,
Emanuela Marcelina.
And we are here present to guide our guests and participants throughout the entire conference today. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and participants, I warmly welcome you again to the second day of the first Trisakti International Conference on Social Welfare with the theme of the role of law in the digital era to achieve social welfare. Before we started, I kindly remind all of the participants to use the virtual background that already been provided by the committee, and also don't forget to rename yourself with the format as ABS code, stripe your institution, stripe your name. For example, ABS 05, stripe Universitas Trisakti, stripe Masyarakat Hardi.
Ladies and gentlemen, to officially start our second day, let us hear the opening speech from Mrs. Amalia Zuhra, SH, LM, PhD, as the Head of International Affairs at the Office of International Affairs, Cooperation, and Culture, Universitas Trisakti. To Ms. Amalia Zuhra, the floor and place is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the second day of the first Trisakti International Conference on Law for Social Welfare, or TRAILS 2023. It is a pleasure and an honor for me to stand before such a distinguished group of scholars, researchers, and presenters today. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Amalia Zuhra, and I serve here as the Head of International Affairs at the Office of International Affairs, Collaboration and Culture here at the Universitas Trisakti. As we gather here for TRAILS 2023, I want to express my immense pride and gratitude for the remarkable achievements of all our esteemed presenters. It is heartwarming to see participants from prestigious academic institutions in Indonesia and around the world. Your dedication to the law field and contributions to this conference are invaluable. This conference is not just an opportunity to present research and findings, it is also a platform where ideas and knowledge converge to address some of the most pressing issues in law for social welfare. I hope that through these interactions and presentations, we can advance our understanding of the subject and pave the way for innovative solutions. Another aspect that I would like to highlight is the potential for networking. TRAILS 2023 is a place for intellectual exchange and an avenue for building connections and collaborations. Beyond the confines of these presentations, the relationships forged here can lead to future joint research projects, academic partnerships, and a deeper understanding for the global legal landscape. As we embark on this journey of sharing knowledge, fostering connections, and embracing new ideas, I wish for all of us to find inspirations and new perspectives that will further our understanding of the role of law in achieving social welfare. Let's seize this opportunity, make the most of this conference, and work together to create a better world through the power of law. Thank you for being here, and I look forward to the enlightening discussions and meaningful interactions that await us in the coming days. We are wishing everyone a successful and productive TRAILS 2023. Thank you, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Ms. Amalia Zuhra, for the warm welcoming speech. Next, we would like to start from the opening, in which we will read the rules and instruction regarding the presenter and the moderator of the conference to ensure a smooth and successful event. First, the moderator and presenter must enter the respective room that were assigned the day before through the WhatsApp group. And second, the presenters and moderators must be ready before their session is starting.
3. Before the session start, presenter might visiting and also listening to the other presenter. However, when the session starts, all of the team members should be able to enter the room. And also 4, all of the activities such as presentation and also question and answer, all must be conducted in English.
After a presenter finishes their presentation in a room, they can either stay in that room or move into another room or remain to the main room. Before the event concludes and after the second session, all the presenter and moderators must return to the main room as there will be an announcement for the best presenter.
Having already disseminated and providing regards the rules and mechanism for the presenter and moderator, we officially announce that we already commencing the main segment of our event today, that is the session 1 of the conference.
Without any further delay, let's transition into the first session and we extend our best wishes to all of the participants for a success day ahead. For the moderator, you may please take the event and lead us forward.
And for all the teams, you may enter into your respective breakout room. Thank you.
Can we start from Ibu Julaika?
Okay, Prof.
Yeah, Ibu Julaika will present her paper with her colleagues, yeah, entitled Geographical Indication of Camplong, yeah, Camplong with guava as regional superior product.
Yes.
You have 10 minutes. Afterward, we will have a question and answer session for around 5 minutes. Please, Ibu Julaika.
Yes, thank you, Prof. Yeah, I'm share screen. You look now. Yes, nice. My screen, PPT.
Yes, already appears
Thank
on
you,
the
Prof.
screen.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Nice to meet you. Thank you, Prof. Siddhartha, as moderator. Nice to meet you too, directly, Prof. I ever read your article in Web Venus or others.
Thank you.
Yes. My name is Julaika, lecturer in Faculty of Law, Universitas Madura. I have 2 persons in its team. They are Mahmoud Zulkifli from Universitas of Madura too. And once again, Nuzulia Kumalasari from Universitas Jember. Yeah. Sorry if my English is not good, Prof, and audience. Maybe I talk with Eastern English, not Western English, because from Madura. Madura. Yeah. My topic for this discussion is problem of protection geographical indication of Camplong water guava as regional superior products. Yeah, but the words of problem of protection is just appear in the schedule, but it's never mind for me. I think this is one start to evaluate my manuscript maybe. Why I choose this topic? Because I have the dream how is Madura Island have products among of 4 districts consisting of Bangkalan, Sampang, Pamekasan, and Sumeneb. Until now, there is no product to protect it with indication, geographical indication. Madura is an area that still does not have product protected by GI. So the problem here is how of the role of responsibility of local governments and stakeholder related to products to given priority to this matter. for introduction, I think it's where my research focus in Sampang district, because Sampang have agriculture product like water guava, which is planted only in the Camplong sub-district area in Sampang district. Yeah. Almost all houses have water guava plants, and I hope Camplong water guava can protect it with GI or geographical indication. From all this problem, it is necessary to understand that GI are a part of intellectual property rights regime. GI arrays are regulated in law number 22,016. It is that sorry. This is my picture with steam. Yeah. GI is regulated in law number concerning trademark and geographical indication. What is GI? GI are protected sign that area that protected as a sign that indicate the area of origin of an item which due to geographical environmental factor, including natural factor, human factor, or a combination of these two factors, given certain characteristic and qualities to the good produce. Yes. Implicitly, in the context of GI, it must contain the existence of spatial aspect of the name of origin of goods that can be used as a mark of part of a distinguishing mark. This aspect can take the form of other unique natural or environmental elements which show a spatial relationship between the goods and the name of the place of origin. And then I tell Camplong water guava. Camplong is the name of the place where is water guava can plant di Sampang, in Sampang. I think for Sampang, I mean Camplong special, Camplong sub-district in Sampang, have product protected by geographical indication. Because if Camplong water guava to protective with GI, so insurance on the quality of product as genuine product. That is give confidence to consumers and provide local producer and support coordination and strengthen the organization of value rights holder to create, provide the image of the name, reputation of the product. So, yeah. So,
would you like us? Sorry, I interrupt.
Yes.
Due to the time constraint, you can mention your research question and
Yes.
also and then the conclusion, I think.
Oh, okay. Okay. Oh,
Thank you.
Okay, yes. Thank you, Prof. Yeah. Yeah, my question research, does Camplong water guava meet the requirement to be protected by GI as regulated in trademark and GI Act? Number two, are there any obstacle in the implementation of substantive eligible for the Camplong indication requirement book? Yeah. So my methods for this research, my methods is methods. My step this research is a social legal research. So this the design and method combination of legal research and social legal research. And step two, I think we analyze from the legal perspective to analyze of various law and regulation, especially trademark and GI Act. So step three, we analyze the existence of local institution, rules and constraints and policies to provide protection about the product or water guava from Camplong. How to resolve and discuss in this my PPT from the study is expected to find the distinctive character of guava water from Camplong. But we know it is not simple to fulfill about how to fulfill the book for GI. So, and then I hope among the many commodities from Sampang, I think have great potential to protective GI, but we know how to obstacle in there, starting from human resources and budget is very difficult to fulfill about protective GI. And then my conclusion, maybe, Prof, is very simple, Prof. The condition of the area in Sampang has characteristic of GI, so that the potential Camplong water guava as regional product can be made to obtain GI. But the tendency of local government and stakeholders do not fully to GI protected, even though this is very difficult, and so we need communication between the state apparatus and pay attention for stakeholder how to improve the Camplong water guava can protect it about GI. I think that it's a simple presentation for me, Prof. Maybe
Thank you,
any
Bu.
question from audience? Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Bu Jalaika. Unfortunately, we didn't see the images of Camplong water guava in your presentation. Only maybe very small, small one, yeah, and in slide 8, I think. Is there any question to Ibu Julaika? No? Okay. Maybe later on if we think it's
Stop screen.
it's very interesting, I think you can go to this presentation to post your question. For the next presentation, Ibu Sri Bakti will present.
Good morning, Prof.
Ya, sehat
How
Bu.
are you? Ya, sehat.
Please, Bu.
Prof, our research team will be representative by my colleague Giska.
Oke,
Please,
Bu
Giska.
Giska ya.
Yeah, thank you, Bu. Thank you, Prof.
Yeah, thank
I'll
you.
start. Okay, bismillah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, it's my pleasure to be here to participate in the first trails held by Faculty of Law, Universitas Trisakti. Please let me start by introducing myself. My name is Iska Nuranisa from Faculty of Law, Universitas Trisakti. I'm the representative of my research team to present our paper today. Okay, my team consists of 5 persons. Wait a minute. Okay, yeah. The first one is Dr. Sri Bakti Yunari, and then the second one, Dr. Dani, and then Dr. Novina. 3 of them are from Faculty of Law, Universitas Trisakti. And the fourth is Dr. Yuliati, our college from Faculty of Law, Universitas Brawijaya. And lastly, I myself, Giska, also from Faculty of Law, Universitas Trisakti. Today, I'm going to talk about our research paper, the similarities and the difference of mandatory-based CSR, a study of regulation in Indonesia and India. Okay, next, I have divided my presentation into 5 parts. The first one is introduction, and then the research method, next, results and discussion, and finally, I will end the presentation with conclusion and recommendation. Okay, let's begin with the introduction. Okay, there are two main reasons why we do this research. Point one is the phenomenon of the mandatory CSR is no longer a new thing in global context. This is also happens in Indonesia and in India. And then the second one, in spite of the different legal system between India and Indonesia, both countries regulate mandatory CSR in their respective company acts. Moving on to the next slide, the purpose of this study and also the research question of this study is to describe the similarities and the difference of mandatory-based CSR regulation in the 2 countries I mentioned before, in Indonesia and India, which are both regulated in their respective company acts. Next, about the novelty. So we found after we did our research, this comparative study of mandatory CSR between Indonesia and India has never been carried out by any CSR legal expert worldwide. So that's the introduction of our paper. Let's now turn on to the second part, the research method. Okay. We use legal research method in writing this paper. The supporting material and information are collected using a library-based research. Further, we apply statuta and comparative approach in our study. We analyze the material prescriptively in solving legal issue space. And in this particular research, we focus on reading and analyzing of primary and secondary material related to CSR in Indonesia and CSR in India. That's about our research method. And then the third part of my presentation is result and discussion. we begin our results and discussion with the regulation, the information about regulation in Indonesia, in India. In Indonesia, CSR is regulated in our company law, Act number 40, 2007, in particular in Article 74. And our government has issued the implemented regulation for this CSR provision in Government Regulation number 47 of 2012. Other than company law and government regulation, the government of Republic of Indonesia also regulates this obligation and in several sectoral acts like Forestry Act, Oil and Gas Act, and Minerals and Coal Acts. And also, the interesting fact, the CSR is also regulated in more than 120 local regulation, all like perda or peraturan kabupaten or wali kota. Next, in India, they use, in Indonesia, we use the term CSAR, Corporate Social and Environmental Responsibility, while in India, we use the term CSR. In India, CSR is regulated in their Company Act 18 2013, specifically in Article 135, and amended in 2017 by the Companies Amendment Act 1 2018. Okay, the next we move to the first part, similarities between CSAR in Indonesia and CSR in Indonesia. There are two main similarities. The first one is in both countries, CSR is mandatory, although India and Indonesia applies different legal system, while India is common law and Indonesia is civil law. The second one, the regulation of CSR is regulated in both countries' Company Acts, which is for Indonesia in Act 40 2007, while in India is in the Company Act 18 2013. Then we come to the difference. There are more than 5 substances that we compare in our study. Terminology, as I mentioned before, we have different terms between Indonesia and India. The difference is only in the word environmental, while India doesn't use the environmental terms. And then the purpose, Indonesia to establish a harmonious, balanced, and compatible corporate relationship with the environment, values, norms, and culture of the local community, basically with the stakeholders. And then the India to increase the CSR program funding through social activities. The scope, Indonesia is only limit the obligation of to implement CSAR only for a limited liability companies in the field of natural resources, while India apply this policy to implement CSR for all companies. They use the net worth of the companies instead of the business field of the companies to determine like the number or the different form of CSR and the obligation itself. So they not depend on the business sector, but the net worth asset of the company. And then next, the difference is on amount of CSR funds. Indonesia does not determine specific number or specific calculating formula to calculate how big the amount of CSR that a company should expense every year for this program, while India sets specific number for the amount of the CSR funds. The next difference is about the CSR implementer. The the main difference is there in India, there is a specific CSR board of committee or supervisory board. It also displays the difference that in Indonesia there is no supervisory board or for the CSR fund in the company itself. I mean, in the organ of the company, while the CSR committee is mandatory in the company under Indian law. And then form of CSR program, Indonesia not specifically regulated the form of CSR program, while in India firmly regulated in their Companies Act. And last, the sanction. The sanction has been regulated, but not firmly, because the sanction differs in several sectoral acts. So the sanction we cannot see the sanction only, for example, in Company Act about if we in compliance with the CSR, but we have to see the specific law regulating this company. And about India sanction has been regulated and provides for strict sanction in the form of financial penalties. And now we come to the end of my presentation. We can conclude from our research that CSR regulation in India are clearer and more forceful, while CSER in Indonesia still have several weaknesses, as I mentioned, as I compare in my previous slides. As a result, it is argued from our research team that CSR in Indonesia can potentially lead to legal uncertainty. Okay, given the above, we recommend that first, the government and the member of the House of Representatives should pay attention to the above issues of the weaknesses of the CSR regulation in Indonesia. And we expect that what we did in our research can be adapted as input for the improvement of CSR regulation in Indonesia in the future. That's all from our research team. Thank you for your attention. Please let us know if you have any comments, any inputs, or any suggestion for our further revision. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Bu Giska. Okay. If there are any question, please post your question to the presenter. If not, I think I can ask you a question. Can you come to the conclusion that India is better regulated in terms of CSR rather than Indonesia? Yeah? But your research is just based on statutory research, not the empirical studies. Yeah, I think it's good if you can enrich your research, if you can go to the further information about the application or the implementation of this regulation in the reality. What do you think?
Thank you, Prof. Siddhartha. I would like to try explain about your question. Based on the Giska presentation, this method in this research explained by legal research. This based on the research method by Professor Peter Mahmud. I refer to saying his book Legal Research only find norm legal issues. Then we find we similar regulation in Company Act. Then we think these differences very interesting. Maybe in the next research we can continue empirical research method. Thank you for your this is make me idea to continuing research. I think that is my answers.
Thank you, Bu Sri Bhakti. Is there any questions? Okay. If not, we can go to the third presenter.
Thank you, Prof.
Yeah. The next presenter will be Dr. Stiono. Yeah. He will present his paper on dispute resolution procedures in the financial sector through alternative dispute resolution institution on comparative study of Indonesia and Malaysia. Okay, please go ahead, Pak Stiono.
Okay, thank you, Prof. First, I would like to introduce our team. My name is Tiono, and then my colleague, Dr. Dinda Kumala. We will present our research based on comparative study between Indonesia and Malaysia, and its title dispute resolution procedure in financial sector through alternative resolution institution. So the presentation will lead by my colleague, Dr. Dinda. Please, Dr. Dinda.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Setiono. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I will present our research about dispute resolution procedures in the financial sector through alternative dispute resolution institutions, a comparative study of Indonesia and Malaysia. Our research based on matching grant with Faculty of Law, University Teknologi Mara Shah Alam, Malaysia. Okay, our research content divided into five content. The first one is introduction. The second one is methods. The third is result and discussion. The fourth is conclusion. And the last is a recommendation. Financial consumers have the right to be heard, fostered, treated fairly, compensated, and obtain advocacy if there is an adverse discrepancy. LAFS SJK is an alternative dispute resolution institution established by the Financial Services Authority. Or we can call it OJK, to facilitate the dispute settlement between financial services business actors and their customers through non-litigation conduit. While in Malaysia, Malaysia has an OFS, Ombudsman Financial Services, a non-profit organization that serves as an alternative dispute resolution platform to resolve disputes arising among financial service providers or FSPs members licensed by BNM, Bank Negara Malaysia, and financial consumers. Our research questions consist of, number 1, what are the regulations of the ADR, Alternative Dispute Resolution Institution procedures, in Indonesian and Malaysian financial sectors? And the second one, what are the procedures for resolving financial dispute through alternative dispute resolution institutions in the Indonesian and Malaysian financial sector? Our research use a normative and descriptive research designs that utilizes secondary data as a primary data and a primary data as a complementary. Data were analyzed qualitatively and the conclusions were drawn deductively. Research and discussion. For the first question research, it's about procedural arrangements for alternative dispute resolutions institutions in the Indonesian and Malaysian financial sectors. LAPS SJK, arranged by Law Number 21, year 2011 on the Financial Services Authority or OJK law. And then Law Number 4, year 2023 on Financial Sector Development and Strengthening. Next is OJK Regulations Number 61, POJK 07, year 2020 concerning LAPS SJK. LAPS SJK Regulations Number 1 on the mediation rules and procedures. LAPS SJK Regulation Number 2 on arbitration rules and procedures. LAPS SJK Regulation Number 3 on binding opinions. LAPS SJK Regulation Number 4 on mediators and arbitrators. LAPS SJK Regulation Number 5 on Code of Ethics. And the last one is LAPS SJK Regulation Number 6 on dispute resolution service fees. Meanwhile, OFS, Ombudsman Financial Services, arranged by the 2013 Financial Service Act, the 2013 Islamic Financial Service Act, the 2015 Financial Services, or we can call it Financial Ombudsman Scheme Regulations, and the 2015 Islamic Financial Services, also known by Financial Ombudsman Scheme Regulation, and the last one is Ombudsman Financial Services Term of Reference, or OFS form. Research and discussion about the second research question is about the procedures for resolving financial sector dispute through alternative institution dispute resolution in the Indonesian and Malaysian financial sectors. In Indonesia, a complaint by the financial consumer can be handled through APPK, Consumer Protection Application Portal, and non-APPK, So the LAPS SJK will see if the complaint is the LAPS SJK the LAPS SJK main to resolve the problems or not. And then it same with the OFS. So both LAPS SJK and OFS begins with a review of a consumer's complaint to examine whether the complaint falls under the LAPS SJK or OFS authority before dispute resolution. While LAPS SJK applies arbitration, mediation, and binding opinions, OFS exploits mediation and adjudication in financial dispute resolution. So our conclusion, alternative dispute resolution procedures in the Indonesian financial sector are regulated in the OJK regulation number 61 POJK 07 year 2020 concerning LAPS SJK and the international regulation of LAPS SJK made by the management of LAPS SJK. Meanwhile, in Malaysia, in contrast, the regulations governing alternative dispute resolution procedures in the financial sector embrace the 2013 Financial Services Act, the 2013 Islamic Financial Services Act, the 2015 Financial Services or Financial Ombudsman Scheme Regulations, the 2015 Islamic Financial Services or Financial Ombudsman Scheme Regulations, and Ombudsman Financial Services Term of Reference or OFS-TOR. Examining financial services sector disputes through alternative dispute resolution institutions between Indonesia and Malaysia indicate similarities and differences. Both countries are similar concerning the preliminary examination or dismissal process to assess whether the complaints filed by financial service consumers fall within the scope of the alternative dispute resolution institutions authority, either LAPS SJK or OFS, and the use of an ADR, alternative dispute resolution model of mediation. If the parties disagree with the result of financial dispute resolution through LAPS SJK and OFS, Ombudsman Financial Services, then the parties may pursue other legal remedies. Meanwhile, Indonesia and Malaysia differ in their use of arbitration. Indonesia's LAPS SJK uses an alternative dispute resolution model using an arbitration institution, while Malaysia's Ombudsman Financial Services does not. Recommendation from our research paper, number 1, in support of the LAPS SJK, Lembaga Alternatif Penyelesaian Sengketa Sektor Jasa Keuangan, and its role as the only alternative dispute resolution institution in the financial sector, it is advisable to establish LAPS SJK in Jakarta and major cities in each provincial capital. In addition, to validate the LAPS SJK's performance, it is necessary to support the development of modern facilities and infrastructure following technological advancements. Number 2, the financial dispute claim that can be submitted to the Ombudsman Financial Services incorporates the limit value of claims set out by the OFS plus the dispute category-based value. Disputes in the banking and Islamic banking products, insurance, and takaful claim sector should be increased to 500,000 ringgit Malaysia. As for the value of dispute claims in the motor sector, third-party property damage insurance or takaful claims can be added up to 20,000 ringgit Malaysia, and for the value of disputed claims in unauthorized transactions using designated payment instruments such as internet banking, mobile banking, automated teller machine or ATM, or an authorized use of a check, the claims value can be escalated to 50,000 ringgit Malaysia to further increase the scope of disputes in the financial sector that can be resolved through OFS. Thank you for your attention. If you have any question or maybe a suggestion, we like to hear from all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bu Dinda. Okay, we can go to the audience whether there's a question or not. I think it's quite interesting, Bu Dinda. Yeah. In the past, consumer cases were handled by the Consumer Dispute Resolution Agency or BPSK in terms of financial conflict. Yeah, but now it's taken over by OJK, I think, in Indonesia.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think that by doing this, the consumer dispute is no longer cheap and easy? What do you think?
Actually, on LAPS SJK, they have a limitation about the amount of the cases. If the amount is, sorry, I forgot it. There are limitations. Dr. Yono, can you give? If the small LAPS SJK has two different procedures. I mean, if the cases is not really big, they will handle it through mediation. But actually, when the consumer, the financial consumer dispute goes to litigation, it will be more not cheap, more expensive, I guess.
Yeah.
If the dispute resolved by the LAPS SJK, it's only one step, final and binding.
Yeah.
It different when the financial consumer brought it to the litigation procedures from the first trial pengadilan negeri until they go to the pengadilan tinggi. After that, they be going to settle it with kasasi process. Mahkamah Agung, it will take a long time, expensive, expensive,
Yeah,
expensive cost.
yeah, yeah, Budinda.
Okay, thank you, Prof.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think all of us here already have already known about the story of our consumer protection law. Yeah, it has been more than 20 years, but so far we don't see any significant progress yet to protect our consumer actually. But I hope this mechanism can gain a success story, of course. Yeah. Okay. If there's no any question, I think we can go to the fourth presenter. It will be Ibu Wan Nurisma Ayu, Wan Ismail from School of International Studies, University Utara Malaysia. She will present her paper on how safe is safe, private versus security investigate the legal framework governing online transaction and consumer rights. Okay, the time is yours, Ibu Wan Nurisma.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Assalamualaikum to all audience. I'm so happy today to enjoy in virtually to Jakarta, even though I'm in Kedah, Malaysia, but I'm very happy that we are virtually able to join the first trail conference in Jakarta. Okay, so let me share my slide first. Okay, so this is my slide. Okay, can you see the slide?
Yes, already.
Yes. Okay.
Good.
Okay, so the paper is a plan paper. Okay, the proposed research that me and my team will conduct later. Okay, so we are here in order to gather is there any information or any additional info that may be added by the presenters today to our plan project. Okay, so the title is How Safe is Safe? Privacy versus Security, Investigate the Legal Framework Governing Online Transaction and Consumer Rights. Okay, so the paper will consist of introduction, some literature review, plan methods for our data collection, conclusion, and some recommendation. Okay, so as an introduction, as we know that we are now in the technology. Okay, so the technology has become an integral part of our daily life and it impacts all aspects of our life. Okay, so due to the rapid changes in technology, the issue of managing all the information has become very crucial. So we know that we have a lot of data, we have an avalanche of a big data policy and so on. Okay, as an introduction, in Malaysia, in all over the world, okay, the numbers of the user has been increased from 2019 to 2021 from 4.53 billions to 4.66 billions, and it continued to increase to 5.19 billion as of July 2023, and this is amounted of 64.6% of the global population. So as we know that there is a huge number of internet users, and also will be a huge number of the data, big data in the telecommunication industry as well. So we see that there is also some issues in terms of the security and privacy. Okay, so how we can protect ourselves as a consumer, and how the business as a business provider will help to protect the the information regarding to the security and privacy as well. So since the heavy use of the internet and its World Wide Web counterpart, there has been a public debate on the privacy in information and communication technology. Okay, so as an introduction as well, I will explain a little bit on the telecommunication industry in Malaysia. So the telecommunication sector is a vital part of the Malaysian economy. It's contribute 22.6% to the GDP in 2021. So there is also, this is also the big sector where it offer more than 100,000 people employed in this industry. So the telecommunication industry worldwide is dealing with a daily data avalanche as a result of the smartphone usage, the rise of the social media, and also Internet of Things. And this is more on increasing phenomenon as well because due to the pandemic COVID-19 in 2020. Okay, so the telecommunication provider creates services from consumer data mobile phone, such as location-based, social media, network data, and other which violate basic privacy rights of the user. So the service of the telecommunications have open the opportunity to the third parties in gathering the data of users illegally and affecting the privacy and the security of the telecommunication users. There are many types of the cybercrime faced by the Malaysian, which are phishing, blackmailing, love scam, loan scam, parcel scam, harassment, fraud, and more. So we are now trying and we need the consumer may seems that we are exposing our privacy data because of the all the activity that we do in the online or the Internet of Things. Okay, so the Truecaller's application has listed Malaysia as one of the top 20 nations that face cybercrime through spam and scam. Okay, so that's why it's come to the picture why we are more concerned on the security and also the privacy, where we may afraid that and we think that how this all those cybercrime may have our data, whether because of the not because in terms of the security, or because there is no privacy in terms of the data that we expose through the telecommunication. Okay, so the security and privacy of the telecommunication users and growing concern in using the big data application. Therefore, the security and privacy of the technologies had been identified as one of the most important requirements for the big data. So we may know that some of the law that had governed on the online transaction and consumer rights all over the world. So some of the laws and regulation in terms of the online transaction and consumer rights, we know that from in the European Union, they have a general data protection regulation, California Consumer Privacy Act, Gramm-Nish-Bailey Act in the United States, and also the fair credit reporting. However, in Malaysia, also we have the government of Malaysia also have governed the the personal data on the online transaction in Malaysia through the Personal Data Protection Act, which is PDPA. So it's come into the effect on the 2013, and it set out the requirement for the collection, use, and disclosure of the personal data by the businesses. In addition of that, other than PDPA, there are also a numbers of law and regulation that apply to the online transaction in Malaysia, which is the Electronic Commerce Act 2006, Consumer Protection Act, Financial Service Act, the Security Commission Act. So all these laws and regulation will cover a wide range of topic, including electronic contracts, online payment, and consumers' rights. Okay, so the objective and aims of this research is to concern on the privacy and security. So we are trying to understand the antecedents of privacy and security concern on big data application, investigate the effect of the privacy and security concern, and to investigate the impact of the familiarity with the big data and perceived risk on the privacy and security concern in telecommunication sector. So we plan to use this APCO model in order to help us to understand more on our research, okay, based on the antecedent, privacy concern, and outcome. So that's come to the APCO model. Okay, so we know that as the antecedent, it is a privacy experience, awareness, whether they have because of the different personality, because of the demographic differences. So maybe the youngest are more exposed to the security to the risk, and the eldest are more on concern on the privacy and security, and also due to the culture or climate. Okay, so we believe that privacy concern is something that we believe that the data that we expose to the telecommunication industry will be taken care, and then the attitude towards that, whether we are willing to expose our privacy or our data to others, but we cannot avoid on that because most of the transaction is through the online. Okay, and then the outcome, we know that we are trying to understand whether what had been doing by the government of Malaysia is enough to cover in terms of the privacy and security, and then how the behavioral action toward the privacy and security, and also the trust. Okay, so this is the data collection plans. So we are trying to understand based on what we call from the different angle as well, other than consumers. We are also trying to understand on the business perspective and also the regulators. So this is the plan for the data collection. Okay, and the conclusion, as we know that the online transaction is a convenient way, so sometimes we must take a step back to concern more on our data as well. So regarding to the PDPA, Malaysia Act, we have the Malaysian government have improved in terms of the PDPA Act, which is if you are not agree to expose yourself, then you you will not continue to the next step. So that we are for that step, we believe that all the information that had been shared to others is under the known of the users as well. Okay, so as a recommendation, we hope that from the business, consumer, and policymakers, the business should collect and use only the personal data that is necessary. Okay, then that is only for their service and products only, not to expose to others. Okay, business should be transparent about how they collect and use personal data. Business should implement strong security measures to protect consumer data, and business should notify customers on any data breaches at any timely manners. So for the consumers, as a consumers, they should be careful about what personal information that they share online. So there must be a limit what they want to expose, what they want to disclose. Okay, the consumer should only shop on the website that they trust, use strong password, and able two-factor authentication whenever possible. So this one is in order to protect on the security. Okay, and the consumer should be aware of the latest security threats and scam. Okay, and for the policymaker, we hope that the policymaker should develop a laws or regulation or improve the laws and regulation that are available to protect consumer privacy and security in online transaction. And policymakers should work with business and customers to educate them about the latest security threats and best practice. And the last one is policymaker should invest in research and development of new security technology, because we know that the technology have evolved each time. So we cannot only rely on the one or the current security technology. We have, as a policymaker, they have to invest, they have also to improve their security technology as well. Okay, so that's all for my presentation. Thank you so much. I'm welcome if there are any questions or any suggestion to improve my my plan project. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. I offer to the audience whether you have a question to the presenter. Bu Puan?
Yeah.
Yeah. Internet users in Indonesia are extraordinary in terms of numbers. Yeah. There are more than 233 million people recorded internet user here in Indonesia. It means more than 80% of Indonesian population has been penetrated by internet.
Yeah.
Yeah. But digital literacy in Indonesia is not very satisfactory because, according to Indonesian Digital Literacy Index, only reached 3.1, with a score of 5 as the highest scale. I need your comments here. What steps should legal higher education institution like us take to help increase digital literacy? Maybe we can learn from Malaysia.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Okay, so as we know that based on if we relate to this model as well, the antecedents of the factor through the privacy, when we know because when we talk about the privacy, of course it must be from the digital literacy as well. If you are literacy, your level of the literacy, digital literacy is high, so your concern on the privacy and security also is high. So that's why we are now planning to understand on the antecedents as well. So what have Prof had been mentioned just now regarding to the digital literacy in Indonesia, because of the demographic differences, because of the geographical differences. So maybe some I believe that the big city in Indonesia in terms of the digital literacy is high compared to the outskirts of the city in Indonesia, and how government can reach, or how government can educate to that outskirt city in Indonesia is what we call is an important, because in terms of the internet what we call network, right? So if you have an access to the internet, of course you are exposing yourself to the security, exposing yourself to the privacy. So how I don't know, maybe there is also some what we call initiative by the government, Indonesian government as well, in order to educate all these people. But I think you maybe for the Indonesia, maybe you can have some what we call some initiative to educate from the school, from the SMR, from the children, right? So that we know that when you are engaging in internet, you are at the same time you are exposing yourself. So sometimes for your information as well, Prof, from the research as well, in terms of the what we call the victims of the cyber crimes, it's not only on the adult users, but also it's starting from the 13 years old, it means that it is a youngest. Okay, so once you are engaging in the internet, you are exposing. So maybe you what we call school also have to educate the students, universities as well, or the community. Okay, where you can educate all the peoples in that particular situation, so that you can have a better picture to tell them. Okay, so it's not only you are accessing to the internet, but if you do an online transaction, then you have a little bit exposing to the risk of the online transaction.
I fully agree with you. Okay.
Maybe we can further discussion on that, Prof. So it's very interesting as well, because Indonesian population is very huge. And of course, you are exposing so much to the privacy and security concern. As even though Malaysia, in terms of digital literacy, we can say that there is some amounts of what we call in terms of the digital literacy, there is medium of digital literacy, but you will be surprising as well, Prof, even though they are high in digital literacy, but they are also involving with the scamming, and also the security as well.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you
Yes,
so
we
much,
still
Prof.
have one. We still have one presenter. Last but not least,
Okay.
Ibu Nurlisa.
I think she's withdraw from the presentation, Prof.
Okay. Oh yeah.
Hmm.
Oh, if not, I think we can continue our discussion. Please.
Okay. So we still have time until
I think we still have 1 minute to go.
1 minute to go. Okay. So
Okay.
I welcoming all of the suggestion on that lah, because I think it is endless story when we talk about the security, when we talk about the privacy, because sometimes bila kita kata people who are involved with the love scam and so on, they are not educated, Prof. They are educated, but why they are what we call fall into that crime, cyber crime, we can say that.
Yeah. And then
so
yes.
sometimes it's not because you are not educated, it's not because you are not you don't have a digital literacy, you will fall under the scammers. But I don't know, maybe other factors that is the that is the factor that we want to understand, Prof, because in Malaysia as well, it's involved with the professional people. You are a doctors, you are a lecturers, you are teachers, but you are what we call fail to protect yourself and involved with the cybercrime as well.
And also we need a strong authority like Garante in Italy, for instance. When the Garante can block the ChatGPT, for instance. we don't have such an institution, the strong institution like that.
Yes.
Yeah,
sometimes when we are exposed, we are trying to impose that law, it sometimes they may counter back, because that's their right to access to that.
Yeah. Okay. I think we come to the end of our session now. Yeah. How about the host here? Can we stop our session now?
Please, Prof. Sorry, Prof. Please allow me to inform to you if Miss Nurliza was not able to present due to unforeseen circumstances.
Okay. Never mind.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Distinguished participant, thank you for joining this session. And I think sometimes we can meet not through the online here, but maybe offline.
Okay, Prof.
Bye-bye. See you.
Bye. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much,
Okay.
Prof.
Thank you, Prof.
Right.
Thank you so much, Prof.
Yeah.
We speak the wrong with the person. Yeah. So sorry to make you wait, Dr. Alicia.
It's okay. It's okay. Okay. I'm just worried if I'm, at the wrong room, because we are not really used with the Zoom. So we use with the WebEx. So it's a bit difficult for us to navigate.
I see. Okay. But now I think everything is okay now.
Yeah, everything is okay. Yeah.
Everything is okay.
So,
We have Bu Wildani as well.
yeah, Ibu Wildani. Yeah, she told me.
Hello, Miss Wildani.
Hello, Akun. How are you? Sorry, I'm late.
Hello, Ibu.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm fine. And you?
I'm good. Alhamdulillah. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Open your
Why
cam.
I didn't
One
open
more
the
than
camera?
open your cam. Yeah.
So I think we need to wait for a few more presenters, yeah?
Yes,
We have 7 presenters here, but it seems that we have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 presenters, yeah? Another 2 presenters. Are they here? Waalaikumsalam warahmatullah. How are you?
Thank you, Dr. Alisa. I'm fine. I'm good.
Thank you very much.
Lu tak di itu sama dia.
So before we start, how about the recording sessions? Is it being recorded by the committee, or am I the one that need to record?
Yes, of course, Dr. Alicia.
So which one? Am I need to record by myself, or there will be someone else that going to?
No, you don't have to.
Oh,
Just
okay,
please stick with your job description as the moderator.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, I think we can kick off the sessions here. It seems as everyone is here, so there are 7 participants. Okay. So we do have 7 participants. So I think it would be much better for us to kick the sessions now. Okay. So before we start, I think it would be much better for me to greet to all of you here. Right. Hello, good morning. No, okay, it's no longer morning, right? It's afternoon. Good afternoons. Welcome and to the first Trisakti International Conference on Law for Social Welfare, or First Trail 2023. Okay, so for the presentations, each of the presenters need to present what do you call the paper within 10 minutes, right? And then after that 5 minutes will be given for questions and answer, okay, from the audience as well as from the presenter. Okay, so if there's no questions from the presenter, no question from the audience, okay, I'm trying to provide one questions at least to the presenter, so that the discussions will be there. Okay. So I think we will be started with the first presenter. So let me recall the name of the presenter. Okay, so it would be Pak Edward Sonata, yeah? Pak Edward Sonata, are you here, Pak Edward? Edward Sonata. Pak Edward Sonata, are you here? Okay, it seems that Pak Edward Sonata is not here. So I think can we start with the second presenter, and then we'll be coming back to the first presenter later on, yeah? Okay, so the second presenter would be Ibu Wildani Angkasari. Ibu Wildani, right, from the Universitas Trisakti. So the paper that will be presented by Ibu Wildani, it's called Possibility of Strengthening the Outermost Island that are vulnerable to separate from Indonesia. Okay, Ibu Wildani, are you ready to present your paper?
Yes, of course. Inshallah, I'm ready.
Inshallah. Okay,
honestly, I'm not ready. Okay.
Okay, you can share your PowerPoint presentation if you have one with you right now.
Yes. Why didn't use camera?
What?
Wait. I will try.
Okay. You can share the screen. Okay.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay, the camera is gone, yeah? Okay, Ibu Wildani, you have 10 minutes to present.
Okay,
you may
thank
begin
you.
now.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everyone. My name is Wildani, and I am here to present on my topic about the possibility of strengthening the outermost island that are vulnerable to separate from Indonesia. This paper is collaborate with my friends, my colleague. Okay, I will start with introduction. Next. Okay. The dispute on autonomous island start with the unilateral claim from the other country. The prevailing unilateral claims result in the area autonomous island overlap. Laws of the Sea Convention 1892 is the existing international law of the sea and almost country ratified to this convention. So the existence of the autonomous island is physical crucial because state boundaries are decided by this island. This island should be given special attention and supervision so that they do not pose difficulties that jeopardize territorial integrity. Next slide. There is 12 autonomous island and vulnerable island in Indonesia is vulnerable. The one is Rondo, the second Bahala Island, Nipa Island, Sekatung Island, Morore Island, Miangas, Marampit Island, Island, Vanildo Island, Bras Island, Dana Island, and the latest Batik Island. This shot is from the Ministry of Defense 28. Next. The method of the my paper is one, I are collecting the related document and literature from the journal, article, from newspaper, and cuttings paper, and the others. And second, I observing Indonesian Defense Police from the first president until Joko Widodo. And the third step is analyzing Indonesian defense policy against the autonomous islands, the small islands. Okay. Next slide. And result and discussion that no specific defense policies were made against the autonomous small island, indicating that they did not gain a strategic position as the front gate of national sovereignty. And the autonomous island was specially regulated in maritime defense policy during Sukarno's regimes. In the era of
Ibu Wildani?
Trouble with the connection. Probably.
Okay. Yeah. Could be because of the connections. Shall we move to the next presenter? I think it's going to be longer.
Yeah, kali ya.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, I think
Dr.
so.
Alicia.
Yeah. So, okay, without further ado, okay, I think it will be much better we move to the next presenter, which is the third presenter. So the third presenter is is it Mr. or is it Pak or Ibu? I'm so sorry. Atahari Farhani, I think Ibu Atahari Farhani, right? And Dr. Dwi Putra Cahyawati from Universitas Muhammadiyah Jakarta. Okay. And the paper that will be presented is the role of international law in minimizing free trade hegemony by developed country. So, okay, Ibu
Yes, I'm
Wildani
here.
Angkasari, as well as Dr. Yogo Pamungkas. Okay, Ibu Amalina Zora will be present the paper called the impact of digitalizations on e-waste generations and management, a global environment challenge. Okay, Ibu Amalina Zora, are you here? I can see that you are here.
Yes, I'm here and I'm ready to
Okay,
share
so are
my
you ready to present, Ibu?
Yes.
Okay, so the floor is yours. Go on.
Ya, ya.
Ini kemarin yang disampaikan di rapat tanggal 16 seperti itu. Oke. Sekarang kita ada di nomor 4 di warna kuning ini. Mana kita
Okay, can anyone see my presentation?
bentuk melakukan identifikasi.
Yeah, we can see your presentations. I'm heard that someone is saying, someone's talking.
Can the operator mute the?
Yeah.
Mau di mute dong? Ini suara dari mana ya? Oke. Oke.
Okay, that's good. Okay, Ibu Amelina, the floor is yours.
Yes, okay, thank you very much, Dr. Alicia. Okay, I'm going to present my presentation today. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning.
Salam.
My presentation today titled "The Impact of Digitalization on Electronic or E-Waste Generation and Management: A Legal Perspective." I think it's a slightly changed from your notes, Dr. Alicia. Okay, I will explain introduction, methods, result and discussion, conclusion and recommendation in this presentation. Okay, you can see here the background or why electronic waste management matters. There are several points I highlight here. First one is environmental risk, and then human health and economic opportunity. If we are talking about the environmental risk, e-waste contains hazardous materials such as lead, mercury, and cadmium that can contaminate soil and waste. To human health, improper e-waste disposal can lead to health risks to workers and local communities that are exposed to toxic materials. And on the aspect of economic opportunity, recycling and repurposing of electronic waste can create jobs and reduce dependence on mining for raw materials. Okay, and then we are talking about digitalization and e-waste generations. The digitalization and e-waste generations are closely connected because the proliferation of electronic and the rise of planned obsolescence has led to an increase in e-waste generations. After that, we are talking about the environmental impact because the rapid disposal of electronic has resulted in toxic landfills and illegal dumping that pollute the environment. We are also talking about opportunities for innovation if we are talking about digitalization and e-waste generations, because the growing demand for electronic waste management techniques has created opportunities for innovative companies to develop and implement sustainable solutions. Okay. In writing this paper, I'm using the method that we already know. I'm using literature review, means I summarize key findings from the literature review and emphasize the gaps in existing research. And then I also examine some cases or doing the case studies by select case studies illustrating e-waste issues linked to digitalizations, and also discuss how legal aspects played a role in these cases. Finally, we did the legal analysis with providing an overview of relevant international legal framework, and also assess the adequacy and gaps in international law regarding e-waste and digitalizations. Okay, in result and discussions, there are several points that I highlighted here. Of course, I discussed about the international law instruments. The main international instruments that I discuss here is Basel Conventions. It is a global treaty that regulates the transboundary movement of hazardous waste, including e-waste. There are several also soft law or soft regulation, like European Union directive that sets targets to the collection, recovery, and recycling on e-waste. And besides that, I also discuss about the globally harmonized system of classification and labeling of chemicals, an international system that provides a framework for the classification and labeling of hazardous chemicals, including those found in e-waste. I believe that this action also important in avoiding the transboundary movement of hazardous wastes, including the electronic waste. There are several articles and regulation on the Basel Conventions. Here we can see Article 4 and the preamble of Basel Convention, which focuses on the fundamental principle of environmentally sound management of hazardous waste, including e-waste. International law acknowledges the environmental challenges posed by e-waste,
And by incorporating these principles, countries are obliged to establish efficient mechanism to manage e-waste, which is particularly relevant to the digitalization era when e-waste is growing exponentially. Okay, beside the Article 4, we also talk about the Article 4, sub-Article 9, and transboundary movement, which is particularly significant in the context of e-waste generated from digitalization. Because digitalization leads to global technology consumption and making it essential to understand the legal aspect of international waste movement to prevent illegal dumping of e-waste in developing countries. Okay, other instrument related to the Basel Convention is Basel Convention's amendment on e-waste, or decision BC number 10/5, addresses its specific challenges of e-waste. This amendment emphasizes the legal adaptation of the convention to the digital era, and it acknowledged the need for international collaboration to manage electronic waste effectively, especially in the context of rapid technological advancement and shortened product life cycles. Okay, the latest in Basel Convention is ban amendment or decision BC 12/2 for electronic waste. This decision often referred to as the ban amendment. This is prohibit the export of hazardous waste, including certain categories of e-waste, from more developed to less developed countries. And it directly addressed the digitalization-driven e-waste issue. It underlines the convention's capacity to evolve and align with contemporary environmental concerns. Okay, in result and discussions, there are some things that I write here. It is the challenges in e-waste management. First one is lack of enforcement. The absence of effective enforcement mechanism prevents international law instrument from delivering effective result. And then the second one is multiple regulatory framework. E-waste management is regulated across different sectors and industries, making it challenging to have a coordinated approach. And the last one is informal sector, when a large proportion of e-waste is processed in the informal sector, leading to dangerous working conditions and inadequate treatment of hazardous materials. Okay, how to improve e-waste management? There are several things that I write here. First one is extended producer responsibility. The second one is international cooperation. And the last one is doing the green design. Okay, and then we are moving to conclusion. Okay, there are 2 points in conclusion here. First one is commitment to sustainability. Adopting sustainable practices in digitalization and e-waste management is essential for protecting the environment and safeguarding public health. The second one is call for action. So it's time for governments, industries, and civil society like us to come together to address about the e-waste crisis and ensure a sustainable future for all. 3 points of recommendation here. First one is we need to strengthen international legal frameworks. And the second one is extended producer responsibility. And then, of course, the governmental involvement to ensure that the electronic waste will manage more proper or better. Thank you, Puan Alicia, for the opportunity to present my paper. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you very much, Ibu Amanda Zura. Okay, it's a very good times management, less than 10 minutes. Okay, so now we spend for about 5 minutes for question and answer. Is there any question from the floor or from the audience? Right, perhaps 1 question or 2 questions. You may ask any questions that relate with the e-management,
Yes.
e-waste management. Yeah. Okay, please.
Dr. Elisa. Okay. Miss Amalia Zuhra, I want to ask about what challenges or barriers have been identified in implementing international legal framework for e-waste management, and how can this be addressed effectively? Okay, thank you, Dr. Elisa.
Thank you very much. Okay, it's It's yours, Ibu Amanda.
Okay. Okay. So thank you, Dr. Yulia. Your question is about what challenge or barriers that have been identified in implementing international legal framework for e-waste management. There are several challenges or barriers in implementing international legal framework for e-waste management. First of all, it's there is lack of uniform legal standards. So e-waste management laws and regulation is vary significantly between countries. So developing uniform or similar international standards and conventions, likely or similar to the Basel Convention, is very important because it can harmonize e-waste management practices. Other thing, we talk about the transboundary movement. That is also a challenge because electronic waste often crosses borders, and discrepancies in national regulations create opportunities for illegal disposal in less regulated regions. So strengthening enforcement mechanism and promoting adherence to international agreements can address these issues. The other one, I think, consumer awareness and behavior also a challenge for us because disposal practices are often driven by consumer behavior. So increasing awareness about the environmental and health impacts of e-waste and promoting responsible recycling, I believe it can mitigate this challenge. So public awareness campaigns and educational programs are very important and very essential for to overcome this challenge. That is one, Alicia.
Okay. Thank you very much to Ibu Amanda. Yeah, quite interesting because Ibu Amanda does try to associate with the what we call as reverse logistic, right? We call it as reverse logistic because the movement of the what you call electronic devices that no longer in use, right? Across the border. Okay. Any other question? Yeah.
Excuse me. Thank you. I ask to Ibu Amalia. Maybe it's a stupid question, yeah. What happened to e-waste that is recycled? Just this is a simple question, but I want to know about that. Thank you.
Yes. The unused electronic garbage that no longer used, usually they divide it into several parts, and then they rebuild into another combine with the new component, and then they rebuild and make to another gadget. Yeah, usually like that. They break down, they separate the components. That's it, Dr.
Yeah. Okay, it will be recycled, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much for the questions, and thank you very much to Ibu Amanda Zura for responding to the questions.
Dr. Alisa, you are muted now.
Am I mute?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Yes. Okay, thank you very much to Ibu Amanda for responding to the questions. Okay, so let's move to the next presenter number 5. Okay, so this presenter from Universitas Trisakti as well. Okay, it will be presented by Ibu Yulia Fitriliani, okay, as well as the other authors. Okay, and then the paper that will be presented called The Impact of Rome Statute for Non-State Parties. Okay, so Ibu Yuliana, are you here? Yeah, I can see that your name here. Yeah, okay. Are you ready, Ibu Yuliana? You are given 10 minutes to present, and then 5 minutes for the questions and answers. So the floor is yours, okay?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Alisa. I'm share screen. Nggak boleh liatin kelihatan. Kelihatan. Assalamualaikum yang ini. Oke. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, thank you for the floor and the time, Dr. Alisa. I will be present my our paper, the impact of Rome Statute on crimes committed by state organ of non-state parties. This paper, not only me, but I wrote with our colleague, Maya Indrastinoto Prayitno, Ibu Ayu Enrawesti, Ibu Wahyuni Ratna Wulandari, dan Ibu Elfrida Ratnawati Gultom. Okay. Recently, there are many examples of crime that get the attention of international community. One of them is conflict in Darfur, Sudan. It happened or occurred 2003 and 2008. The perpetrator is Omar Hassan al-Basir, was the president at the time, and beside conflict in Darfur is gross violation of human rights in East Timor after the 1999 referendum. The perpetrator is what the Indonesian National Army, or it's called TNI, and the Indonesian National Police, is known as Polri. Both countries have not ratified the Rome Statute. The problems, whether the Rome Statute has an impact on crime filing within the rational material of the ICC, or International Criminal Court, allegedly committed by non-member states. And the second one, can the state organ who suspected of crimes filing within the rational material of the ICC be examined at the ICC. Okay. The method, I use collective research methodology and the type of normative research. And the data, I use the secondary data documents. Okay. Limited jurisdiction of ICC, there are four. There's rational material, where crimes of genocide, crimes against humanity, war crimes, and the last is crime of aggression. And the second one, rational temporis, the principle of non-retroactivity. On this only with respect to crimes committed after the entry into force of the Rome Statute on 1st July 2002, based on Article 11, Paragraph 1. If a state becomes a party to the statute after its entry into force, the court may exercise its jurisdiction only with respect to crimes committed after the entry into force of the statute for the state, unless the state has made the declaration to accept the exercise of jurisdiction by the court with respect to the crime in question. The third is rationality, limited in principle over the territories of state parties and the vessels and aircraft registered in state parties, unless that the crime was committed by a national of state party or a non-state party has made a declaration or special agreement to accept the exercise of jurisdiction by the ICC with respect to the crime. The last one, rational persona, can only exercise its jurisdiction over natural person or individuals. The perpetrators must be held individual criminal responsibility, including state organs, both military commanders and civilian superior. The analysis is for the impact of Rome Statute on Crimes Committed by Non-State Parties, the United Nations Security Council or UNSC can, acting under Chapter 7 of the UN Charter, refer of situation to the Office of the ICC Prosecutor, based Article 13, Paragraph 2. In the case of national of a non-state party committing a crime in the territory of a state party or non-state party that has accepting the jurisdiction of the ICC in relation to that crime. This becomes an obligation for a state party who of the United Nations Charter, not just voluntary. If you can see Article 25 of the UN Charter that say members of the UN have the obligation to implement decision of the UNSC. So if the state is not a party of the REM Statute, it must be comply with it. For analysis, the second problem, impact of the Rome Statute on crimes committed by non-state party. After entry into force, if the conflict occur after entry into force, like conflict in Darfur, Sudan, 2008, the Roman Statute has an impact based on rationale materi, rationale temporis, and rationale personae, and rationale loci that I have said before. And then for crimes committed by non-state party before entry into force of the Rome Statute, like gross violation of human rights in East Timor after the 1999 referendum, the Rome Statute has not impact. This based on the principle of non-retroactivity, the complementary principle, if you know about the principle of exhaustion of local remedies, and the principle inadmissible. The element is the principle of inadmissible is unwilling or unable. So impact of Rome Statute on crimes committed by state of non-state parties is based on rationale personae. It can exercise over individuals that this including state organs based on Article 25, Article 27, and Article 28, the Rome Statute is to end impunity. There's immunity is irrelevant to any person from any state, including a non-state party and in any capacity or position. This set out in Article 27 and Article 28 of the Rome Statute. These articles are intended to eliminate the practice of impunity. In general, impunity is understood as the neglect of law enforcement against the perpetrators of crimes, or as known as absence of punishment. Conclusion, the Rome Statute has an impact on crime falling within the rational materi of the ICC, allegedly committed by non-member state, after the entry into force of Rome Statute on 1 July 2002. The second conclusion, the state organ who suspected of crime failing within the rational materi of the ICC can be examined at the ICC based on Article 25, G's Article 27 of the Rome Statute. For the recommendation, Indonesia and Sudan needs to conduct a legal study on the possibility of recognizing the Rome Statute through ratification. This study is needed to anticipate the possibility of gross human rights violation in the future and to consider the consequences of ratification on Indonesia and Sudan legal sovereignty. Okay, thank you. There's all the end my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Ibu Yulia. Okay. Nicely fit 10 minutes. Okay, so any question from the floor? One or two questions that you want to ask or you want to get further information with regard to the title presented just now? Any questions? Okay, no questions. I'm assume there will be no question, yeah, from the audience. Okay, I do have a question. Okay, but this question might sound silly. One of the reason why I'm saying like that is because my field of expertise is not in law, right? It's not in law, so I'm quite sort of blurred, you know, about law and regulations when you are presenting, you know, but it's quite attract my attentions, right? What is actually the what you call as the Rome Statute?
The Rome Statute is based the apa anggaran dasar pembentukan based
policy.
International Criminal Court.
Also, it's basically international. It's international law.
Yes, the Rome Statute is one of international agreement or treaty.
Oh, one of the international agreements, right? One of the international agreement that has been formed. Is it in Rome? So that's why it is called as Statute, Rome Statute.
Yes.
Okay.
The Statute is the basis for the establishment of the International Criminal Court.
Okay. So, speaking about the international criminal,
the UN Charter.
Okay. Speaking about this, what you call a criminal Rome Statute, right? So, if anyone being convicted, yeah, for example, so where the proceeding will be held? Is it in Rome or it's somewhere else? Depending on where the convictions being reported or being lodged.
No, ICC will be held in Den Haag. At Den
Haag. Where?
Den Haag.
Oh, Den Haag. Oh, okay.
The Rome Statute is establishment in the Rome.
Oh, okay, in Rome. Okay. So it's not necessary to be in Rome, right? But it will be in the name that you mentioned just now. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Any other question from the floor?
Yes.
Okay, so one
Alisa.
question. Okay, so the question from Pak Andri. Okay.
Yes,
Please,
thank
Pak
you.
Andri.
Yeah. To Dr. Fitri, I have a simple questions. What do you think about the impact that you have already written here? I mean, the impact of the ICC concerning of state or non-state actor will be getting rise, or how to explain this with the terms? Yeah, what do you think about that? So I mean, the impact more wide, or how do you think about that? You get the point of my questions?
Or
yeah, both to state organ and non-state organ.
Yeah.
How do you explain that?
The impact is not for state organ, but it can be impact to individuals or organization.
Okay.
So
getting more highly or more wider, or what else?
More wider.
Okay.
Wider.
So how do measure that? I mean, from the level of participations of the state to be a signatory or ratifying state of the ICC statute, or what else?
It's not only the state party, but it can be a non-state party, like I said that, because based on Article 13 that UNSC can be asked to the case to bring to ICC.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Fitri. Thank you, Dr. Alisa.
Thank you. Thank you very much to Pak Andre for the questions as well as the answer from Ibu Yulianti. Okay, so I think 2 questions will be more than enough, yeah? We are basically chasing the time. Okay, so let's proceed with the presenter number 7. Okay, so the next presenter will be Pak Andre, right? So Pak Andre and the team. Okay, and then Pak Andre or Dr. Andre, yeah. Sorry, Pak Andre, I should mention Dr. Andre, yeah, from Universitas Trisakti as well. Okay,
Yeah.
and he will be presented the paper entitled Personal Data Protections as the Right to Privacy in the Digital Era. Okay, Pak Andre, are you ready to present your paper?
Yes, inshallah, I'm ready.
Okay,
Just a
so
moment,
10
please.
minutes is given to present your paper. Okay, so you may
Yes.
share your PowerPoint presentation and you may kick off the presentations. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Can you see my presentations here?
Yeah, clearly.
Okay. I'm trying to make a short presentation here. My paper is concerning of personal data protection as the right to privacy in the digital era. So I'm not alone here, but with totally 7 writer of this article actually. So the table of content is standard, introduction, method, result, and discussion, conclusion, and recommendations. And then actually, this article will talk about the protection of personal data as one of human rights. So I'll try to deal with human rights since protection of personal data is one of human rights, particularly in Indonesia, and try to deal with the digital era. And then most of us use, something like internet in digital space. And then the focus is concerning of what happened in Indonesia. As we know, there are so many cases that deal with the misuse of personal data, theft of data, skimming, bullying, and anything and other cases. And this is mainly occur in digital space. According to the data of cases this is just for example, in brief, in June 2023, according to the Director General of Application and Informatics at the Ministry of Communication and Informations, there are 94 cases of data leaks in Indonesia since 2019. And other is 35 of them occurring in 23,000 this year. And this is very interesting because million data already leaks. Yeah, this includes the data of BPJS, Social Security, of the employment. We can see 18.5 million user data leak, and then Bank Syariah Indonesia. This is I don't know how to spell this 1.5 terabyte or I don't know, including 15 million customer data. And then concerning of the data of the citizen of Indonesia in Indonesian passport, almost 3,498,65 passport. This is according to the CNN report. So still introduction. So since I said that personal data protection is one of human rights, so violation of personal data can lead to violation of human rights. So in this context, is violation the right to privacy? Yeah. So it is the duty of state to protect, respect, and fulfill that right. As we know also that international human rights legal instrument, national law as well, has already regulated the right to privacy as human rights. We can check it at the international human rights legal instrument, like Article 12 Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Article 17 ICCPR, International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, including in Indonesian Constitution, Article 28.G, paragraph 1. And also the very brand new law concerning of data protection, personal data protection, the law number 27, 2022. So concerning of that introduction, the article will discuss the following issues. What is the urgency of protection personal data as right to privacy, mainly in digital space? And then how protection for personal data is currently implemented in Asia. This is very in brief about the method. That because this is the legal research, I use the statute approach. And then the nature of this article is descriptive and using secondary data. And then I'm trying to discuss about the result and discussion. As mentioned before, we can see that the right to privacy, in particular personal data protections, is already regulated in international legal instruments such as in Article 12, Universal Declaration of Human Rights. No one shall be subjected to arbitrary interference with his privacy, and so on. And then in Article 17 ICCPR, this is also mentioned that everyone has the right to the protections of the law. And also in Article 17, paragraph 1, mentioned about the right to privacy. Everyone has the privacy. Moving on the next discussion and result. As we know that the numerous vulnerability on commercial or governmental agency website make it simpler for hackers. Some experts say that within the minutes, there's so many websites, private, commercial, or governmental in Indonesia already leaks, yeah, or hacked by the hacker. It's very, very bad. And for example, this is corroborated by data gathered by katadata.id, which shows that in the third quarter of 2022, Indonesia had the third highest number of accounts experiencing data leaks. Maybe all of us in Indonesia are not familiar with the phenomenon of Bjorka, the famous or notorious hacker. Yeah. So the government needs to work on this issue since there are currently more than 12 million accounts that have been breached, and cases are growing every month attacked by hackers in the digital sphere to protect the public. Even though Indonesia has already the law number 27, 2022 on the personal data protections, I don't know why it's still research on this and still working on it. The case is growing up, yeah. So according to this law, the meaning of specific personal data includes health data, information, biometric data, genetic data, criminal record, child data, personal financial data, and or other data in accordance with the statutory provision or according to the law. And then the owner of personal data has the right to the confidentiality of his data, has the right to submit complaint in order to resolve personal data disputes, and also has the right to obtain access to obtain historical personal data, and so on. That's among things that regulated in the law number 22, 2022. I move to the conclusions. Based on the explanation above, there is an urgent need for protection of personal data as a right to privacy in Indonesia today. However, there is currently no legal remedy for this case, including for fulfilling or victim rights. So there is no systematic actions. There is no law enforcement systematically by the government or police until now, in my opinion. And then Indonesia present system for protecting personal data is insufficient since law enforcement attempt to apprehend those who violate privacy laws are still insufficient, and oftentimes offenders go unpunished. This is if we deal with the human rights law term, quite similar with the situation unpunished, or we can say there is impunity. And then there are also currently sufficient measures made to safeguard personal information, particularly that which is digitally held in a number of public and private sector. And my recommendation is, I have two recommendations here. For the stakeholder, the government and business actor, shall we work together and strengthen the protection system to prevent theft of personal data. And then dealing with the case of misuse of personal data, the law enforcement institutions have the first prong. Exempli gratia police, attorney, and court should take necessary step or effort by legally processing parties who misuse personal data based on applicable law. That's all my presentation. Thank you very much. The time to moderator. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Dr. Andre. Okay.
Welcome.
10 minutes, okay. Fit nicely 10 minutes. Okay, now we spend 5 minutes for question and answer. Any questions from the floor?
May I?
Okay, please proceed.
Dr. Alicia? Okay, thank you.
Yes. Please,
Only
please.
one question. Yeah, only one question for Pak Andre. So, what do you think, Pak Andre, about the protection of data protection, but especially in the times of armed conflict and very specifically in non-international armed conflict? Is it also to be protected by the government and by all organized armed groups? Okay, thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Ibu Dr. Arlina. I'm not sure whether my question is right. Yeah, because in my short knowledge regarding to the law number 27/2022, I presume that there is no specific article that regulate whether the government should also protect the data or personal data of a civilian or any other government archive. Yeah, it should be protected. Yeah, it should be protected. But in terms of or since the right to privacy, in particular protection of the data, I conclude that this is non-derogable rights. So in emergency situation like armed conflict or in the same situations, this is not 100% obligation of states to protect the personal data. That's my opinion. Maybe not satisfied my question, but I just refer to qualifications of human rights with two qualifications, non-derogable rights and derogable rights. And according to my opinion, the right to privacy or personal data protection is qualified as non-derogable rights. That's my answer, Dr. Arina. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for insightful answer.
You're
Pak
welcome,
Andre.
Bu Arina.
Is there any other question from the floor?
I hope not.
May I ask one question, Doctor?
Of course, Dr. Alisa, please.
Okay. Speaking about the personal data protections, and we know that as a user, right, especially during the digital era, we want our data to be protected, but we do not know to what extent that actually our data, our personal data being protected. So as a user, right, what are the mechanisms that we can use, right, or rely on in order to make sure that we are aware that our data not being breached or not being used or not being stolen, right, and manipulated by the irresponsible persons.
Yeah.
Because as a user, I'm also, to be honest with you, I'm not really aware about this. I'm not really aware whether,
Yeah.
Because let's say if we proceed with the online shopping, right? We make payment and all those kind of things. Yeah, we being mentioned that, oh, your data is protected, but we do not know actually to what extent it is being protected. The bank could be use our data actually, right? To what you call stimulate their business strategy or anything else. So we as a user, how do we know? In what way that we are able to know that, we ourselves, our personal data actually being protected?
Okay. This is very hard questions, yeah.
Oh, really? Sorry.
Yeah, me as well, yeah. Whether my personal data is actually breached or being stolen, I'm not exactly as well. So in this case, education is most important thing, yeah. To make us aware whether our personal data is protected or not. And then regarding your questions, maybe apa ya, precautionary, we must
Precaution.
precaution, or we must obey the mechanism when we use any platform. When we use Shopee, so there is like agreement, or do you agree, disagree, or what? Just follow the mechanism. But at the end, we haven't known whether our data protections is to be protected or not. So just simple answer, maybe just minimize, to upload to concerning of our personal data, just like identity and anything. But we cannot not rely on digital platform in this era. So at the end, so we have to be careful and then use the mechanism, and then maybe that's for us, and then to drive the government, concerning of law enforcement to the wrongdoer, to for the misuse of personal data. I just can say that. Dr. Alisa.
Yeah, can't we avoid it because we love shopping online.
Yeah.
We love shopping online, so it's something
very
that
simple.
I can't. I shouldn't say that we should avoid, but it's something that it's difficult to avoid, because nowadays, just like you said, we are relying on the digital platform, right?
Yeah.
I think maybe just like, I think that is what it call a precaution made by China, because they're not allowed Facebook in China, they're not allowed WhatsApps in China, and instead they what you call created their own platforms. Sort of, it's like WhatsApp, it's like Facebook, but it's not Facebook or WhatsApp. So they try to protect the personal data, the privacy of personal data of their own people. I do not know whether to what extent it is true, but could be.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you, Dr. Alisa,
Andre,
for your insight. Yeah,
for the response of the questions. Quite interesting.
yeah.
Okay.
Thank
So
you.
let's move on to the next presenter. Okay, presenter number 7, and then after that we go back to where we were. Yeah. For the first presenter. Okay. So the next presenter is from Universitas Trisakti as well. Okay, which Dr. Arlina Permanasari will be presenting the paper, and then the title of the paper is Persons with Disability and Welfare in NIAC. Are they digitally protected? Okay, Ibu Dr. Arlina, are you here? Are you ready to present your paper? Yeah, I can see that you are
Yes,
ready.
hopefully, inshallah.
Okay, so you are given 10 minutes, just like the other, to present your paper. And then after that, 5 minutes for the question and answer. So, okay, are you ready to share your screen? So the floor is yours, yeah? You may start now.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Alicia. So everybody, very good afternoon. I will present, actually this is our preliminary research. The title is PWD, or Person with Disabilities and Welfare in NIAC. NIAC is abbreviation of Non-International Armed Conflict, for those who doesn't yet understand about NIAC.
Yeah.
So the problem is, are they digitally protected? So this is to match with our big theme, because this is a digital era. So actually this preliminary research, my team consists of me, of course, and then Pak Andre as well, and other researchers such as Ibu Amalia Zura, and then Ibu Wildani as well, and some of students. So I will begin, or I will start at the introduction. The background of this preliminary research is why our team proposed this research as a preliminary research, and to be explained further in our paper. So you can see here there are actually the facts and the norms in our research. So the person with disability is a social fact. So if you look at yourself and your society currently, we know that it seems that the total of PWD is getting bigger and bigger nowadays, and this is a social fact that we have to face right now, whether they are normal, whether they are getting PWD because of accident or not. But the tendency, or the table or the graphic or the statistic of them is getting bigger. And we here now come with the norms, the legal norms that governs how they should do in our society. So basically, the person with disability have rights and obligation, of course, including in the specific time which we want to explore more, which is non-international armed conflict. So by comparing these facts and norms, then hopefully we will get our novelty in our paper, that is the rights and obligation of person with disabilities in NIAC. So this is especially to get the protection from attack from the belligerents. So because talking about the non-international armed conflict, actually we will talk about the very specific situations that is an armed conflict. So we'll move to the research question by then. So there are currently 2 research questions that proposed by our team. The first one is, what will be the rights and obligation of persons with disabilities in time of armed conflict, but especially in NIAC? And the second research question, because we will explore their rights more, especially in our digital era. So we found that their rights in digital era is very intriguing and very important to be analyzed. So are they digitally protected as well in NIAC? That's will be our second research question. And for answer those questions, we will use our methods, specific methods, the bibliographic analysis. So in doing this bibliographic analysis, we will use the application, and the first viewer is our option to use bibliographic analysis. So at the first step, we will get a data collection, and it will be from the Scopus database. And after that, we will do a data filtering. It means that we will delete that unuseful data. I mean, the data is not getting closer to the legal norm, so it should be on it. And we will use as well the application of Thesaurus to get data filtering from Scopus database, of course. So we will limit our research up to legal research, and it can be expanded to social and psychological research, I think. And after that, this is the hypothesis of our team. There are two hypotheses in our proposed preliminary research. The first one is the person with disabilities are regulated in international convention. So we will be focused more on international humanitarian law instruments rather than the international human rights instrument, because in the specific time of armed conflict such as NIAC, so we will know that the maxim applied in this case. I mean that the specific rules is preferable than the general rules. That's why we will focus ourselves on international convention in international humanitarian law. But we will also use the customary international humanitarian law as well to get the explanation and the analysis of answering the research question. And the second one, we know that in every country, including Indonesia, there are a lot more regulations concerning or governing the persons with disabilities, including the Indonesia. By using Scopus database, we will make a comparison, for example, Indonesia and in ASEAN, of course, and in other countries such as in ASEAN countries or in European countries. And for after that, we will get the ratio of data filtering as well about the comparison of national regulation, especially protecting the person with disabilities. And we will look at for the specific issues, which is the protection of person with disabilities in the time of non-international armed conflict. And this is the explanation of the analysis of our team. We will start from these very basic norms that we know in IHL. So we will start from the IHL because of the time frame that we use, that this is in specific time of a non-international armed conflict. So the status of person with disabilities is still civilian. So because we know that in IHL or in armed conflict, there are only two status of people, the civilian and the combatant. So in this case, we will analyze the PWD in status of as civilian, not as the combatant. So after knowing the status of PWD as a civilian, then we will look at their protection given from the IHL instrument, especially from the Geneva Convention of 1949. Why? Because this convention has already come to the conclusion that the Geneva Convention of 1949 is the customary of international humanitarian law. So if we pick, for example, some norms of the Geneva Convention, then we know that the norm is already applied in several countries, and the norm itself can be regarded as the guidance or legal norms. So after that, we will look at, you can see here, the digital norm that we can conclude after filtering the database, and we won't make the norms on digital rights for the PWD should be clear, of course. And after that, we will bring some case studies, especially concerning the person with disabilities, especially when and where and why and how if their rights will be protected in such a situation. And from that, we will analyze our findings with a specific legal review and analysis, that is literature studies, and of course the bibliometric analysis with post-viewer application. So these two methods, I think, will complete our analysis on PWD in this specific moment. And this is a finalization of our hypothesis. It should be a certain clear norms regarding the rights of the PWD in mind, because there are so many articles, but unfortunately, if we are talking about the non-international armed conflict, there is only a few norms in NIAT that governs the protection of a person with disability. But remember, on our second research question, so are they digitally protected? This is will take us to analyze a lot more development of, for example, development of judges, development of the doctrines that develop in international fora. But we will move from the basic point that it should be a clear norms regarding the rights of them, especially in non-international armed conflict. And as shortcut, this is our recommendation. The first one, that there should be a strengthened legal framework. It means that not only the government, but the legal framework should give the possibilities of other stakeholders, including civil society, to let the PWD so that they can be protected a lot more. And the second one, the responsibility from the government and the society. Sorry, please. Yeah, that's our recommendation. And let me again remind you that this is our preliminary research. Now, I'm afraid that it might be that our conclusion is not the same as our conclusion right now. But with that statement, I will stop here, Dr. Alicia. Hopefully, everyone may take time to help me to find the best way in in analyzing this topic, because if I check to the Scopus database, I think there is no paper recently who writes this kind of topic. So let's see. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much to Ibu Dr. Arlina Permanasari for the quite comprehensive presentations. Love the voice, very calm, right? And okay, so we're going to spend for about 5 minutes for the questions and answer. Any question from the floor? Oh yeah, it seems that we do have one. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Dr. Alicia. Thank you, Dr. Arlina. Actually, I would like to ask, as you know that the international normative framework related to people with disabilities in armed conflict is mainly based on human rights law and also international humanitarian law. And as we know that the Convention on the Right of Person with Disability, or CRPD, moves the meaning of disability from regarding person with disability as an object of medical care and charity to recognizing them as a subject of rights. As I mentioned before uh, in other rooms in the morning, I said that there is a three approaches to see the right of a person with disability. First, medical approach. Second is about the social approach or charity. And the third is about human right. So I would like to ask about, do you think that the international humanitarian law is already regulated person with disability like CRPD? As we know that CRPD is already regulated human rights approach there. Since we know that international humanitarian law is in 1949 and CRPD is 2016. So what do you think about the regulation about a person with disability? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for such a smart question, Ibu Maya Industri PhD. Well, I try to answer that. The first one. So we know that, as you say, that this CRPD of people with disability is mainly governed based on the International Convention, as you said before, yeah. But that's in general a time frame. I mean, they are not talking about the armed conflict. So if the situation is getting worse. For example, we are facing the non-international armed conflict. Do that the convention that you said before is still applied or is still applicable. That's the worst thing. Yeah. But we know that in such a situation, we know that the IHL should go in the first step, I think. But if the norm doesn't really govern by the IHL instrument, then the international human rights norm will apply at the second phase, right? And in this kind of analysis, I will underline that we are talking about the PWD in very specific situation. In this preliminary research, I will include the kind of warning to the civilian. For example, if in their situation, in their area, it will be claimed as the target of attack. So what the government or the precise what the belligerent should do if in that area there are so many persons with disability. Do they still have their right digitally, for instance, to get or to be protected in such a situation? So based on those two systems of law, I know that it can be rejected, the international human rights, because it will be complement the international humanitarian law norms. So we will find at first if it's time or in what occasion or in what situation the international human rights should be rejected first, and in what situation the international humanitarian law should be comes first. I think that's all, Ibu Maya, but thanks for the questions.
Thank you very much, Ibu Dr. Arlina, for responding to the questions. Any other questions from the floor? Okay.
Yes, Mrs. Alisa.
Okay.
I have one question if
Yeah,
you
another
may.
question.
Okay, thank
Okay,
you. Mrs.
please,
Alisa.
Ibu Ayu.
Okay, thank you for the time. Okay, Ibu Arlina, I would like to ask you a question regarding to your second recommendations in your presentation. You mentioned that we must give a responsibility to the government and to the society. My question is how to make a society responsible for the protection of PWD in NIAC. Thank you.
Okay, Ibu Ayu, thank you so much for your questions. This is very intriguing and very sympathetic question, yeah, because how can we do something, yeah, to get the better in such a situations? So, according to our result of here we call it PKM, our responsibility to make the people or the society get better, then we have to continue let them know what their responsibility in case of the person with disability. I remember that in that moment, the meaning of inclusivity, in this case, the PWD, they should be treated actually the same as those person who are normally or who are live normally. But in this case, since they have any difficulties to face such a situation, then there should be a clear legal norm, and those clear legal norms should be disseminated and should be shared with our society. So to let them know that it must be something better, yeah, to protect them. So it may be with disabilities, it may be with songs, it may be we can do any kind of what the society can do for them. I think that will be okay, Ibu Ayu, because you know, to change the mindset of the society is quite difficult and hard, yeah, I think. But we don't stop or we don't stop there, yeah, and then let everything goes as well. But I think we should do it our responsibility. So if you can do in your limited family, for example, then please do. If you can do it with your institution, that's much better. If you can do it, if you are public state official, then it get a lot more better. That's fine. So we are thinking globally, but we have to do it, yeah, individually. Thank you,
Thank
Ibu
you,
Ayu,
Arlina.
for question.
Thank you. Thank you, Arlina. Thank you,
You're
Mrs.
most
Alisa.
welcome.
Thank you very much to Ibu Arlina as well as Ibu Ayu for the questions and answer. Okay, so I think that will be all for the slot of Ibu Arlina, yeah. So I think we need to go back to where we were. Okay, for the first presenter, I would call the first presenter of our slot, okay, which is Pak Edward Sonata. Okay, is Pak Edward Sonata here? By looking, yeah, by looking at the participants, there's no name of Edward, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so never mind. So we should proceed with the second presenter. Okay. Okay, before we proceed with the second presenter, which is Ibu Wildani, I think I would like to call Ibu Atari Farhani. Is there any Ibu Farhani Artani here? I think no as well because there's no name, yeah, of Ibu Farhani.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. So meaning that two of the presenters are not in our slot. Okay, so they are missing. Never mind. So we proceed. I will consider Ibu Wildani as the last presenter, yeah, for our slot. Ibu Wildani, are you ready, Ibu Wildani?
Yeah, inshallah I'm ready.
Okay, so before Ibu Wildani start the session, okay, so let me brief about her a bit. Okay, Ibu Wildani from the Universitas Trisakti. So Ibu Wildani and the team will be presenting the paper entitled "The Possibility of Threatening the Outermost Island That Are Vulnerable to Separate from Indonesia." Okay, Ibu Wildani. So hopefully that you are not disconnected again.
Thank you for the moderator, Puan Alisa.
Okay, so the floor is yours, yeah? 10 minutes for the presentations and 5 minutes for the questions and answer. Okay, you may start your session, sir, Ibu.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good noon, everyone. My name is Wildani. I am here to present my topic about the possibility of strengthening the outermost islands that are vulnerable to separate from Indonesia. Okay, first I will introduce this paper that the dispute on outermost islands start with the unilateral claims from other country. The prevalent unilateral claim resulted in the area outermost overlap. Loss of the Sea Convention 1892 is the existing international law of the sea and almost country ratified to this convention. Issue of outermost island is important because the outermost island are not only used as base point in drawing the country's territorial boundaries, but also as state asset in the increasing state revenue. Okay, the existence of outermost island is physically crucial because state boundaries are decided by this island. This island should be given special attention and supervision so that they do not pose difficulties that jeopardize territorial integrity. The issue of maritime boundaries at outermost island in Indonesian waters is increasing. The latest case, as you can see in the slide, is ownership dispute of Aceh Island or Asmo Reef between Indonesia and Malaysia. Next, as the largest archipelagic state in the world, Indonesia has established its maritime boundaries based on the United Nations Convention of the Law of the Sea 1892. The government has also issued Presidential Decree number 6 of 2017 on the establishment of outermost island, small island, like a macam pagar. Okay, totally there are 12 islands, among which the most worried about this due its position and the absence of fresh water and life on the islands. The 12 outermost and vulnerable island, namely Berhala Island, Nipah, Sekatung, Marore, Miangas, Marampit, Vanil Island, Manildo, Bures Island, Dana Island, Batik Island. This is from Ministry of Defense 28. Next, the purpose of this paper is to find out things related to the problem protection of outermost island for Indonesia and also the private driving factor underlying the existing loss of the outermost island and vulnerable to separate from Indonesia. Next, the methodology of this paper is qualitative research. I describe what happening in the field with sort of data based on this study. Sort of data will divide it into primary and secondary data. In primary data, mainly obtained from Laws of the Sea Convention, international treaties instrument, and national law instrument, court case, and bilateral agreement and MOU. On the other hand, the main source of the secondary data divided, I obtained from the textbook, journal, online database, and published law report and magazine and so forth. Next, the step 2 method. The step 2, there's implication of unresolved boundary on the autonomous island. There's a threat in the border areas of the two countries can be informed of territorial claims, military maneuvers, cross-border crime, violation of sovereignty and sovereign right. Such autonomous island will be lost from Indonesia. What is the driving factor behind the dispute at autonomous island? The driving factor behind the dispute from autonomous island in Indonesia are firstly a failure to agree on the limitation and location on boundary line. Secondly, boundary issues intertwine with state sovereignty. And thirdly, existence of new maritime zones since adoption of Laws of the Sea Convention 1892. There is a new regime, namely archipelagic state. And fourthly, exists economic, social, political, technical reason also has been one of the driving factor. And other factor is absence of the agreed maritime boundary line and some unfinished negotiation and different interpretation of the borderline in autonomous island. Okay, next. Conclusion and conclusion. No specific defense policies were made against the autonomous small island, indicating that they not gain a strategic position as the front gate of national sovereignty. There is option how to manage the autonomous island that vulnerable will be lost from Indonesia. Firstly, diplomatic negotiation. Currently, Indonesia is negotiating with its neighboring countries dealing with maritime boundaries at the autonomous islands. Secondly, option for managing the autonomous island is a joint management for exploiting the resources. Like when East Timor still part of Indonesia, Indonesia and Australia entered into an agreement over Timor gaps. And thirdly, how to manage option to managing the autonomous island pending the issues, yeah, because most of the boundaries dispute are pending in order to adjust the characteristic of negotiation like data gathering, legal argument, hydrographic survey, mapping, satellite, and others. And next, the conclusion, the Indonesian legal system provides a comprehensive arrangement in a country that has not been economically captured by the Indonesian government. To sum up from what have previously, that no specific defense policies were made against the autonomous island indicating that not gain a strategic position as the front gate of national sovereignty. Kemudian Indonesia legal system provide a comprehensive arrangement in a country that has not been economical captured by the Indonesian government. Indonesia legal system provide a comprehensive. Indonesia must maintain bilateral border diplomacy with its neighboring countries. Recommendation to address problem and fragility factor of the autonomous island. The author recommended legal consolidation within the Indonesian legal system, reporting to the United Nations about the island to the group of experts on geographical names, PBB, and improving the well-being of people in border areas, to mobile market, and conducting comprehensive oceanographic survey for planning development. Okay, and lastly, my recommendation, empowering the autonomous island as the front guard, the territorial integrity of the United States of Republic Indonesia will remain intact and awake. I think that's only for my presentation today. Thank you very much for the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Ibu Wildani for the presentation. Okay. Nicely fit 10 minutes, approximately 10 minutes, yeah, Ibu Wildani. Okay. Okay, now we move on to the 5 minutes Q question and answer. Any question from the audience or from the floor? So you can ask directly to Ibu Wildani with regards to the paper that presented by her just now. No question from the audience. Okay, never mind. Ibu, I do have a question. Very simple question.
Okay.
Okay, Ibu,
No
can you,
problem.
since that you are sharing the screen, right, your PowerPoint presentation, is it possible for you to go to the slide that you have mentioned, you have collected the data since the presidents of, can't really remember the names. So can you go back to that slide,
Sorry,
please?
would you like to speak louder because here it's.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Can you go back to the slide that that mentions about the president? So it's about the data collection.
The data collection.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, you mentioned about you collected the data since the president of something.
Oh, I see.
Wait. I think it's the early
sort of data.
Huh?
You mentioned a sort of data.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if I'm not mistaken, you stated that you collected the data since the president of something, the name of the president. So is that mean your research is considered as longitudinal study because it's not for a specific time period? Yeah, it started since the name of the president.
Yes, because I removed the
slide.
material. Yes, I changed because not connected. Like jumping words, so I removed the.
Okay. So so that's my question. So is your research considered as a longitudinal study?
Sorry?
Is your research considered as a longitudinal study? Longitudinal study is meaning that the study that you are conducted for a specific period of time. So usually it's longer. The data collection is longer, all right, for years, like 20 years, 15 years. Is that how you, is that basically the time frame that you are using to collect your data?
Oh, I just collect the data only from no longer time. This is for paper only to submit the publisher.
Okay. So it basically not considered as a longitudinal study lah.
Yes.
Okay. So that's the only questions that I wanted to ask. Any other question from the floor? Okay, if there's no question, thank you very much, Ibu Wildani, okay, for the presentations as well as for the responding to the questions. Okay, so of the 7 of the presenters today, right, only 5 presenters, right, able to present their work, their manuscript, their paper. Meanwhile, the other two, right, are missing. I do not know why. Okay. Never mind. So that's indicate that we have completed, we have finished our slot, right, for room 7. So I would like to thanks to each of the presenter, right, because the ability of the presenters to present very well, right, very good comment in English, okay, of the papers, as well as the presentation, and the way that all of you responding to the question, right? I would like to thanks once again. Thank you very much to all the presenters.
You are welcome, Dr. Alisa. Thank you.
Welcome, Dr. Aliza.
Thank you. I do not know what's going to happen after this. Are we simply going to leave the room or go to the main room or what?
I think go to main room and there is a closing ceremony.
So how do we go to the main room?
Just leave room.
Oh, just
maybe.
leave room. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Andre.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thanks all.
Okay, thanks
Bye-bye.
all. Thank you very much. See you again.
Bye.
Leave breakout room.
Jadi ini kita leave room.
My name is Nur Abzaniza Fendi. I'm from University Utara, Malaysia. And today I'm going to present my proposed study that will be done in the northern states of Malaysia, which is Perlis, Kedah, and Pulau Pinang. And the title of my proposed study is Navigating Challenges of Product Innovation Performance for SMEs in Malaysia's northern states, a quantitative exploration, together with my friend, Dr. Wan Risma Ayuwan Ismail. We are both from International Business Department, School of International Studies from University Utara, Malaysia. Okay, today, this is the content that I'm going to share with you. Okay, on the introduction, the research objective, the method, and also what are the conclusion that I can draw before I can start running my study. All right. For this one, okay, we can see that SME is the backbone of any country in the world because it serves like more than 40% of the national income of that particular country. So, having said that, even though the government is relying on the SMEs contribution, but there is also lack of something that need to be done. Okay, because the SMEs, they are lack of financial, they lack of the technology, and the lack of the knowledge. So that is why I'm interested to run this study. Okay, what is product innovation? Okay, product innovation means creating new products or improving existing ones to meet the customer needs, and also about the services. Okay, why product innovation is important? Because product innovation help business stay competitive, and also differentiate from the competitors, and also keep up with the changing customer demands. So this is very important on the product innovation. So that's why I believe with the help of the government support program, the SMEs in the northern countries, in northern states of Malaysia can be competitive as well as the other counterparts. And also, so this is what I found. Okay, the component of the economic development, and this is a backbone of the government income, and I draw, this is my research objective that we are going to cover. We want to identify what are the challenges faced by SMEs in product innovation. And also we want to identify how the product innovation challenges influence SMEs innovation performance. And also we want to identify whether the government support program intervenes in the SMEs innovation performance can boost up the innovation performance of the SMEs. And also together with this, our objective is to offer recommendations to overcome the challenges. And this is our proposed theoretical framework. Okay, based on the literature review and the articles that we have read, okay, we came out with this proposed theoretical framework. But this doesn't mean that we are going to stick with this. But we will add up more things. Okay, the challenges, it could be there are many factors that could affect the product innovation performance, and we proposed that the government support program will intervene, will give will give a better product innovation performance when the SMEs, the companies, they do have the challenges, but with the government support program, okay, that will help them to increase their product innovation performance. Okay. So this is not our finalized theoretical framework. Okay, we will add others that if we have find something new in the latest article. Okay, the method, we are going to run a quantitative survey, and this will be conducted across nation's northern state, and we will gather the information from the website. Okay, to get the sample. And also the survey will include the questions about the business, current product innovation practices, the challenges, what are the challenges that are facing now, and also the resources that utilize in the process as well. And also, finally, the survey result will be analyzed using statistical software. And we are going to send the survey, okay, through the emails, and also we are going to share the survey on the social media platform, and also we will distribute. Okay, because I'm staying in the in this area, so I can just walk into the SMEs around, okay, to handle them with the survey question. And the conclusion that we came out, why we want to run this study, because this study will give a significant impact on the government, because the government now, because they want SME to be competitive at par with the other SMEs around the globe. So that's why we want to see what are the economic significance, and we want the SMEs to be competitive globally. And we also want to know what is the role of innovation, why this is important, and also to make SMEs in Malaysia sustainable, and they can stay in the industry. Not to say that for short term, but in long term as well. And also with the government initiative, we believe, okay, the SMEs in the northern states of Malaysia can boost. And also they can create their own competitive advantage. Besides that, okay, this study will help to increase the job creation because of after COVID strike. Many of the workers have been laid off. So this is time that we want to bring it up. And this is our proposed study. So we believe that you have some other suggestion that you can help us, assist us in order for us to run our study. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Noor. You have a very good time management because you use 8 minutes of your 10 minutes time. So I will invite everyone in this room to ask question to Dr. Noor. It's a very interesting topic.
Yes,
about
please, because
the
we need to get some insights for us,
yes, yes,
in order for us to run the study.
yes,
Thanks.
correct. So I hope there is a question from other presenters in this room. If you have any questions, just raise your hand, open your mic, and ask your questions. If there is no questions, then I will ask you questions. Okay. Okay. There is one question from me. Okay, Dr. Noor, can you identify the key factors that influence the product innovation capability of small and medium enterprises in the northern states of Malaysia?
Okay, key factors that can contribute to the product innovation performance. One of it is the challenges that they are having, like financial constraint, and also there are lack of the that is one. The financial constraint is on the top of the list, and the second one is the government intervention, because they said even though they are getting many and more government support, but they're still lacking behind. So this is why make our study. We want to know what other factors that may impact to increase the performance of the SMEs in northern states of Malaysia.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Dr. Noor. Is there any other questions from other presenters? Okay.
Moderator,
Yeah, Ibu
will
Dr.
ask,
Ibu
okay.
Sarda.
Allow me to ask questions regarding the paper presented, Ibu Nur.
Yes,
Does the
please,
government, okay, does the government protect SMS from foreign investment?
Okay, yes, of course, because the government, they are giving many assistance, not only in terms of financial assistance, but they are giving also the workshop, and they are giving the SMEs training, and also some sort of the equipment for them to start their business. But even though with that, okay, we do not know, there is something lack, and we want to know what are the factors that may help them as well. So that's why even though with the government support, giving financial support, giving the assistance, giving the workshop and all that, so we are still having problem. The SMEs, they're still having problem in their product innovation. I think because of the technology as well, the financial constraint that they cannot invest buying equipment that is expensive.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so thank you for the nice presentation and also discussion, Dr. Noor. We are moving to our second participant or second presenters. I will invite Mutia Herawati Talib from the Universitas Negeri Gorontalo, who will present her paper or their paper titled Responsibilities of Execution of Construction Work Contracts, Government Projects in Private Law and Public Law Studies.
Yeah, moderator. I would be the presenter, but I think my turn on fifth presenter, or any revision for the presentation?
Yeah, you have 10 minutes of to present your presentation.
Yeah. Let me prepare the PowerPoint. Is it shows the PowerPoint?
Yes,
Moderator?
I can see that.
Okay. My esteemed presenter and moderator, please introduce. I am Melissa Toadi, the third author in the paper. The title of paper is Responsibilities of Execution of Construction Work Contracts, Government Projects in Private Law and Public Law Studies. We have Ibu Mutia Herawati Talib as the first author, Pak Muhammad Taufik Zulfikar Sarson as the second author. We from Faculty of Law, Universitas Negeri Gorontalo, Indonesia. I start for backgrounds and problems. It is based on realizing the goals of the state as stated in the preamble of the 1945 Constitution, namely promoting public welfare needs to be implemented through the implementation of state life, so that the government is always required to carry out public welfare by providing people's needs in the form of goods and services, as well as infrastructure development. So public law arrangements relate to this matter, including policies on the procurement of goods and services. It is not goods and services, but by implementation, prevention, and handling of crimes in the procurement of goods and services, refer to conspiracies, supervision, inspection, and control of goods and services. So as well as legal development efforts in the field of procurement of goods and services, this is up to regional regulations. Our first basic for the paper, the contract is an integrated system which includes several legal aspects, which is often result in quite extensive legal impacts. So in designing a construction contract, it is necessary to pay attention to the principle of good contract making known in civil law or contract law, not only to comply with the provisions of contract law, but also to pay attention to other aspects, such as the contract being used in the verification process in the event of default or acts against law. And the contract also shows the existence of a good legal relationship from the process, procedure, and application. So based on the background, being the problems in this article is firstly, what is the position of the construction work contract between private law and public law and its legal consequences? And secondly, what should be the form of accountability for contract law and public law in the construction work contract? I directly to discussion and finding, we found firstly understanding legal responsibility in the implementation of construction contracts is necessary to pay attention to the parties involved in the implementation of the construction contract, because the construction contract is a legal relationship between the service user. This is refers to objects in the form of construction work. Secondly, construction service providers are individual parties or business entities that get a construction service jobs relate to their ability to provide services, and then provide services to users of construction services. Service providers here include three parties, like as construction planners, construction supervisor, and construction implementers. The third finding, the legal responsibility of the contract should begin to be formulated from the beginning of the preparation of the construction work contract by incorporating the principles known in the contract law, such as the principle of balance, the principle of good faith in realizing a balanced contract between the interests of the two parties. both the government as the service user and the provider. Then as for what is meant by a contract in construction services is the same as a service provider. In Article 1, Paragraph 4 of Indonesian Law Number 2 of 2017 concerning construction services, what is meant by construction service provider is a party that provides construction services to users of construction services. So before starting construction work, it is required to make a work agreement between the service provider and the service user following Article 46, Paragraph 1 of Indonesian Law Number 2 of 2017, which states that the arrangement of the working relationship between the service user and the provider must state in the construction work agreement. Based on these implementation problems in construction contracts regarding planning, implementing, and supervising, these buildings often occur not in line with the written agreement between the service user and the service provider, which contains the principle of contract law, which balances the parties' position in the contract. And the last finding, the previous regulations that the construction services are construction work design consulting services. So the construction service implementation service and construction supervision consulting service are depend on previous regulation. The conclusion is construction contract whose objects are goods or services belonging to the government are understood as an aspect of public law because of the objective of the contract in meeting the needs and welfare of the people, as well as protecting the use of the state budget. The contractual relationship between the government and the private party is still commercial in nature because for service providers as a partner, profit is a factor in their goals. However, this contractual relationship also needs to be protected through existing legal instruments because in practice, this contractual relationship is not in a balanced state caused by certain factors.
Ibu Melissa, sorry to interrupt. You have 2 more minutes, and I cannot see your presentation actually. Your PPT is not shared. Still have 2 more minutes, yeah?
Okay, moderator. Is it shows, moderator?
Yes, now we can see that.
Yeah. This contractual relationship also needs to be protected through existing legal instrument because in practice, this contractual relationship is not a balanced state. So there is a need for a legal instrument that can balance the interests of the parties in the contractual relationship at the level of international contractual relations involving the government and foreign service providers or foreign parties as funders. Especially sources of foreign loan funds, it is also necessary to harmonize the domestic law with general principle. And we think in contracts for the procurement of goods on an international scale to create legal certainty in international traffic. I think that's all, moderator, for my presentation today.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Melissa, for your presentation. I invite everyone to ask any question to our second presenter. If there are no questions, so I have one question for your team regarding to your paper titled Responsibilities of Execution of Construction Work Contracts in Government Projects, Private Law and Public Law Studies. Okay, I have one question. In your research, have you identified any areas where private and public law perspective intersect or overlap in the responsibility and execution of government project regarding construction contract?
Yeah. I think there is depend on understanding legal responsibility in the implementation of construction contracts. It is necessary to pay attention to the parties involved in the implementation of the construction contract, because the construction contract is a legal relationship between the service for objects in the form of construction work. So we have to look to conditions for the validity of the agreement as a private law. In agreeing, it is necessary to understand the legal terms of the agreement outlined in Article 1320 of the Indonesian Civil Code. In the public law, we have, based on the data from the Ministry of Public Works and Public Housing, there should be content on infrastructure development of water resources, roads and bridges, housing and settlements in Gorontalo, such as the development of water resources. There are still construction contract problems in the form of confusion. There is misunderstanding, but even in the implementation of other construction contracts, this is there are interrelated between technical issues. I think that's all.
Okay, thank you for your explanation, Ibu Melissa. So everyone, that's the performance or the presentation of our second presenter today from the Universitas Negeri Gorontalo. We are now moving to our third presenter, the team from Universitas Trisakti and Universitas Islam International Indonesia, titled Applying the Theory of Harm in Vertical Integration that Causing Unfair Business Competition and Consumer Harm. And this morning, this paper will be presented by Mr. Ahmad Sabirin.
Okay, can you hear my voice?
Yes, you are audible.
May I present my share screen, madam?
Yes, I can see that. Thank you very much. You have 10 minutes from now. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. And thank you so much for the moderator for the opportunity. Also, all of the presenters to Tisakti International Conference on Law for Social Welfare 2023. Allow me to introduce my team here, Dr. Ana Maria Twi Anggraini, also Salda Arbirati, Ramadana, and I am Ahmad Sabirin, also Rafid Haidar Hafian. We would like to present our paper under the title Applying the Theory of Harm in Vertical Integration that Causing Unfair Business Competitions and Customer Harms. Okay, next. Okay, next. Actually, the prohibition of vertical integration is regulated in Article 14 of Law Number 5, 1999 on the prohibition of monopolistic parties and unfair business competitions. During the 2022 year of KPPU existence in Indonesia, there have not been many decisions related the vertical integration agreement because it is not easy to prove a violence of the provisions of this article, especially regarding the impact of the behavior of business actors in upstream and downstream market in public users that must be accessed for law enforcement purposes. From that explanation, so the potential application of the theory of harm in testing the possibility of harmful vertical integration is very important because in Indonesia there is no research that comprehensively discussed the application of theory of harm. Therefore, it is necessary to further study the effect and influence of the theory of harm in proving the existence of unfair business competition practice and harming to the public. Okay, next. Okay, based on the problem, we try to qualify vertical agreement that are integrated in the series of production of goods and our services directly or indirectly that result in unfair business competition and harm to the public, and also to describe the potential of using the theory of harm to detect unfair business competition and public harm in case of violence of Article 14 of Law Number 5, 1999. Okay, next. Next. Yeah, this research use a qualitative method with normative juridical approach and conducted FGD involving KPPU lecturer in economic competition as well as legal practitioner who handle business competition case such as Indonesian Competition Lawyer Associations. Okay. Okay, in order to gain an in-depth understanding of the qualification of vertical agreement integrated in the series of production of goods and services directly or indirectly resulting in unfair business competition and harm to the public. Actually, we divide five parts. The first is vertical agreement qualification. Vertical agreement are trade agreement entered into by businesses from different level in production and distribution chain. They serve to coordinate the action of upstream and downstream firm, and they might be welfare enhancing given the complementary nature of the relationship. Vertically integrated agreements, the existence of this specialized independent relationship can in principle be considered a natural alliance with customer. There are times when inter-firm relationship aim to increase efficiency between supplier and distributor and promote competition. But there are also circumstances where their behavior might indeed be anti-competition. And actually, vertical agreement that are integrated in series of direct and indirect production of goods and services, a series of production or operation that are the result of processing either in direct or indirect series, including the production of substitute and or complementary goods and services. Product is said that be substituted when the companies that provide in compete directly with each other. Okay. Yeah, vertically integrated agreement that result in unfair business competition. How to make sure the impact arising from vertical integration, such as limiting the ability of competitor to compete by closing access to upstream and downstream market. This is known as a unilateral conduct or market foreclosure. And secondly, vertical integrated firm facilitate price of outboard coordination as part of pollution in both upstream and downstream market. And the last, vertically integration agreement that result in public determinant the motive is divide both the motive aspect, meaning that the parties to the agreement are integrated companies carried out by two or more complementary company, and aspect of impact, meaning that the agreement can have an impact on supporting or diminishing competition or harming consumers. Okay, next. KPPU has, you can see the screen. Actually, KPPU decided at least 3 cases on vertical integration, such as decision number 1, 23 by PT Garuda Indonesia, also number 13, 14 on the position or service of drone handling service related to unscheduled commercial flight. And the last decision number 13, 2019, alleged violence of Article 14, Article 15, Paragraph 2, and also Article 19 by PT STI and PT TPI related to special rental transport services. Actually, the scope of vertical integration is not only limited to agreement between integrated companies, but also structurally formed and cross-sell ownership of company in order to achieve efficiency or ownership of businesses from upstream and from upstream to downstream, controlled by holding company, which are a single economy entity. Okay, next. The potential to use the theory of harm to detect food and commodity harm. Over the last 10 years, European competition authorities have detected the impact of vertical agreement on public harm. This has been done by articulating the theory of harm. The act of vertical integration has the potential to allow mutual integrated company to adjust the level of profit increasingly in each industry, which is ultimately harm customer. Also, actually, a company can vertically integrate by doing something for its own benefit on unilateral conduct, and performing merger with require one company to buy a company in vertically regulated market, and thus entering into agreement or contract such as franchise agreements. Okay, by that discussion, we can conclude a vertical agreement that are integrated in series of goods and services production directly or indirectly that result in unfair business competition and harm the public can be seen from two aspects, namely motive aspect and impact aspect. Also, the provision of the prohibition of vertical integration agreement can use the theory of harm to measure customer harm, because Article 14 of Law number 5, 1999 explicitly require KPPU to prove the element of public harm. So by that conclusion, we encourage the KPPU to develop an orientation to line of Article 14 of Law number 5, 1999 to regulate the use of theory of harm in agreement and or activities that have detrimental impact on society or customer. Also encourage the KPPU to improve the ability to conduct market detection in measuring customer harm. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sabirin, for your presentations. So once again, I encourage everyone and I invite everyone, all presenters in this room, to ask questions to Mr. Sabirin and team. So the author of this paper is beside Mr. Sabirin, we have here Dr. Anna Maria Trianggraini, Miss Sarda Abrianti, and Mr. Ramadana Anindya Jati, and Mr. Rafid Haidar Herfian. So everyone can ask questions to them regarding their paper titled Applying the Theory of Harm in Vertical Integration that Causing Unfair Business Competition and Consumer Rights.
Hi, Assalamualaikum. May I ask a question?
Yes, please, Miss
Okay. Okay. Speaking about the vertical integration, I only have a question. Yeah, with the vertical integrations, there are many studies that basically being done with regard to the vertical integrations, not only in business, not only for a specific field of business or types of business, right? Because my area is sea transportation or maritime logistics. There are many studies that be conducted with regards of vertical integration and how the vertical integration basically bring tremendous benefits to both of the party. If we look from the definitions of the integration, the vertical integration itself, in which it is the collaborations or the cooperations between the supply chains actors, right, not the competitors. Okay. So that's the brief about the vertical integrations. I'm quite interested whether the vertical integrations prohibited, right, in Indonesia only or basically all over the world? Because I never came across with the vertical integration prohibitions. That's all.
Okay, probably one of the team members can ask the question. Ibu Dr. Ana Maria, I think.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Amalia Zura. Let me to answer the question from Ibu Alisa. As we know that vertical integration up till now still ongoing in the business practices, and sometimes there are efficient, but sometimes some of them impact unfair business competition. According to Law Number 5, 1999, especially in Article 14, the prohibition, we use the approach as a rule of reason approach. I mean, the prohibition is not illegal per se, but the authority, let's say the KPPU, supervisory business controller, will analyze what the impact of the such agreement. If the impact harm of the people welfare or harm the business, let's say the rivals. So the KPPU will indicate and will analyze that it is illegal. So the approach of vertical integration is rule of reason approach. So not strictly prohibited. That's all my question.
Okay, thank you.
That answer your questions?
Yeah, it's quite interesting because I'm also into vertical integrations.
Yeah.
So is that mean that before the agreement being signed by the parties involved, right? Perhaps 2 or 3 parties involved in the vertical integration. So meaning that the KPP, what do you call it, KPPU, right? So we'll go through the agreement first in order to identify whether or not the vertical integrations that the party is going to involve are going to harm one of the parties or also the consumer later on. And how long does it take to evaluate the vertical integrations or the agreement between parties before it can be it can be sealed?
Yeah. In Indonesia, based on Law Number 5, the agreements like a vertical integration doesn't notify to the KPPU first. So the action first, they practice vertical integration, and when the impact of the agreement has a negative impact to the competition, like the harm of the people welfare, especially is not efficient. So KPPU will menyelidiki, will examination, and the duration of examination take around 6 months till 9 months. Yeah, so it is take quite long to make a decision whether this agreement legal or illegal.
Thank you very much. It's quite it's quite precise.
Yeah. Thank you, Alisa.
Okay. We thank you for the very comprehensive explanation, Ibu Dr. Ana Maria, and also thank you for your questions, Bu Analisya. And we are now moving to our fourth presenter. It will be Ibu Wina Erni. She's a student in the doctoral program in Universitas Trisakti. She will present her paper or her article on analysis of the impact of the ASEAN-China Free Trade Area Agreement on the Indonesian textile industry sector. Is Ibu Wina Erni here?
Yes, Miss Amelia, I'm here. Thank you.
You may share your presentation and also make a presentation for 10 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity that I can present my paper. Before I presenting my paper, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Wina Erni. I'm a doctoral program of law in Trisakti University. So, in my paper, my title is Analysis of the Impact of the ASEAN-China Free Trade Area Agreement on the Indonesian Textile Industry. The table of contents, so there is introduction, method that I use in this research, result and discussion about my research, and conclusion and recommendation. So about the introduction, first I want to talk about free trade. Free trade is a form of cooperation carried out by several countries, especially ASEAN countries. Indonesia is a member of ASEAN countries, so that Indonesia also carries out free trade transaction between countries. The purpose of this free trade transaction is to strengthen the Indonesian economic system. The ASEAN-China Free Trade Area is a form of free trade cooperation between Indonesia and China. The aim is to realize a free trade area by eliminating or reducing trade barriers, both tariff and non-tariff, increasing access to market service, investment, regulation, and provision. However, the application of the ASEAN-China Free Trade Area doesn't always go according the original purpose. So, the ASEAN-China Free Trade Area, the purpose is to give the social welfare, but after I doing my research, I found the problem. So the ASEAN-China Free Trade Area not go according its purpose. So after the free trade through ASEAN-China was carried out, a problem arose, which was the result of implementation of China Free Trade Area, causing economic imbalance, especially in the textile industry. So in this research, a problem was found, namely the result of the enactment of the rule of regarding the free trade ASEAN-China, causing conflict of interest between textile entrepreneur and the worker. This is due to the existence of legal regulation governing free trade, especially import duty, which causes the cost of textile production to increase while domestic textile sales decrease. So, to reduce the risk of loss, textile entrepreneurs prefer to terminate the employment of workers. The method that I use in my research, so first, normative empiric method, which means based on the law regulation, constitution, and government regulation. And then also I use the constitutional approach, which means approach by studying the development of economic, political, legal culture, a concept in a country. So the method I use is normative empiric method and constitutional approach. The result and discussion. Domestic producers are unable to get raw material from within country, so textile producer must import raw materials. This causes textile products sold on the market become more expensive. So raw material in this meaning about the textile is like nylon, wool, polyester, cotton, like others. So Indonesia still cannot produce those material. The result of causing layoff as a result of the inability to compete is due to obstacle in international trade. So result and discussion first about the e-commerce. Textile product from China that selling in e-commerce doesn't have yet a clear regulation. So Indonesia still have no clear regulation about the textile from China they selling, let's say in the e-commerce, like we know about in like Shopee, Tokopedia. So they can sell the textile, but in Indonesia we still have no clear regulation to about the selling the textile. So there is make the competition between the era of fierce competition textile business causes the local textile product lose their market. So I can say that after I doing my research, a textile from China in compared to textile from Indonesia, textile in China is cheaper than original textile from Indonesia. That's why they can make a fierce competition, especially in the e-commerce. And then I also mentioned earlier that ASEAN-China Free Trade Area regulations on import duty still do not provide significant benefit for export and import transaction because we still have no clear regulation. And then also about textile material, like Indonesia still unable to produce raw material for textile. Like I mentioned earlier about like nylon, wool, polyester, and cotton that we cannot produce that material. And then the result and discussion again, the Ministry of Finance has determined BMTPS for import trade products other than sewing thread and synthetic and artificial strapless starting from IDR 1,045 per kilo. Meanwhile, in PMK 162, PMK 010 2019, the Ministry of Finance has also set BMTPS for import fabric product rates ranging from 36.30% to 67.70%. And then International Trade Center ITC data in 2022, China export USD 6.60 billion in textile to Indonesia. This figure has increased compared to 2021, which was record at USD 5.86 billion, and 2022, where the value was still IDR 3.79 billion. So there is increase every year since 2022, 2021, 2020, 2021, and 22 is every year increase the textile from China to Indonesia. The wave of layoff in the textile industry continues to increase in the third quarter of 2023. Layoff could reach 150,000 people, sorry. And then the result, after I doing my research, there is fierce competition between Indonesia and China textile product. Means there is between Indonesian textile and China textile, there is a lot of China textile than local textile selling in Indonesia. And then there are still no clear regulation that could protect textile business that sell by e-commerce. And Indonesia must be able to produce raw textile material, but until now Indonesia still cannot able to produce raw material, and free trade regulation must be made clearly with import duties that doesn't burden textile business. And then the conclusion of my research, the exemption from import duties in the context of ASEAN-China Free Trade Area Agreement causes losses to the domestic textile industry. Besides that, there are also barriers in international trade. Trade barrier are government regulation that give limit in free trade. The trade barrier reduce economic efficiency. Society cannot benefit from the productivity and other society cannot benefit from the productivity of other countries. The parties who benefit from trade barrier are producer and the government. The recommendation, Indonesia as an agricultural country and archipelagic country has very abundant natural resources. The government should help domestic industry in its industrial activities, especially in the textile industry sector. The government must make a strict regulation. By making strict regulation, it can provide benefit for the welfare of society. Strict rules are not only rules regarding Indonesian works program with external management, but also rules regarding the online selling of textile industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ibu Wina Erni. Okay. Is there any questions to Ibu Wina?
Yes, please. Dr. Amalia, can I ask one question?
Yes.
Wina? Okay, you were saying that there is the government imposed the strict regulation and also rules for the online selling. Okay, do you have any idea that what are the rules that the government play in supporting the textile industry? For instance, like the incentive, the trade policies, and any other investment promotion?
Okay, Ms. Nur. So, for now, after everywhere we mostly changing the regulation, like let's say we are talking about the ASEAN-China Free Trade Area first, about the agreement on 2017 until 2022, we keep changing the regulation. But in the regulation only talking about how about the import duties. So like about the selling by online or by e-commerce, we still using the general regulation. So until now, actually, about selling, let's say, textile, we still have no regulation about that. That's why if we know, or in Indonesia, if we go to outside, we mostly find people using or buying the textile from China than Indonesia, because of we still have no clear regulation. And the general regulation that we still use is the mostly the general regulation that we use mostly still using for like using the IT constitution. So we still have no clear regulation. I think that's it, Ms. Nur. Maybe.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wina. Thank you.
Ibu Amalia?
Yes. Is there any other questions for Ibu Wina? If there is no further questions, because we are going to have another session also in this 15 minutes. So we're moving to our next presenters. It is Dr. Nurlain and Dr. Alicia.
Sorry, moderator. The Rafid maybe will ask.
Oh, sorry. Oh,
Sorry.
I didn't see that. Okay, Rafid Herfian, you may ask one question to Ibu Wina.
Yeah. Thank you, moderator, for the opportunity. Well, it's a very pretty presentation by Ms. Erni, but I want to ask about, you said that there is a barrier such as regulations that you said before that is not provide a significant benefit for import transactions. So my question is based on your statement before, is there any amendment to the stated regulation that you said that really general to the action and to make it more fair to the party, both For example, you said before Indonesia and China. Is there any amendment to the state regulation that you mean this is really general to be more fair? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rawit Herbian. So about the question, like make the general, or actually, to be honest, my research still not that far, because like I just focus on the Indonesia and China, but Indonesia like still didn't or unable to making the raw material textile, because I do research in Central Java 2 years ago. So, and after I doing my research in Central Java, that I found why textile industry, local in textile industry doesn't can do competition within other country, because they cannot produce the raw material. So actually in focus about my research, I cannot, sorry. So my research is focusing about because Indonesia cannot produce the raw material, so we cannot compete it to China. So about the regulation that about the selling, the regulation we have is like PMK, Peraturan Menteri Keuangan. We always following the PMK, and then the PMK always talking only about the duties import. So the PMK only in the regulation only talking about duties import. So like in the general, to be fair, like should be government also making the regulation only for textile industry, because in the all regulation only talking about the regulation for the general, not only for, so they don't have the specific regulation for TPT or textile producers, something like that. I think that's it, Miss Rawit Herbian.
Thank you, Miss Annie.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you,
for
Bu Amalia.
your questions. Yeah, and thank you also, Mrs. Wina, for answering the questions. We are moving to our next presenter. Today it is Dr. Nur Ain and Dr. Alicia from University Utara, Malaysia, who will present their paper titled Enhancing Halal Awareness Among Visitors in Pulau Pinang, Key Influencing Factors. Please, time is yours. You have 10 minutes to do your presentation.
Okay, thank you very much to the moderator. I'll be sharing my PowerPoint presentations. Right, I haven't shared in any of the Google Drive. Try to share it by myself if possible. Can you see my slide? I'm so sorry, I didn't use the slide, what you call the template given by the Trisakti.
Yeah, no worries.
The main reason was because, sorry, the main reason is because time constraint. Okay, so I'll be starting here. Okay, so I'll be presenting the master's project paper, one of my students about the enhancing halal awareness among visitors in Pulau Pinang. So we try to identify what are the factors that influence the awareness of the visitors, right, in Pulau Pinang, or the travelers to Pulau Pinang. So these are the presentations outlined, in which I will be starting with the introductions, and then literature review, as well as the conceptual framework, and then methodology, and of course the last one will be the research finding and discussions. I try to skip, the unnecessary slide in order to do the presentations within 10 minutes. Okay, so this is the background of the study. It's about, of course, it's about the tourisms in general, right? But the subsections of the tourisms nowadays that booming is called halal tourism, right? So this is basically a new kind of travels, right? That is gaining popularity very, very fast. Okay. not only for apart from the religious travel, Muslim travel populations and employments as well, right? So halal tourism basically not only restricted to Muslim, right? Because it is always associated with Muslim, but but in reality, it is not restricted to Muslim alone, right? It is encompasses services for all travelers, right? Even for non-Muslim, if they are really concerned about the cleanliness, right? So they will concern. So indirectly, it explained that they are concerned about the halal. It's just a matter of they didn't know the word of halal. Yeah. Okay. And then, okay, I'm going to continue with the background of the study, specifically in Penang, because the study conducted in Penang, right? Based on the literature, we found out that Malaysia has ranked as 8th best Muslim-friendly destinations by the Organizations of Islamic Cooperations, or also known as OIC in chart, in the Global Travel Index in 2023. And then, of course, Penang is one of the popular destinations, top 3 in Malaysia by many local visitors as well as foreign visitors, yeah, regardless of the religions of the visitors, yeah. And Penang is considered as the melting pot of Asia, right? And in which it is characterized by its diverse populations of Asians and Europeans, right? In which it's contributing to a multilingual environment, yeah? What we call as, it consists of different cultures, yeah? A mixed culture of Malay, Indian, Chinese, right? As well as other races, right? Not to mention the foreign what you call foreign expatriates that currently living in Pulau Pinang, and many of foreign what you call foreign expats make Pulau Pinang as their second home, what you call second home, right? And then I think it would be much better for us to go to the problem statements why we are conducting this research, right? The main reason is because of the lack of study with regard to the halal awareness, right? Halal awareness of tourism, yeah, tourism in Malaysia, and then of course with what you call as the behavior of the visitors, whether they are actually aware or not with the halal tourisms, right, in Malaysia, in particularly in Penang. Okay. And then we found out the issues with regard of the halal tourism, especially with halal awareness, right, of among visitors, right, among visitors to Pulau Pinang, when it comes to foods, beverages, or in other words, with the consumptions, right? For example, we found one of the what you call controversial issue, yeah, one of the controversial issues in Pulau Pinang, in which, right, 2 chicken rice stalls in Pulau Pinang allegedly received their supply from a non-Muslim restaurant. This was reported in Bernama in 2022, in which this development has sparked considerable attentions and discussions by many. So I think it will be so this basically leads us, right, to conduct this study, right? It shows that many of the visitors in Malaysia, in particular to Pulau Pinang, that lack of awareness, right? Lack of awareness with the halal tourism, right? One of the main reasons might be because of this is based on what we call as based on the discussions among the researchers, right? It is due to the what you call, because they, since that Malaysia is a Muslim country, Pulau Pinang is of course states in Malaysia, so everything is halal, but in reality it is not, right? It is not. Sometimes it's quite difficult to identify whether that particular stall provide halal certificate or not. For example, Chinese restaurants, right, they claim that they are serve halal serve halal foods and beverages, but in reality we do not know, right? Because the missing of the, for example, halal certificate, halal logo from the what you call from the government institutions, right? And then these developments has sparked considerable attention and discussion within the local community, right? In which it's giving rise to questions about the robustness of halal practice, right? Halal practice of halal tourism and the principle in the realms of food preparations and sourcing. And at the same time, right, it shows that the halal awareness among visitors, especially Muslim, right, in Malaysia or in other part of the world that coming to Malaysia, specifically to Penang, is lacking, right? It's lacking. So it leads us to conduct this study in order to identify what are the factors that need to be looked at in order to enhance what you call the halal tourisms, among visitors to Pulau Pinang, not only in Malaysia but also visitors from the other part of the world. And then we, based on the literature, we found several what you call as factors, right, that influence the halal tourism's awareness, the halal tourism awareness, and of course subsequently influence their decisions to come or not to Pulau Pinang, right, or Malaysia, specifically in Pulau Pinang, right. We only considered 3 factors, right. The main reason we only considered 3 main factors is due to the fact that this is master project paper. The time, the time allocation is quite constrained, which is 3 to 4 months only. So the student need to complete, the thesis within this range. So it's quite difficult for us to conduct, to identify more, factors, right? I believe that there are many factors that influence the decisions or that influence the awareness of visitors, with regard to the halal tourism.
Excuse me, though, can you move your? Oh yeah, you already moved your
Yeah,
presentation.
so these are my research questions and research objective which is associated with those 3 factors, right? I'm not going to go to the significant study, right? So I'm going to show you, so these are the literature review, the underpinning theories that I'm relying in order to show the relationship between the variable, which is theory plus behavior. So this is how it looks like actually, the theory. And then I will move to the conceptual framework, right? So this is the conceptual framework. We have a direct relationship with the independent variable, which are the religion, belief, exposure, and destinations. We believe that these 3 factors basically contribute to the halal tourism awareness among visitors, right? And then of course it shows the hypothesis development. We have 3 hypothesis development here, hypothesis 1 until 3, right? And then move on to the research methodology. Right, so these are the research method, the research methodology, right? Okay, and then so this is basically the finding, right, of the study. This is about the descriptive about the variables only, and this is about the reliability of the factors, right? So they are in the category of good and excellent, which is okay to be proceed with the multiple regressions analysis. It is basically the statistical methods or statistical tool that we are using. So this is based on the multiple regressions analysis of the 3 variables, right? Okay, so this is in terms of the mathematical numbers, and then these are the findings, right? Final finding, right? In which religious beliefs significantly influence the visitor's awareness, right? It is supported, or the other way, it is true. Hypothesis 2 entry, however, rejected, right? However, rejected. So these 2, it is said, these 2 are said not to be contributes to the halal tourism awareness among visitors. It's quite surprised, right? It's quite surprised because in literature it does mention that exposure, destinations, image are some of the significant factor that could contribute to the halal awareness. One, we thought that might be because of the questions that we are using, right? And using in order to get the data from the respondent. So that could be the main reasons why we have what we call a contradicted finding.
Doc, you have 1 minute to go, yeah?
Yeah, I'm done. Sorry for taking quite some time. So I'm done with the presentations. So should I stop sharing my slide?
Yes, you may.
Okay.
Thank you for sharing, Dr. Alicia.
Okay, okay.
Okay, so everyone, do you have any questions for an interesting topic on the halal awareness in Pulau Pinang in Malaysia? Is there any question from you?
With me, Miss Moderator.
Okay, Ibu Dr. Tri Anggraini, Ibu Ana Maria will ask a question to Dr. Alicia.
Moderator. Miss Alicia is very interesting theme or research according because it is quite same in Indonesia because in Indonesia mostly of our people are Muslim. So the tourism in Indonesia also some of them prepare and also they prepare the halal tourism. So I have two questions to you. According to the rules of the rule and regulation in Malaysia, can you describe or the term of halal? Does the term of halal including food, non-food, or the way tourists dress, or something like that, or what can you describe the term of halal in according to Malaysia regulation? And the second question, really the promotion before they sell the services of tourism, the promotion must correct, clear, and honest. So the government roles in a sector, especially very and very strict about this. So according to you, how far the government to supervise these services and especially halal tourism in Malaysia? Thank you.
Okay, you may
Okay,
ask.
thank you. Okay, thank you very much to Ibu, what was the name?
Ana.
Ibu Tri.
Ana.
Ibu Ana,
Tri.
yeah. Okay, Ibu Ana, thank you for your question. Okay, I will answering your question one by one. So the first one, you asked me about the halal terms in Malaysia, right? And the role of the government as well, you know. Okay, in Malaysia, we do have extensively used what you call the word of halal as well as the halal logo, right? Even the government through its what you call through its agency, which is JAKIM, right? JAKIM is Jabatan Agama Islam Malaysia, is comprehensively required all of the what you call tourism entities, right? Tourism entities, not only tourism entities in Malaysia, but also the other businesses that involve in the food and beverages industry, especially SMEs, right? So they are required, what you call the tourism entities, those organizations, or sorry, those firms that involve in hospitality to apply for the halal certificate, right? For the halal certificate in order to make sure that they are complying with the halal, what you call a halal requirement, right? By the JAKIM, right? The government itself through its JAKIM. So the authority given to the JAKIM. So JAKIM is basically the sole, or in other words, the main entity or the main government agency that extensively try to promote, try to educate, try to convey as many as informations with regard to the halal, what you call halal certificate, halal logos, right, to the entity, to those firms that involve in hospitality, right, which is including to food and beverages providers, the hotel. But it's just a matter of not all hotels, right, they clearly indicate that they are halal compliance, but they are more preferred to be called as halal friendly, right? Halal friendly. So far, in Malaysia, especially, not in Pulau Pinang, because I never came across with one, but in Langkawi, we do have one of the hotels which provide hospitality, right? Indicate that they are halal compliance, right? They are halal compliance. In what way they are considering, in what way that they are basically halal compliant? There are many what I call mechanism used by this hotel. One of it is for Muslim, especially for Muslim, right? If they are coming in couple, check in as couple, they have to show what you call a certificates of, I don't know in English what it called, surat
ID
nikah.
card.
Surat nikah or kad nikah. So that is compulsory. If they are
So
unable to
they have
provide
to
that,
bring the
so
surat nikah,
yeah,
not only
surat
ID
nikah.
card.
Yeah,
So
especially for Malaysian, Muslim in Malaysian, right? For others, they are not really compulsory, but for Malaysian, it is compulsory, especially for Muslim, right? And then it will be much better. Other hotels as well in Malaysia, for example, if they are able to provide the halal logo to indicate that they are providing what you call halal foods and halal beverages. But in reality, although many of them did not show the halal certificate or halal logo, but they are actually compliance with the halal what you call a requirement by the government agency. It's just a matter of they did not provide or show the logo, but so that's why I said earlier they preferred to call themselves as halal friendly, right? Halal friendly. For halal, it's not a big problem actually, but for small store, for small what you call as restaurant, so it's quite difficult, right? Sometimes they simply say no pork, no lard, but we do not know to what extent that actually they did not serve this kind of thing, as well as the what you call non-halal beverages, right? And then indirectly, actually, I have explained the question number 2, right? And how far the government play its role in Malaysia through its JAKIM.
Yeah, through JAKIM, yeah.
Yeah, I hope that my
So this is
my information answer your questions.
Yeah, of course. So JAKIM is the independent agency.
Yeah, under the government, one of the government agencies that monitor, right? In fact, we as a citizens, right? If we are not we are not so sure, right, about whether that particular restaurant or that particular hotel comply with the halal requirements, they can simply check the name of the hotel or the name of the restaurant, right, through JAKIM website. So if it's appear, so meaning that that particular restaurant or that particular hotel comply with the halal requirement by the JAKIM. If it's not, so meaning that they probably that particular restaurant or hotel serve non-halal foods or beverages.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Miss Alisa.
Thank you,
Thank
Dr.
you very
Alicia,
much for the questions.
Comprehensive explanations.
Yeah.
And thank you also, Bu Ana, for asking question to Dr. Alicia. Okay, now we are moving to our last presenter for this morning sessions. I welcome Dr. Dini Lutfa from Universitas Trisakti to present her paper titled, okay, let me check, title of your paper. It's Indonesian Banking Cybersecurity as part of Indonesian National Security. Okay, Dr. Dini, time is yours.
Ms. Moderator. Dear college, thank you for your opportunity. I would like to present my research in Indonesia banking cybersecurity as a component of Indonesia's national security. In the era defined by digital transformations, the security landscape has evolved significantly, transcending traditional borders and domain. Nowhere is the transformations more evidence than in the realm of financial service, where the digitizations of banking systems has brought unprecedented convenience and efficiency to customers and business alike. However, with this advance also come heightened risk, as the financial sector becomes a prime target for the cyber criminals seeking to exploit vulnerabilities for financial gain. In some cases, even to destabilize nations. In this context, Indonesia recognized that banking cybersecurity is not just a matter of protecting financial institutions, but is indeed integral component of the country national security framework. Therefore, my table of content for these presentations is introductions, methodology, results, discussions, result and discussions, conclusions, and recommendations. The threat landscape in cyberspace is dynamic and relentless. Cyber criminal activities and even nation-state actors are constantly probing vulnerability with the financial infrastructure. Attacks can range from financial fraud, data breach, and to sophisticated ransomware attacks that can disrupt services and erode public trust. Indonesia banking sector, as it grows more interconnected and reliant on digital technology, becomes increasingly exposed to this threat. Indonesia banking cybersecurity is a critical component of its national cybersecurity strategy as the country continues to evolve in the digital age. Safeguarding its financial infrastructure is paramount. In this interconnecting world where threats know no borders, Indonesia's commitment to secure its banking sector not only protects its economic interests, but also ensure the well-being of its citizens and the stability of the nation as a whole. In the page that follow, we will delve deeper into the challenges, strategies, and innovations that make Indonesia a frontrunner in the realm of banking, cybersecurity, and national security. Therefore, my legal research is content of normative research by the analyzing regulatory data and also from other sources such as the journal and books. This research employ a legal research method that includes either a stationary and conceptual approach. Secondary research on reality law, such as law number 11 of 2008 in conjunction with the law number 19 of 2016 regarding electronic informations and transactions. Regulations of National Cybers and Crypto Agency number 8 of 2020 regarding security system and an electronic system operator. Financial Services Authority Regulations number 11 POJK 3 2022 regarding the implementations of information technology by commercial bank. Circular Letter of Financial Services Authority number 29 SOOJK 3 2022 regarding cybersecurity and resilience for commercial bank. Therefore, we come up with the result and discussions. The government develops cybersecurity laws for banking Indonesia to protect against cyber attacks and ensure the confidentiality and security of consumer data. Bank Indonesia, as the payments system regulator and supervisor, has enact policies and information transparency, consumer data protection, and the use of personal data. The Financial Services Authority is also involved in the management of fintech and the protections of customers in the financial service industry. Furthermore, through its fintech division, Bank Indonesia supervises fintech and performs consultations, sharing sessions with the startup. Indonesia banking cybersecurity is not just a matter of protecting financial institutions. It is a fundamental pillar of nation's overall national security strategy, ensuring the resilience, integrity, and security of the banking sector is essential for sustaining economic stability, protecting citizen data and privacy, and upholding national sovereignty in the increasingly digital world. The government, financial institutions, and regulatory bodies must continue to collaborate and invest in robust cybersecurity measures to meet the evolving cyber threat and safeguarding Indonesia's national security interests. Furthermore, you can see the concept of my research. There intersects from national security and the law itself. And I call it the national security law for the financial sectors. The implementations of information technology in the banking is subject to a wide range of legal and regulatory requirements to ensure the security, integrity, and fairness of financial transactions, ensure privacy, confidentiality, and compliance with regulations and cyber law. The banking and financial sector, being highly regulated and compliance-driven, necessitates the incorporation of regulatory and compliance legal acts in the implementation strategy. Additionally, the use of technology-based solutions in retail banks to address legislative and regulatory requirements requires strategic alignment with the business objective and IT functions, as well as governance structure to make the right decisions at the right time. Recognizing the grave consequences of cyber threat to national security, government and regulatory authority have established a framework of cybersecurity regulation specifically tailored to the banking industry. The convergence of cybersecurity rules, banking, and national security emphasize how vital it is to protect financial institutions from the cyber threat. Banking systems are vital component of country critical infrastructure as well as the lifeblood of its economy. Financial institutions contribute considerably to national security efforts by establishing effective cybersecurity safeguards in accordance with rules and fostering a culture of cybersecurity awareness. My conclusion for my research is, while there are numerous advantages to using technology in commercial banking, there are also numerous hurdles, concerns, including cybersecurity, data protection, regulatory compliance, and ensuring that all customers can properly access and use digital services. Technology is the driving factors in the commercial banking industry, reshaping traditional banking practice and consumer experience. And number two, bank must employ information technology to ensure the continuity of their corporate operations and the public services. As a result, OJK regulations for the information technology implementation by commercial banks was issued to amend other OJK regulation. Therefore, the regulations is continuing to strengthening IT governance to provide value through resource optimizations in mitigating risk faced by banks. My recommendations for this research is strengthening Indonesia's banking cybersecurity as the component of the national security is crucial to safeguard the nation's financial stability, economic prosperity, and sovereignty. Here are some recommendations for enhancing Indonesia's banking cybersecurity. Strengthening and update existing cybersecurity regulations to keep pace with evolving threats. development and implement a comprehensive national cybersecurity strategy that includes specific initiative for securing the banking sector. That's all for my presentations. We'll back to
Nilai bagus ya, berarti 90 untuk fund management. Okay, thank you for your presentation, Dr. Dini Lutfa. Okay, everyone, is there any questions for Dr. Dini about the Indonesian cybersecurity and banking? It's very interesting topic actually. Okay, if there is no questions, maybe I have one question to Ibu Dr. Dini. One question from me is, what best practices and strategies have been identified for improving banking cybersecurity within the national security context?
Thank you for the questions, Ms. Amelia. Well, we are involving the iterations of digital banking transformations from the traditional bankings and to the digital banking. Therefore, we have to therefore, we have to comply to regulations, and also we have to we have to develop other regulations in matters of security and also resilience for the banking sectors, and also the last is we have to awareness for the awareness of the probability of the threat is increasing, and the awareness of the people who using the digital banks, we have to increasing with the socialization more for the regulations in the banking sectors.
Okay, noted, Dr. Dini. So thank you for your explanation. And guys, so this is the end of our session today. Thank you everyone once again for presenting your paper. It is a pleasure for me to listen to all the interesting topics and presentation today. Thank you and congratulations, and see you at the end of the session this afternoon for the closing. Thank you. You're going back to the main room, yeah? Thank you and see you. Bye.
Thank you, Miss Amalia.
Yeah, please going back to the main room. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
In room 6, and the time allocation for each team is given 10 minutes. Time for discussion, the Q&A session for each team is given 5 minutes. Okay, so without further delay, let's get started. Okay, I would like to call upon the first team. Okay, the first team from Universitas Trisakti with a paper title, A Meta-Analysis on the Influence of Government Policy Towards Labor Market. The floor is yours. You're given 10 minutes, then I'll be taking the time.
Okay, I'm going to present our paper, and the title of paper is, wait a minute. A meta-analysis of the effect of government policy in labor market. This paper written by me, Yoga Pamungkas, Mrs. Arlina Permanasari, Mrs. Amriati, and Mr. Andre Sujatmoko, and Mrs. Wildani Angkasari. Labor market generally is influenced by supply and demand, Nevertheless, state must protect labor and employer by creating policy. In fact, in labor market, labor position is weak. Therefore, protection is needed. We want to know the global trend on the influence of policy toward labor market. The research will discuss the implementation of regulations by the government and their impact on the law on the labor market by providing a narrative about the objectives of regulations governing the labor market, observing change in the labor market, finding the main determining factors, and assessing the labor market. Research on the labor market in 5 years. Focus of the research is what is the main subject at the center of the research, what aspects of the object which are concerned as the focus of the policy. And C, does the regulation affect the worker? What are the main objectives, the methodology, and the result of the researches on labor policy in the last 5 years? The last, what limitation exist in researches and labor market? Method, the electronic database in use for sign direct Taylor and Francis and Ville cannot use in the electronic database such were as follow. In Taylor and Francis, keyword policy and labor market and protection. In Elsevier, keyword policy, labor market and protection. And the same, the Ville policy, labor market and protection. The article screening process as the first stage was carried out in December 2021. In this method, data was collected from Taylor and Francis without of subject area, collecting 385 articles from Elsevier's subject area of social science, 162 articles were collected in Willy subject area of social policy administration, collected 117. So the first stage of article collection total 664. Inclusion and exclusion criteria, the first step from the 664 studies that had been collected after going through the exclusion and inclusion process. 559 articles were filtered from Taylor and Francis, 38 articles from Elsevier, and 18 articles from Wiley, so that the total number of filtered article was 115. This article were reviewed go deeper based on quality criteria to ensure that the selected articles meet to the inclusion and exclusion criteria, and they are assessed as meeting the quality determines as follow. Inclusion criteria. Research article related to labor market and regulations or policies. Publication cover labor market related to regulation or policies. Research papers published between 2017 and 2021. Research papers are written in English. Research paper has been published after being submitted to a peer review process. The research follows a research structure that is appropriate to the research method. Work selected to answer an research question. Exclusion criteria. Research articles are not related to labor market and regulation or policies. The publication does not cover labor market related to regulation or or policies, research paper not published between 2017 and until 2021, research of paper are not written in English. Research paper have been published without going through a peer review process. The research does not follow a research structure that is appropriated to the research method. The selected works do not answer the research question. Quality criteria are set in the form of question as follow: are labor market concepts and regulation clearly defined? Are the research objective clearly defined? Is the research designed to achieve goal? Are the instruments clearly described and based on design? Are the study sample and population clearly described? And are the quality sufficient for analysis? Are the research questions answered adequately? Are conclusion explained based on the result and analysis? Does the author discuss the problems and limitations of the study? Are there any relevant suggestions in research? And we go to the conclusion. I skip the conclusion. The subjects that is the central point of the research of the regulation for the interest of workers that pays attention to policies in the form of regulation for interest of employer and government materials themselves. B, the object aspects that are of concern to policy in research are worker skills, worker protection, wage, and the labor market. Regulatory trends influence subject, but there are certain subject conditions that influence policy. The main objective research is described to assess consequence of the policies, but there are also other objectives in the form of describing policy objectives, determining policy measures, synchronizing policies with their implementation, and regulating interest.
You have 1 more minute left.
Okay. The limitation that exist in research on the labor market are resources that are only taken from 3 sources, namely Elsevier and so on. Recommendation: seeing the gaps, future research can be directed as specific and uniform labor regulation from the aspect of position and content so as to be able to provide more precise conclusion. Thank you, Mrs. Nur.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Yoko. Okay, we open the floor to others to ask questions. Any question regards to the study presented? Anyone would like to ask question? If you don't have any, maybe I can ask one of the questions here. Dr. Yoko, I'm not very into law thingy. So what are the factors that may influence the government policy towards labor market? Because it's different between Malaysia and Indonesia. So I just want to know what are the factors that influence?
Okay, maybe Mr. Amri.
Yeah, maybe one of the team can answer.
Mrs. Amri may answer this question.
Thank you.
Sure. I try to represent Yogo as the main. I try to answer your questions, Ibu Nur, ya. The factors which are influencing labor markets, yeah, as it is written.
It is supply and demand. Yeah.
The more the supply, then the supply is the labor, and then the demand is the employer. So if the demand is limited and then the supply is more than the demand, then the labor market the price of the labor market will go down. Yeah, it is the law, yeah, say so. But there are various outside aspects besides what I just mentioned. Yeah, those are, for example, economic conditions, yeah, economic conditions, and then the considerations of the policymaker. For example, if uh, the state would like to protect the labor, yeah. For example, because the supply is more than the demand, yeah. So the price of the labor will be falling down. Yeah, I mean the wage, yeah. So this is the functions of the policy to protect the labor as the party which is weak, yeah, weak party, yeah. uh, if we compare to the employer, yeah, that is the answer from us, yeah. So the point is uh, the intervention of a policymaker in this point is the government of the state is needed, yeah, to protect the weaker party. Yeah, that's the answer, Ibu. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, I do have another question, but we just keep it to the letter because I want to know, is there any ceiling rate of the salary given, something like that? Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, team number 1. Okay, Dr. Yogo's team and
Yeah, thank
also
you.
Ibu Amriati. Thank you very much.
Thank you
Now
very
we can
much, Ibu.
proceed to the next presenter, Dr. Andari's team. Okay, with the topic of okay, just let me check with the topic of changes in status of employment relationship in outsourcing practices, study of court decision regarding compensation for layoff for outsourced workers after the enactment of law number 11 of 2020 concerning job creation. Okay, over to you, Dr. Andari and team.
Mas Danus, please help. Would you please upload the record?
Iya, Kak.
Mas Danus?
Suaranya belum terdengar,
Iya.
Pak Danus.
Belum ada suara. Mungkin saya tidak dapat dengar suara ya. I cannot hear anything. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Pak Danuf, suaranya tak terdengar.
Yes, he's working on that.
I think we can't hear a thing. Yeah, can you?
Yes, I can hear.
It's a video recorded. Yeah, they're playing back.
Mas Danus coba diputar dari awal, coba bisa nggak suaranya? Coba mic-nya Mas Danus dinyalain, bisa nggak? Ada pengaruh dari suara nggak?
I think it's technical problem. I think the host has to click something on the video recorded version to be played.
Mamnur, the host tell me that the record is because it's so far away.
Yeah, going live or it's a recorded version?
Mamnur, maybe we can skip this record from Mrs. Andari because the sound is so small, the host said to me.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So
We skip to the next one.
they are sending the recorded version or they are presenting it live now? Because I think
No, they cannot because they are in the trial.
Okay.
They are both in the trial, in the court session.
So let us move to the next presenter. That will be from Dr. Dra Amriyati team, yeah, with the title of Reciprocity in Migrant Workers Protection. Over to you, Dr. Dra.
Mas Danus, ini diturunin dulu aja rekamannya Bu Amdari. Terima kasih. Ma'am Amri, your turn.
Like courtroom because everyone is a practitioner. Like hearing something in the court.
Yes.
Yeah, that's interesting.
So shall we go to my part?
Yeah, sure. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Ibu. Yeah. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Ibu Nur Zainiza,
Niza.
and then Pak Batara from Binus, and then Ibu Dina from Pancasila, Bu Suci is here, and then Pak Yogo also from here, and Ibu Jum Anggraini, yeah, from Pancasila, if I'm not mistaken. Ibu Jum, yeah. I used to be in your class, Ibu Jum. Do you still remember me, Amriati? Okay. Okay. Now, let me share my what is that PPT. Yeah. Okay, my paper is on. Kalau mau dihilangin gimana paper? Paper. Ini kalau mau dihilangin gini. Ini mau dihilangin gini. Gini. Kita jadi. Yeah. Our paper is entitled reciprocity. It's about reciprocity principle in migrant worker protection, and the location is I chose Qatar, as a destination country of the migrants, instead of Malaysia, Ibu, I chose I chose Qatar here. So my team is I myself, Amriati, and then Pak Yogo, Ibu Arlina, Pak Andre, and Ibu Wildani, and also Ibu Amalia Zuhra. The economy of Qatar depends, on migrant workers. They were the backbone of Qatar's economy since why? Because 90% of the population in Qatar was migrants. So only 10% of the populations, is Qatar, and but here many were in still in vulnerable condition. For example, employer passports was confiscated, and then crowded residence room, and then 12 hours. Sometimes they had to work within 12 hour working hours. Even though lawfully it was 8 to 10, maximally. The law of Qatar say so. And then unpunctual paying dates. So 6 months without residency permits. All actually were against the Qatari law. So these are conditions still exist. Even though how much percent it's a little percentage, but still exists, but because we hopefully that all the vulnerable condition is not there any longer, especially Qatar is a very very rich country. And legal protection is saving legal subjects. In this case is the migrant workers. The migrant workers' rights and their interests. How is it is protected? Using legal instruments, of course. Preventively and repressively. And legal protection theory, according to legal protection theory, says that law integrates and coordinates various interests. In this case, for example, the interest of the nation, the interest of the workers, as well as the interest of the employers as well, I think. So all interests. So the function of law is balancing, balancing tool for all parties. And then labor and it is in harmony with labor welfare theory. It says that labor welfare is generated from a good relationship, and cooperation between employer and worker. So there must be good relationship, there must be humanity here, under legislation. Of course, the legislation will will rule, yeah, the balancing, yeah, interest, yeah, among the parties, which can produce a safe and secure work and workplace under the basis of social solidarity. This is what what is that the theory says. And what else here? Seen from the still existing vulnerable migrants, yeah, migrant workers who were coming from underdeveloped or developing countries were mostly the vulnerable condition was experienced, yeah, mostly by low wage workers, yeah, and they were low skills as well, yeah. Some might tied with recruiters as well, yeah, to gain a job under debt bondage, yeah. So the recruiters ask them to pay an amount of money, and then they ask a loan, yeah, for from others, yeah, and then to pay, and then to gain the job, yeah. It's very sad condition, I should say, yeah. Such condition might result in forced labor. Yeah, then reciprocity principle is a question here in this condition. Then this research focus was on how reciprocity principle in the work relation between migrant workers in Qatar and their employer under the protections of migrant worker in Qatar. Yeah. All of the data was collected. What is that? Secondary. All of the data I used was secondary data. Yeah, I get it from books, and then from searching through the websites, etc. And so the okay, data categories, yeah, the data categories. What are the data I needed at that time? The data I needed was on the concept of principle. What is the concept of principle basically, and what is the concept of reciprocity? And then what is the legal basis of migrant workers protection in Qatar? So I needed to read the whole thing, yeah, and how the applications, yeah, of the law in fact, yeah, they are based on the what is that, on the existing law. And then sorted data. So because all of the data I didn't use the data, so I sorted the one I needed based on the meeting, yeah, of the criteria I just mentioned. And then it was processed qualitatively with inductive and deductive reasoning, yeah, to come into the research finding. What is it? The principle of reciprocity in the labor-employer relation shall be an exchange, yeah, exchange of performance. The key is exchange of performance. I mean, each party has dependency to the other.
You have 2 more minutes.
Okay. 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 The point is that labor law structures human capital creation and development. So the point is that human capital development must be paid attention to. The point, yeah. And then I have to jump here because of the time. So sorry. Results and result. Okay. The result, the legitimacy of standard validity of state law is when it can fulfill, yeah, as the basic source of other legal norms, yeah, for individuals and government as general standardized, yeah, behavior manner. The standard behavior manner can be cooperation in this sense that the keyword is cooperation and good faith, yeah. Rules are definite commands, while principles are commands stating a required goal, yeah, to be reached, yeah, to the greatest extent possible in the circumstances. The goal can be good relationship, cooperation for decent work and decent living, or for welfare situation, yeah. So moral consideration of reciprocity principle is response to kindness, yeah, for kindness and a reflection of good faith. Yeah, the underlying meaning is mutual exchange for distributive to create distributive justice as a matter of fact, not equally, yeah, but distributively. Reciprocity can emerge and sustain cooperations if the interactions are repeated for indefinite number of times. Yeah, labor welfare. According to labor, I have mentioned the theory, so I don't need to mention it again to save the time. So the conclusion is law integrated and coordinates various interests. Yeah, in this sense, is worker and employers. Labor welfare can be accommodated, yes, through cooperation, yeah, and good relationship between employer and worker under legislation, which legislation is aimed, yeah, to work safety and security based on social solidarity for welfare. Yeah, it is in consistency with the underlying idea of reciprocity, that is mutual cooperation, relationship with good faith for welfare. Yeah, when a percentage of this underlying idea is not existing in the work relation condition of the migrant workers, then this degree of percentage shows the percentage absence of reciprocity. The fact that vulnerable condition of migrant workers in Qatar was still existing, then reciprocity is not completely present. Yeah, implied that cooperation and good faith for the migrant workers' welfare was not completely present. Yeah. Okay. Recommendation. What is the recommendation? Is the presence of reciprocity shall be supported by better enforcement of the law. So it seems that the law was not well enforced. It seems, yeah, of the law upon violations, no matter good the law is, without effective supervision. Yeah, there must be supervision. Yeah, by the in charge officials, nor the knowledge of the and awareness of the employer. So the employer also has to have knowledge and awareness of the law, not only the lawyer. Yeah, to be able to implement the law, then they need to know what it's all about as well, and their obligations are prescribed by law. Yeah, in return of the profit they earn, yeah, from the work, equal, yeah, work of the worker, then reciprocity will remain ideal underlying objective, which is ineffective. Yeah. Thank you, Ibu. In a rush. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That's all from us today.
Thank you very much, Dr. Draw. Okay, any question? Any question from the floor? Anyone would like to ask something that you want to have clarification from Dr. Draw, maybe? If you do not have any question, let me ask, because I'm eager to know something, because this issue is very complex. Yeah. Okay. I just want to ask whether you do set a minimum wage or pay for your Indonesian that going abroad. Do you set any minimum pay or wage for them? And how about the employer? Do they will be protected by some of the law if the worker maybe they vanish, or they do not fulfill what they have to do?
Yeah. Here, Indonesia, as a sending country, yeah, of the migrants worker, we do have law number at that time, law number 18 year 2017 prescribed in detail, yeah, what has to be done before sending, and then within over there, and then after they return. Yeah, it is in detail. And wage is as a matter of fact, Qatari law also prescribed what is that, the minimum wage. They have already minimum wage in Qatar, Ibu. So I think when the what's that employment contract is formulated, then it must be, what is that? It must be in accordance with the Qatari law, as well as Indonesian law, as of course, yeah, because contract must be agreement between the two parties. Yeah, that is my answer, Ibu.
All right, thank you very much. That kills my curiosity, because here the maid the monthly salary is 1,500 ringgit. So
I
I
see.
just want to know whether there is a minimum wage when you're
Yeah.
sending your labor.
Yeah. Regarding Qatari law, they have what is that prescribed? Yeah, also the minimum. Yeah. Although the minimum wouldn't create that ideal what is that decent living as it
The fee must be very good over there. Yeah.
yeah, Ibu, that's my answer.
Thank you very much, Dr.
Thank
Dra.
you, Ibu.
Okay, it's a very complex, yeah. Okay,
Yes, it is. Yes, it is, Ibu.
Thank you very much. Okay, let us proceed to the next theme, yeah. The next theme is theme of Professor Siddhartha, and the
Okay.
title of their study is Between Amendment of Land Revocation of the Technical Essentiality Principle in Outsourcing Rules. Oh, I learned many new words today, many terms. Okay.
Okay, Bu Nur.
Yeah.
Maybe I represent Prof. Pak Siddhartha.
Yeah, sure.
He can back to this room because he tried many times and he removed by, I don't know, maybe by host. He said Pak Boy. Pak Boy removed him. Okay.
So as a matter of fact, Pak Sita is already here, ya Pak ya?
Yeah, he can.
Yeah, but cannot enter this room or
I don't
something.
know.
Oh, Professor Siddhartha is already here.
Always removed by host.
My
Maybe the
goodness,
host can try
I'm
to
very.
invite again.
Host, Pak
Okay.
Danus, ada rekamannya tadi dari Prof. Siddhartha?
He already sent to me.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Vocation revoke on technical essentiality. Excuse me, Bapak. We cannot hear the voice, or I just.
Maybe you haven't started presenting.
Ini Mas Danus yang ini ya present yang upload apa ya?
Ya.
Nggak ada suaranya Mas Danus ya? Kalau Mas Danus yang nggak ada suaranya, apa di Pak Batara ada suaranya nggak ya? Ini Mas Danus yang ini nggak ada suaranya kayak tadi tuh.
Atau Pak Batara yang bacain.
Pak Batara ada juga ya? Pak Batara ada ininya, ada
Ada
juga
link,
nggak Pak Batara?
ada. Saya copy I will copy the link. Copy the link and I will share to in this room.
Mas Danus matiin dulu aja Mas Danus, matiin ininya. Uploadnya matiin dulu, nah ya biar Pak Batara.
Okay, I will share. Okay, wait a minute.
Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, on this occasion I will present a
Mas
paper.
Danus mulai dari awal.
Yeah.
Start from the first. Coba mulai dari awal, mundurin.
We
Iya.
entitled our paper. On this occasion, I will present a paper that I wrote with my colleagues Imelda Martinelli. We entitled our paper between amendment and revocation of the technical essentiality principle in outsourcing roles. This paper is written systematically as follows: introduction, methods, conceptual issues, discussion, and conclusion. The issue of outsourced labor has always been a topic in the employment law in Indonesia. This issue inevitably arises in every worker demonstration at various events. This issue became even stronger when Indonesia changed the employment law, namely Law Number 13 of 2003, by enacting the Omnibus Law. This Omnibus Law has the title Job Creation Law, namely Law Number 6 of 2023. Article 66, Paragraph 1 of Law Number 13 of 2003 states as follows: workers from service-providing companies may not be used by employers to carry out basic activities or activities that are directly related to the production process, except for supporting service activities or activities that are not directly related to the production process. Banning outsourced workers from the core business activities of principal companies is the principle of technical essentiality. The contracting parties must agree with the use of outsourced labor in writing by including all the rights granted by law in the agreement. If there is a violation of this provision, the outsourced worker legally must be declared as a permanent worker in the principals where he works. In this paper, we name the principle of work that is directly related to the production process as technical essentiality. Essentiality is the quality of being necessary or needed. This terminology can be attached to economic, technical, and other aspects. There is a wedge between economic essentiality and technical essentiality. The level of essentiality is different for each aspect. In a hospital, for instance, working as an ambulance driver does not have a high level of economic importance, but this kind of job is crucial, so it has a very high level of technical essentiality. Let's pay attention to whether this principle is mentioned in Law Number 6 of 2023, which replaces the text of Article 66 of Law Number 13 of 2003. Article 66 in newly enacted Law Number 6 of 2023 apparently does not mention technical essentiality at all, thus raising a question mark as to whether the job creation law no longer recognizes the principle of technical essentiality. That is why the title of our paper contains the words between amendment and revocation. Article 66 of Law Number 6 of 2023 may be perceived as not only amending but in fact also revoking the prohibition on the use of outsourced workers for activities directly related to production in principals. However, this perception has to be examined in this paper, including the legal consequences after the amending or revoking. An important question is, what are the legal implications of the textual amendment of Article 66, and how the role of legal principle can be compensated for the loss of regulation on outsourcing? The research method for writing this paper belongs to the doctrinal category. It is the research with a conceptual approach using a meta-norm analysis. Analysis of meta-norm is part of research on legal theory or meta-theoretical analysis of positive law. In our paper, there is a description of conceptual issues. In this section, we, of course, discuss outsourcing and the principle of technical essentiality. But let me come to the end of this presentation. I will briefly answer the question from our paper. Ladies and gentlemen, changes to the text of Article 66 by removing the text of the old paragraph 1 have had severe implication. The absence of this paragraph gives a strong impression that the principle of technical essentiality is no longer there in Indonesia's manpower law. If this principle is omitted, then the outsourcing company as a vendor and the outsourced worker user company as the principals can agree to place outsourced worker to work in any fields, including those whose activities are directly related to the principal's core business. Such a policy will lead to further consequences. The standard of protection for Indonesian outsourced worker is worse than the standard according to the old version of Article 66. The addition of new text in the latest version of Article 66, paragraph 3, according to Law number 6 of 2023, at first glance has accommodated the mandate in the Constitutional Court decision number 27 of 2011, but does not have a significant meaning if it is not under the umbrella of the principle of technical essentiality. Legal principles are essential in finding a way out of the confusion between amendment and revocation of the principle in the old version of Article 66, paragraph 1. In the study of meta-norm, a rule cannot delete a legal principle. However, a number of exceptions may be made, including if a statute explicitly contradicts a legal principle of if the Constitutional Court wishes to make its own interpretation, which views the meaning of a rule as being more appropriate than a legal principle. Several examples of a judge's decision in the United States show that the courts are cautious in carrying out these irregularities. If Article 66 is believed to be a change by removing the textual inclusion of an essential principle in outsourcing in various countries, then the omission should only partially eliminate the application of this principle. Even if the court makes a breakthrough by passing the interpretation that the principle of technical essentiality in the old Article 66, paragraph 1 no longer colors how to read the new version of Article 66, then actually there is still the principle of non-discrimination which can play its role in saving the existence of the principle of technical essentiality. It means that in matters related to the issue of outsourcing, the principle of non-discrimination and the principle of technical essentiality are two inseparable principles and must be read in one breath. More technically, the manifestation of the principle of non-discrimination is the protection of outsourced workers not to be employed in work areas that violate the principle of technical essentiality. Thank you all for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Siddhartha and team. Wow, how many other new terms that I learned today. I open the floor to anyone to ask questions. Yeah, any question? No question?
Excuse me, Ibu.
Yeah.
Yeah, but since if Prof. Sudarta is not here, then will Pak Batara representing Prof or how, Batara?
Yeah. The team member?
Not,
Is any of
I'm
the
only,
team member?
okay, Pak Budnur, I only representing him to share the video.
Okay,
Yes,
fine,
not for to
fine.
answer the
Oh, fine, fine. Thank you. Thank you. So
Okay.
no, no, Ibu. Yeah, thank you.
Maybe the participant can email to Pak Siddhartha or
Okay.
about your question, and he will answer the question.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, thank you,
Thank
Ibu.
you very
Thank
much.
you. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So shall we move to the next one? Okay. So we are going to hear from Pak Batara, yeah?
Okay.
Pak Batara and team on the title of Implementation of Children's Rights and Business Principles, or the CRBP, in Indonesia's national law. Okay, Pak Batara.
Okay. Thank you, Bu Nur. I will share my presentation atau PPT. Oke, Bapak Ibu sekalian, I am Batara from Venus University, Department of Business Law. I will present us about implementation of children rights and business principle, CRBP in Indonesia national law. Okay. And this paper write by me, Batara Mulia Sibuan, Pak Ahmad Sofian, Anissa Octavia Perwita Sarin from Business Law Department, and Mark Peter Kapaldi from Mahidol University, Bangkok. And in this paper, we write or we are research about CRBP. CRBP, that's the preface or background. We write this paper. Children, human rights are rights that must be considered and protected. It is important to protect children's human rights in the business sector. In the business sector, to ensure the survival of the child. It is undeniable that children are an inseparable part of the course of a business. In order to implement of the protection of children's human rights, the business sector requires guidelines to regulate, curb, and minimize cases of violence of children's human rights. A concerned regulation is needed to regulate and protect children. To realize such protection, there is a need for rules or guidelines for the protection of children's human rights in the business sector. Child protection in the business sector has been introduced by the United Nations Children Funds or UNICEF, Save the Children, and the United Nations Global Compact. They declare a new principle of business work that is closely related to children human rights, namely the Children Rights and Business Principle or CRBP. And then the interest of children's rights must be recognized and protected by law. However, in actual fact, violence of children human rights are increasing in its known based on the records of Indonesian Child Protection Commission or Indonesia KPAI, Komisi Perlindungan Anak Indonesia, that there have been 3,581 cases related to the violence in children human rights. Some cases of violence of children's human rights occur in the business sector, including companies In the context of national law, the principle regarding the children's human rights in the business sector are yet to be provided for in a concrete manner. Only a few general and basic protection are mentioned, namely in Law Number 35 of 2014 concerning amendment to Law 23 of 2002 concerning child protection, or we known as Child Protection Law, and Law Number 13 of 2003 concerning manpower or manpower law. This can be viewed as a legal vacuum in Indonesia legislation. In this research method, we are use applying normative law analysis methodology. It is found that the formulation of such code of ethics does not reflect the provision of existing laws and regulations. Such code of ethics is formulated as part of the company's ethical obligation to protect the child's right as part of their business. This study concludes that CRBP have been limited implemented in Indonesia national law. And then we can see in this PPT that's workplace, the marketplace, the community, and the environmental. That's many principle that we can see in the workplace, marketplace, the community, and the environment. That's the violence of the children. And then we can make an no, excuse me. We can make we can see as guidance cluster. There's 4 cluster integration. Number 1, integration of children's human rights. And number 2, cluster number 2, children in the workplace. Number 3, cluster children in market. Number 4, children in community and environmental. In cluster number 1, integration of children human rights. This context protection children human rights as part of human rights needs to be interpreted as one of the pillars of law in a country. Indonesia is, as a state based on law, is obligated to possess special rules or guidelines as a basis for protecting children human rights. Previously, Indonesia had ratified Human Rights Convention, which means that the Indonesia state has recognized the existence of children human rights, including all forms of violence of the same. And then the number 2, children in the workplace. Children are asset. Children as asset in the future of a country. They have right to decent life survival in development. To make this happen, a child must have enough time in their childhood to have time to play and learn. However, the time the child has can be taken away if the child would they become a child labor. And then the number 3, children in the market. Children in the market, seen from another point of view, children are also used as the target market of various types of product. Children are part of a community where they are regular consumers who are in direct contact with the business. As consumers, children are positioned as important actors who influence decision-making process. Hence, they also begin to involve themselves and find their way to participate in the process decision-making process. And then the last one, children in the community of empowerment. Along with the development of the times, the business sector has penetrated into various areas in the layers of society. It has had an
We have
impact.
1 more minute.
1 minute. Okay. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Maybe in this PPT we can see the law in Indonesia that's regulate about violence in Indonesia, or to present the CRBP from the UN convention. And then the conclusion is, in the macro terms, the national law has adopted the principle inherent in the CRBP, including law number 35 of 2014 concerning child protection. There are 3 clusters provided for in the law, namely the protection of children's human rights in business sector related to the integration children human rights, product with child perspective, and corporate social responsibility. Number 2, however, law is still considered voluntary in its nature, so that's application that business sector is still subject to multi-interpretation by company. The next rule is law number 13 of 2003 concerning employment. The law is considered have been able to provide restriction and guidelines for group of children in the workplace. And then the recommendation, in order to provide direction to the business sector for the implementation of CRBP, the researchers suggest to government to create a nomenclature related to this principle. And then the government needs consider to a national policy by establishing, implementing regulation of child protection law to provide direction for the implementation of CRBP. And then national policy will also need to consider awarding business sector that have implemented CRBP. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Saya kembalikan kepada Punur.
Thank you very much, Pak Betara.
Yeah.
Okay, this is an interesting topic as well, about children's right, yeah,
Yeah.
On the business principle. Okay, open the floor for Q&A. Don't let me ask another question.
Yes.
I always have one question.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, maybe I can ask Pak Batara. Yeah,
Please.
this is amazing because I'm with the practitioner. So what in my mind, I can straight away ask you. Okay, have there ever been like any challenges or obstacles encountered in the implementation of CRBP at the national level?
I think in national level, the high level that's have a problem to implement it, the CRBP. That's why in the recommendation we said the government must make a regulation that implement the CRBP, because there's maybe in child protection law and manpower law, there are protection the children, but in one regulation does not yet. That's why we are suggest to government and the parliament to make the regulation to implement the CRDP. Maybe I don't know that this government maybe not too interested to make the regulation about CRDP yet. Okay, because there is maybe the next year our country will be make a general election. Maybe that's what not.
Yeah, thank you very much for killing my curiosity. Because I believe there are obstacles and challenges in order to implement those. Thank you very much, Pak Batara.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. And let us proceed to the next one. Okay, we're gonna hear to Dina Riantika and team on the paper titled Indonesia's Labor Social Security Participation Rights Gap, Implementation of Job Loss, Insurance for Terminated Contract Workers. Oh,
Sinyalnya malah
interesting.
begini. Hello everyone. Due to
I'm sorry, Dina, the line is breaking a bit.
at previous presentation.
Maybe you can start sharing your slides.
Okay. Hello.
Yes, we can see your slide. You can start to present.
Oh, okay. I would like to thank you for and please allow me to present my topic with subject Indonesian labor social security participation right gap in implementation of job loss insurance for terminated contract workers. With author Dina Riantika, Jum Engrini, Dea Tunggaisti. Job loss insurance or JKP is one of the programs regulated in the job creation law. This program collaboration between the Ministry Manpower and BPJS Ketenagakerjaan. Job loss insurance is guaranteed give to workers who experience termination of employment in the from cash benefit, access to labor market information, and job training. This program has been in effect since government regulation number 37 of 2020 was enacted. But each regulation, there's gap in right that arise in determining the criteria for termination of employment, especially work whose contract end.
This research discusses how to prospect of providing social security, especially job loss insurance for workers at the end of contract, and the impact that arises the gap in the rate of labor social security membership. Job loss insurance program is intended for the weak earners segment, such as office workers and factory labor, who meet the following criteria: Indonesian citizen who has not reached the age of 54 years when registered as a participant. Workers at PK or BU medium and large scale business who have participated in 4 programs: JKP, JKK, JKM, JHT, and JP. Works at a PK or BU small and micro scale with at least 3 programs: JKK, JKM, and JHT. Register as with recipient workers at BPJS Health JKN program, business entities for workers or laborers. Termination criteria that do not qualify for JKP benefit are resignation, permanent total disability, retirement, death, and PKWT whose work period has expired according to the contract period. Research method used in this rating are normative juridical legal research, or called dogmatic legal research or theoretical legal research. Conceptually, Social Security in the form of job loss insurance for workers affected by layoff certainly has a good impact. Benefit in the form of cash of 6 months at least can temporarily support the living need of workers and their family until they can find a new job. However, the regulation of the term on and condition of beneficiaries of job loss insurance in government regulation number 37 of 2021 seem to have been met in a hurry. Just to meet the deadline of 3 months since the job creation law was passed. For the reason it seemed very necessary to refine the concept of providing job loss insurance benefit.
Yes.
The limitation of job loss insurance benefit only cause contract workers who are let off, or in other words, terminated before the contract period ends is currently an ambiguous provision. This is also not in line with the aim and objective of the job loss insurance program. Non-permanent or contract workers, whether they are terminated midway through and their contract before the end of the contract period, but would have an interest in being able to work again, so that they eligible to be included as beneficiary of the job loss insurance program. In addition, PKWT or contract workers whose employment relationship and according to the term of the PKWT or who are terminated in the middle of the road basically would receive compensation money in accordance with Article 17 of PP number 35 of 2021. So it is unreasonable if workers whose contract and in accordance with the term of the contract period, they are treated differently to receive the the benefit of job loss insurance program. The job loss insurance program has the potential to be more beneficial for workers who are terminated due to serious misconduct or criminal act compared to workers whose contract end due to the term. Two important points that are discussed, they are research are the prospect of providing job loss guarantee program in protection the right of contract workers. The impact of the gap in labor social security participation right. The conclusion of the discussion is that there are inequalities in access and benefit between workers with contractual work period and permanent workers in terms of social protection, especially work accident insurance. Social security policy reform in Indonesia is need to rectify the gap in access and ownership of a job insurance, increase protection for out-of-contract workers should be a focus to ensure a broader and more inclusive social safety net. The important to stakeholder collaboration for policy reform to be successful. Collaboration between the government, companies, labor union, and other relevant institutions is essential. This synergy is needed to design and implement effective solutions to address a gap in job loss insurance. Recommends the implementation of the job loss insurance program as one of the social security program is Indonesia should be welcome by all parties. This is because it is indispensable security that during a pandemic or other future threat that cause economic recession and many workers to lose their jobs. Given that the job loss insurance program is the most recent social security, the implementation of job loss insurance program must receive more attention, and its implementation can run well and accordingly, so that its main objective and be met and does not cause a problem in the future. In addition, job loss insurance need to be social to employee.
1 more minute.
The employer as holder of the obligation to implement the regulation of the job insurance program and for workers as beneficiary of the program to know what their rights are in the event of termination of employment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tina and team. Okay,
thank you.
Open for Q&A.
I want to ask Miss. Sorry, I want to ask to Mbak Dina and Tim ya. May I, sir? May I, Miss? I think that is the interested. What's the meaning of about the loss, about job loss insurance? Yeah. But Dina, what is what's the meaning? Ideal job loss insurance of losing job in Indonesia, and the second is to Miss Nuria. Maybe you can explain about what's the meaning comparison in Malaysia, maybe about social job loss insurance. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Miss Dina. We hope you can answer the question from Dr. Suga.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Sorry.
Okay, I will reply to my question. In Indonesia, we know that the regulation is only 6 months salary. That is job loss insurance. But Dina, that is the ideal concept, or you have the other concept? And the second is to Miss Nur maybe. How about the comparison in Malaysia about the social job loss insurance?
Perhaps I can answer first to Dr. Sugeng.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let me tell you that I'm not the expert in this area. So I think I do not have any say on that. Maybe Dr. Jum, you would like to answer the question? Did you get the question clearly just now, Dina?
For the questioner, because Dina has a problem with the connection. So would you like to repeat again what is the question? So Ms. Dina will try to answer the question. Thank you.
Oh yeah, Pak Jum Anggraini. We know that the new regulation in Indonesia about job loss insurance is only guarantee for 6 months, 6 months salary. Miss Dina and sorry, Bapak Jum, that is the ideal concept, or you have another concept? And what's the difference between in another country?
Oh, konsep ideal.
Yeah. Okay,
Konsep
thanks.
untuk
Mungkin in bahasa, sorry, in bahasa apakah konsep jaminan selama 6 bulan salary itu sudah cukup bagus untuk Indonesia? Dan bagaimana dengan perbandingan in another country ya, perbandingan dengan negara-negara lain, for example like in Malaysia? Ya, terima kasih.
Thank you for the question. Miss Dina will try to answer the question shortly. Thank you.
Sorry, saya mungkin dengan bahasa Indonesia aja kali ya, Pak. Kalau menurut saya konsep 6 bulan mungkin pemerintah punya pertimbangan tertentu untuk mempertimbangkan kenapa mendapatkan benefit selama 6 bulan, karena secara salary pun mereka nggak full 100% salary-nya. Mereka pakai konsep 45% untuk bertahap, 45% untuk 3 bulan pertama, 45% untuk bulan ke-3 sampai ke-6. Ke-4 sampai ke-6. Di situ mungkin pertimbangannya untuk menunjang masa saat dia tidak punya tidak punya pekerjaan sama sekali, dan sambil mereka diberikan mencari pekerjaan dan diberikan training untuk mendapatkan pekerjaan baru. Kalau compare dengan negara lain, kebetulan saya dari Malaysia belum ada datanya. Mungkin nanti, tapi nanti mungkin saya masukkan ke dalam presentasi saya, materi saya, kalau misalnya compare dengan Malaysia diperlukan gitu.
Terima kasih untuk sarannya.
Miss Dina, mungkin saya nak tanya sikit lah, sebab bukan bidang saya ya, bukan bidang saya. Jadi saya nak tanya, maksudnya insurans ni akan membantu, membantu sesiapa yang kehilangan pekerjaan. Jadi duration selama 6 bulan akan dapat gaji bukan sepenuhnya, tetapi 45%.
Iya, betul.
Daripada drawing yang terakhir.
Daripada gaji dia terakhir.
Okey, selama 6 bulan. Selepas 6 bulan, diharapkan mereka ini dapat peluang baru, pekerjaan baru
Iya,
gitu.
betul. Dengan kita ngasih apa namanya training, ngasih pasar market pekerjaan.
Semua akan dibantu dalam masa
Iya,
6
betul,
bulan.
betul.
Oh, okey. Saya rasa macam di Malaysia masih belum ada polisi macam ni untuk menjaga
Di
saya
Malaysia.
tak pernah dengar. Mungkin saya tak
Di
pernah dengar
Malaysia or Indonesia?
di Malaysia.
Di Malaysia.
Ya, saya mungkin tak pernah dengar langsung polisi yang boleh menjaga orang yang telah dibuang pekerjaan. Kamu boleh membeli polisi insurans yang akan menjaga kamu selama 6 bulan selepas itu. Okey. Itu saya punya say from what I can daripada Malaysia punya perspektif.
Okey.
Terima kasih, Tina.
Terima kasih.
Thank you, Dr. Sugen. Yeah.
You are welcome, Ms. Nur.
Thank you.
Last but not least, we save the best for last, I think. We have Dr. Andari and team to present. Okay, for the subject of changes in status of employment relationship in outsourcing practices, study of court decision regarding compensation for layoff for outsourced workers after the enactment of law number 11 of 2020 concerning job creation.
Thank you, Ibu Nur. Sorry about our record and our background. Maybe you hear the loud background because this day in Supreme Court we have a celebration anniversary woman, the wife of a judge organization celebration. So maybe all of you hear about the sound, very sorry. Okay, thank you, Ibu Nur and all the participants. Now the last presented our presentation. Maybe we cut about the PPT because we just made time during to present our recording. Okay, our presentation is changes in status of employment relationship in outsourcing practice. So we research about many court decision, especially in industrial labor court. We both lectures in our university. I'm from Faculty of Law, University Trisakti, and Bapak Dr. Sugeng Santoso is lecturer at Faculty of Law, University Brawijaya, and we both judge. Sorry, because we just finished our trial court, so we can present it live in Zoom. Okay, maybe I can say about our presentation because the others presentation talk about outsourcing also. So we talk about outsourcing also, but in our preface we said that about the global economic crisis in the world after 1997, and we have letter of intent with IMF, so we must regulate the implementation of flexible labor market policies. Also, we made the government made the flexible labor market policy required by the IMF in providing assistance to recover from the economic crisis in Indonesia. And we have legal issues. Maybe the one, our one legal issues just discussed in another presentation, which is how is the change in legal relationship status for outsourced workers related to changes in the laws and regulation that govern them. And two, maybe is our concern, what are the legal consequences of change to laws and regulation in the field of manpower that change the legal relationship status of the parties in court decision? And our research method based on normative legal research, because we have some of court decision to analyze with the Act number 13 of 203 and law number 11 of 2020. Also we have law number 6 of 2023. This approach uses statutory approach and historical approach, and the technique of collecting legal material uses library research technique, and source of legal material consists of primary and secondary legal resource. This is our discussion about our paper. Considering that the topic discussed is the same as the previous speaker, so we will be focused more on discussing how it's implemented practice in court. In industrial court decision, the judge will look at the case regarding the legal relationship in the form of the employment relationship of the parties. And based on law number 13 of 203 and concerning employment, in article 65 to 66, it's regulated by law that the relationship changes to that with the user company. However, based on law 11 of 2020 concerning job creation, the responsibility remains with the user company. Now we have Undang-Undang number 11 2020, Yungto Undang-Undang number 6 2023. They both says that outsourcing companies and workers only have a legal relationship with the outsourcing company, nor with the user company anymore. And important issues also, outsourcing work is not limited to supporting work, but will be limited in the revision of government regulation number 35 of 2021, named regarding that what types of work can be employed in outsourcing. This reminding with Permenaker number 19, 2012 about the types of outsourcing workers' job. Based on analysis of case of layoff of outsourced worker in the outsourcing companies, then in accordance with SEMA, Surat Edaran Mahkamah Agung, number 5 of 2021, if a case filed after the issuance of law number 11 of 2020 concerning job creation, its derivative government regulation laws and regulation apply unless the lawsuit is filed before the enactment of law number 11 of 2020 concerning job creation and its derivative government regulation. Okay, maybe the last of our presentation that our friend Bapak Dr. Sugeng can present it.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, Bu Dr. Andari. I will continue to read our presentation about the conclusion and recommendation. Conclusion first, based on law number 16 or 2003 concerning manpower, the legal relationship between outsourced worker or outsourced workers is with the outsourced company and not with the user company. The legal relationship will be transferred to the user company if there is a violation in legal relationship between the outsourced workers and the outsourced company. This was corroborated by the Constitutional Court decision number 27, 2011 concerning to pay. And in law number 11 of 2020 concerning job creation, which was amended by law number 6 of 2023 concerning ratification of government regulation in lieu of law number 2 of 2022 concerning job creation, the status of legal relationship in the form of an employment relationship can only occur between outsourced workers and the outsourcing company and cannot transfer its legal relationship to the user company, even though there are problems and violations in the legal relationship in the form of work relationship. And the legal consequences related to changes in the status of legal relationship between outsourced worker and outsourced companies are toward outsourced worker in decision of the Industrial Relations Court. Then the provision of law number 13 of 2003 concerning manpower and other regulation related of the law are applied. And the last is about recommendation. If the lawsuit is filed after the enactment of law number 11 of 2020 concerning job creation and its derivative government regulation, the decision of the Industrial Relations Court based on SEMA 5 of 2021 against outsourced workers when a lawsuit is filed after enactment. Sorry. This okay of lawsuit 11 of 2020 and its derivative government regulation. The status of the legal including in the term of claims for compensation money due to termination of employment in PKWT and compensation of layoff due to termination of employment in PKWTT. Maybe this is a permanent workers and non-permanent workers. I think this is enough. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Andari and Dr. Sugeng. Okay, now I open Q&A session to everyone. Perhaps we can have one question.
Maybe Ibu Nur, maybe I would like to ask a very, very little
Sure.
question to
Sure.
the judges, yeah, to the judges.
Little question.
Ibu Andari is a very close friend of mine, as a matter of fact. And Pak Dr. Sugeng is a very close friend of Ibu Andari. So I would like to ask a very, very little question only, not a big one. Okay. Okay, Ibu Andari and Pak Sugeng. Uh, According to both of you, yeah. Uh, oh, oh, what is the ideal, yeah, the ideal, what is that? The ideal condition, yeah, yeah, by stipulated by law, for example, if it is supposed to be revised or something, yeah, the relationship between the, what is that? The outsourcer, yeah, the outsourcer and the outsourcing labor, yeah. And also because there is another party here, yeah, the user, yeah, the user, yeah. So according to both of you, honorable judges, yeah, what is the ideal, what is that, provision, yeah, uh, it is supposed to be, yeah. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Miss Amriati, to ask me that the sound is get louder. Okay, because both of us decide our job as a lecturer and judge, so we both in the team of revision government 35 number 2 2021. So maybe it's difficult for me to answer, yeah. Maybe Pak Sugeng could answer, because the outsourcing for historical legal research, that outsourcing worker is established at 1950. Well, it's from my last research in my dissertation. So the best relationship for the outsourcing workers, from my opinion, is they have the agreement, workers agreement, perjanjian. So Mr. Sugeng says that we can use the contract or PKWT or PKWTT or the permanent workers or not permanent workers, but in the perjanjian kerja or labor agreement itu in the revise of government regulation 35/2021, we use we made that this responsibility to the employer, the employer who use the outsourcing
user,
workers, yeah,
user,
and the labor agreement must to what the meaning in bahasa it's legally disahkan, gitu. Legally disahkan oleh kementerian or dinas tenaga kerjaan. So they have labor agreement who which legally and protectively used for outsourcing workers. Maybe Pak Sugeng can.
Okay, Bu Amriati, thank you for your question. I think this is about protection for labor. Yeah, the problem is about the protection in for labor in Indonesia. You know that so many unemployment here. That because that problem, the government made a regulation how to what's the meaning? How to simplify how to simplify regulation that we can use outsourcing system in Indonesia. I think that is we have always this problem until the next year or another time. Because not what's the meaning? Not what's the it's
not
so many. Yeah, pardon.
It's not simple. It's not.
Yeah,
It's not
this
that
is not
simple.
simple. Yeah, this is not simple. So
Yeah.
in industrial relation court, we only what's the meaning? We only can through the regulation, and Miss Amriati know that
Yes.
the government always changes the regulation.
It makes you headache, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Focus in outsourcing is like that. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And we know that is our problem in our country. And maybe this is
Yes.
different in Malaysia. Yeah. In Malaysia, I think that is different about outsourcing system at Malaysia country. I think this is Mr. Amriati. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Pak. Yeah,
You're
thank you.
welcome. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Sugeng and Ibu Dr. Andari. Thank you. Thank you, Ibu Nur.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, we have a very fruitful session today, and I also heard many terms that I never heard before because you are the practitioners here, surrounded by practitioners. Okay, thank you very much, and maybe I can close the session today, and we can meet again in a big room later. Okay, before closing, okay, I would like to thank you, and hopefully we will meet again in the upcoming trails next year. Next year, yeah, maybe we have one. Maybe I can also present a paper as well. Okay, thank you very much, and see you again in the big room, and take care, everyone. Bye bye.
Take care, Ibu Nur. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so
See you
much.
again.
Thank you. Thank you.
Definition of hedging. Hedging meaning to say like non-taking side and also exploit play get power off against one another to achieve state national interest. So under Najib is hedging, and post Najib administration, Malaysia up until now continue to pursue hedging behavior. And then thus the shift to balancing behavior are more likely to be determined by cost-benefit analysis. I said state continually access. This is basically continuation of the argument I mentioned earlier. State continually access the cost and benefit of their foreign policy choice. If the cost of hedging, such as maintaining ambiguous alliances or relationship, outweigh the benefit, state may decide to abandon the hedging strategy. So basically, whether or not state is going to hedge or hedging behavior will likely to persist in Southeast Asia will not only determined by the systemic forces, but also domestic political factors. And then, for example, here, example, I think this is obvious, the Philippine foreign policy balancing. So, and Malaysia remain hedging despite both facing the same external pressure. And then here is basically the argument, the differences between, if you look into domestic unit variable, I found that well, the Philippines have less basic interest at stake in the direction of China compared to Malaysia. So basically, Malaysia has a lot at stake. Or to put it differently, Malaysia benefited more from hedging behavior compared to the Philippines over the last few decades, as illustrated in the trade relation between Malaysia and China compared to the Philippines, as you can see in the slide. So and then economic linkage between Philippines and Malaysia. So GDP, Malaysia rely on exports more than the Philippines. So any basically any downside in Malaysia-China relation will have even far more hitting implication on Malaysian economy compared to the Philippines, since Philippines depend less on China for domestic development compared to Malaysia. And given the fact that Malaysia, being a trade-driven nation, rely on market as a way to develop its economy, and didn't have the privilege like the Philippines has, whereby it can rely on domestic consumption. So those are basically two differences which influence Malaysia and Philippines cost-benefit analysis. And then we go to domestic politics. This is the last point, which is the most...
I almost to remind you that your time is almost...
This is the last slide. Okay, demographic makeup. So Malaysia 50%. This is another critical variable that worth paying close attention to. In the context of Malaysia, there were a lot of domestic constraint on the government to drop hedging behavior compared to the Philippines. For example, as you can see, not only Malaysia depend on China more than the Philippines, but also there are domestic political risks of pursuing balancing behavior. A good example is, unlike the Philippines, as you can see, Malaysian domestic politics always revolve around ethnic politics, and therefore pursuing a close to challenge China in the South China Sea, Malaysia will have to pursue a tight alignment with the United States, and that proposition is not politically tenable in the context of Malaysia, given the negative view of the United States, and that will also more likely to be cashing on by opposition of the day to outbid each other in the domestic political game. So and when it comes to Chinese, so because as I think it's become a well-known fact that it is ethnic Chinese that play a crucial role in the development of Southeast Asian China relation, and that's also applied in the context of Malaysia. So given the numbers, large presence of ethnic Chinese, and it represents a significant voting bloc. So if there's any deterioration of Malaysia-China relation, and then it will not bode well for the government of the day, which in one way or the other need to depend on the Chinese vote to win the election. And those variables are missing in the context of Philippines, because any Chinese only made up 1.8%. So much of the, we can assume, I assume that much of the group that benefit from the trade relation with China are ethnic Chinese, though it benefit the whole population as a whole, but Chinese only made up 1.8%, and therefore didn't have less meaningful if you look at it from the electoral politics. And also,
Dr. Adi, and your conclusion is that?
And some religion. So the conclusion is that the demographic makeup in both countries also and domestic politics also influence the trajectory of hedging behavior. Going forward, as you can see, the variables gonna stay, it's not gonna change. So Malaysia policy is more likely to be stable in the future, but the Philippines there's a chance that Philippine foreign policy is going to suffer from discontinuity or fluctuation, especially when the issue become entangled in domestic politics. That's all. Thank you, Dr. Arwin.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ali. Question for Dr. Ali, a very what we call debatable arguments, yeah, and interesting to listen to. This is not Indonesia, Malaysia. Obviously, Malaysia's Philippines. Okay, if there is no question, I have one question for you, Dr. Ali. How would you project the future or the next pattern and behavior of Malaysia and Philippines in next 5 years, maybe also?
In next 5 years, well, I believe that hedging, both countries will continue to pursue a hedging policy because that is the optimum choice for Southeast Asian country given the uncertainty surrounding the power politics. But I think we can also expect, I think it is more, it is not a foregone conclusion as of now to say that Philippine foreign policy is less likely to suffer from any discontinuity in the future, much less in view of growing great power competition and tension in the South China Sea. Because of the variable that I mentioned earlier, which is there to stay, like demographic makeup. It's difficult to observe any change in the demographic makeup of a country, which also influence domestic politics. But in the context of Malaysia, regardless the change of governments and all that over the last few years have shown that regardless of the change of the government, Malaysia policy will remain as it is. It's almost like autopilot, and that can be attributed to by and large a domestic makeup in Malaysia, or the orientation of domestic politics in Malaysia, which is there to stay also. So basically, we can see Malaysia foreign policy is more likely to hedging behavior is more sustainable than Philippines. Thank you, Dr. Arwin.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ali. Fantastic. Shall we move to the third presenter? Miss Elvrida, are you here? Because I got the information that Mr. Elvrida and the team got 2 presentations, one in our room, another one in room 9. I think if they are still not here, shall we proceed with the next paper from Miss Vivi Suwaryanata and the team?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Okay, are you ready to proceed with your presentation?
Yes, I'm ready, and let me to share my presentation.
Yes. Okay, so the next presenter will be Mr. Vivi Suwaryanata and her team, Jufrianto Puluhulawa, Suwitno Yuti Imran, Amanda Adelina Harun, and Farid H. Musa, a paper entitled Disparity in Judges' Decision on Assets Confiscation on the Period of Punishment of Binomo Fraud Perpetrators. Okay, over to you, Ms. Vivi. Yes, we can see it. Over to you.
Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let me presentation about disparity in judge decision on asset confiscation, conservator based luck, and on the period of punishment of binomo fraud perpetrators. The most popular online fraud case in 2022 is the binary option Binomo online trading platform fraud case. Binomo is housed by Quetex, which is a brokerage platform company with a binary option system, with activities or games played as which resemble trading or buying and selling foreign currency asset or foreign exchange and cryptocurrency or digital currency such as Bitcoin on Ethereum. Binomo The binomo fraud criminal offense binomo trading platform is quite detrimental to many people who become victims. However, the application of the concept of bail confiscation is not approved by many criminal law experts on the grounds that the state may not confiscate private property. And the implementation in the field that occurred in the binomo case, there was a disparity in education in which the judge imposed confiscation of the perpetrator's property, and there was also a gap in the period of punishment by the two defendants. Based on this research, and relate the disparity in judge decision in applying the concept of bail confiscation and the period of punishment for perpetrators of online fraud and online trading. I'm and team research methods use normative legal research and analysis, and our education just in examining and decide case must always equip themselves with extensive legal knowledge. This is emphasized by Sudikno Martokusumo that the work of the judge, apart from being a practical routine, is also scientific. The nature of his duties calls him to always explore the science of law and strengthen legal consideration as the basic of his decision. We use legal analysis from philosophical, theoretical, sociologists, and juridists. We use, and then this is the application of collateral seizure in the binomo case in subjects of article in BW, namely the validity requirements of the agreement, namely agreement compatibility. And then so far the understanding of the legal impact of confiscating the asset of criminal offenders tend to lead to perpetrators of corruption and money laundering that harm state finance. What about the concept of criminal acts that contain elements of violating the rules in the electronic information and transaction law accorded by the Indra Kents and Doni Salamanan case? Our conclusion, the disparity of judge decision in sentencing between one case and another criminal case is not illegal. However, there needs to be an understanding from judge in sentencing so that there is not imbalance in sentencing between one case and another, so that the disparity in sentencing that course is not too far away. Maybe this is my presentation. I return to moderator. Thank you.
Thank you, Vivi. A very short presentation. It's just at least 2 minutes or so, 3 minutes time of your presentation. That's very short, very interesting nevertheless. So any questions, Flo?
This is our conclusion more.
Yes. Want to
We-
explain a bit more because you still got a lot of time?
Okay, thank you. It is necessary to regulation in the form of a law on the seizure and seizure of asset of perpetrators of fraud that is more specially related to the criteria for criminal acts and the needs to establish guidelines. For the criteria for assets, there are entitled to be seized by the state. And then we have a conclusion about confiscation of asset of perpetrators of binomo fraud needs to be done in order to prevent repetition of criminal acts and as well as to prevent perpetrators who intend to eliminate evidence and also to uphold legal norms. And then confiscation of asset of the perpetrators of binomo fraud can be carried out on the basis of evidence and intendance to resolve the conflict arising from the criminal act and to restore balance. Next, confiscation of asset of the perpetrators of binomo fraud is carried out to foster a sense of remorse and relieve the guilt of the confidence persons. Confiscation of asset of perpetrators of binomo fraud should prioritize judicial decision that uphold law and justice, and if between the two there is a conflict, the judge is obliged to prioritize justice. Legal reasoning in just decision must be based on legal doctrine. And the last, the factor that causes disparity in decision is the absence of guideline for judge in important punishment. The existence of sentence guideline will make it easier for judges to determine punishment after the defendant is found guilty. Maybe enough.
All right. Thank you, Vivi. I invite participants in the room to ask questions to Vivi and her team. Feel free to ask. Okay, Vivi, I have one question. It's not really my area, actually, but I have one question. What is the main contribution of your research?
I mean the contribution. This is to formula the essence of the law accurately, and then we use a develop sentencing guideline for similar case, find and apply the law appropriately, and then use appropriate introductions and the education reasoning. Yes, it's the contribute to and understand legal misunderstandings, such a error in thinking about the law.
All right, understand. Okay, thank you, Vivi.
Okay, thank you.
Very good presentation. Maybe can be published later.
Yes.
All right, thank you. So, without further ado, now I call once again, Miss Everida, if you are here.
Yes, Miss Siti
Okay.
Darwinda, I'm here.
Yes, okay. Then
I'm in Malaysia.
Yes.
Near with UUM.
Yeah. Yeah, MUM. So basically, we already skipped your session just now. So are you ready to present now?
Yes.
Okay. So over to you.
Mbak Nurul bisa yang judulnya? Oke. Hello everyone, I'm Elfrida Ratnawati from Faculty of Law, Universitas Trisakti, Jakarta, Indonesia.
Right.
My paper the title of my paper is the principle of cabotage in Indonesia still needed as a driving force for the enforcement of domestic shipping? Next. The cabotage principle was implemented in Indonesia with the aim of empowering domestic shipping by making regulation that prohibit foreign ships from entering Indonesian water to transport people or goods. Issued Presidential Instruction Number 5 of 2005, which contained the empowerment of Indonesian shipping by implementing the cabotage principle, and in 2008 it was strengthened by the issues of law number 17 of 2008 concerning shipping, which discussed the cabotage principle. In Article 8 and promised to strive for the growth of Indonesian ships in paragraphs 56 and 57. However, over time, at certain water points in Indonesia, many foreign ships were found carrying people and goods. The Indonesian Domestic Shipping Organization, namely INSA, questioned the government about this and explained that foreign ships are allowed to operate in Indonesia's sea areas if Indonesian ships are unable to carry out their performance, for example, oil and gas, coal, and other. The Indonesian government issued a ministerial regulation under the law to grant permission for this foreign ship to operate in Indonesian maritime territory. This is what will be examined whether the cabotage principle still applies in Indonesia. Seeing that in practice, the government actually gives permits to foreign ships to operate in Indonesia. Research method. This research is normative legal research, which use secondary data and is presented descriptively. It turns out that the government is inconsistent in implementing the cabotage principle in Indonesian waters. This can be seen from the government's attitude in issuing regulations under the shipping law, namely ministerial regulations, which should only issue government regulation as implementing regulations for this law. The governments even reiterated this in the job creation law after protests from the public maritime and INSA. The Indonesian government should keep its promise, namely in law number 17 of 2008 concerning shipping, that it will help development Indonesian ships that are needed to achieve the goal of empowering Indonesian ships, namely Article 56 and 57. But the Indonesian government has not done this. Even though Indonesia is a maritime country, with so many Indonesian ships, it can protect the country's sovereignty from attack by other countries. In addition to increasing the country's foreign exchange income through transporting people and goods. In every regulation issued by the government, it seems as if the cabotage principle is strictly enforced, even though the government does not strictly enforce this principle. The government should apply the cabotage principle flexibly so that the regulation method do not conflict with each other. Conclusion and recommendation. The cabotage principle, which has so far been strictly regulated in irregulation, has not been strictly implemented in its implementation. In fact, intends not to pay attention to Indonesian domestic shipping. So the government should be able to choose whether the government principle, the cabotage principle, is applied strictly or flexible, so that the regulation method do not cause conflict in practice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for your presentation. I invite our participant here in this room to ask questions. No, if not, I have one question. Okay, in the discussion, you mentioned that there is inconsistency in implementation the cabotage principle in Indonesia waters. Why was that? Why there is inconsistency?
Okay, if you saw in my presentation, the government is not consequent because they issued presidential instruction number 5 on 2005, which contain the empowerment of Indonesian shipping by implementing the cabotage principle. And in 2008, it was strengthened by the issue of law number 17 of 2008 concerning shipping. But however, over time, at certain water points in Indonesia, government allow the shipping from others country to operate in Indonesian sea areas. So the Indonesian government grant permission for this foreign ship to operate Indonesian maritime territory. Then the government actually gives permit to foreign ship to operate in Indonesia. So it can be conflict by regulate government give in Indonesia and implementation.
Yeah.
Yes, so the regulation made from government may cause conflict in practice.
Understandable.
So, yeah, my recommendation is the cabotage principle, which has so far been strictly regulated. Government allow strictly by regulated to implementation cabotage in Indonesia area maritime, but in implementation get permit to others country to give permits to ship in other country of Indonesia, entering Indonesia waters to transport people and goods. So the regulation government made cause conflict in practice.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much, Doctor. And thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
All right.
Still mute, Miss Siti.
Oh, sorry. All right. All right. So, thank you, Doctor. So, last but not least, now we have to come to our last presenter. So, I now invite Mr. Haris Budiman to present his paper with his team entitled Local Government Policy in the Transition of Agricultural Land to Realize Sustainable Food Agriculture. Over to you, Ms. Haris.
Okay, wait, I will share my share screen. Okay.
All right, over to you.
Bentar.
We still cannot see your screen.
Oh, wait a minute, Miss.
Yes, sure.
Oh, bisa. Bisa dipencet ya? Mau lagi ya?
Yeah. Does anyone hear us?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think there's a little problem here. The computer a little bit laggy, so we still work on this.
All right. Okay, it's coming out.
Okay. Can you hear my voice, Miss?
Yes, clear. I can hear your voice. I can
Okay.
see your PowerPoint presentation. So the session is yours.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, all the honorable speakers and guests. I'm Jinggan as a speaker from Faculty of Law Kuningan University with my team Haris Budiman, Suari Ahmadian, Dika Anugrah, David Lee Herma Maulana. In this very special moment, we would like to share about local government policy in the transition of agricultural land to realize sustainable food agriculture. I would like to divide the session into 5 parts. So these are the table of content presentation. The first, introduction. Second, methods. The third, result and discussion. The fourth, conclusion. Last but not least, recommendation. The introduction. Indonesia is an archipelagic country with the largest tropical climate in the world with 17,508 islands and a land area of around 2 million kilometers square. Also, Indonesian soil is a very fertile and this has an impact on the livelihoods of the Indonesian, where agricultural land as one of the main commodities has a very important and broad contribution both for people's welfare and for economic growth in Indonesia. The increasing population growth has an impact on the need for land as a place to live. A high population level with different ways of thinking and desires within a community makes it very easy for land to occur. So it is necessary to protect agricultural land. The government cannot interfere in the transfer of agricultural land owned by individual rights. Therefore, the government protects it by stipulating agricultural land that is included in sustainable food agricultural land, hereinafter referred to as LP2B. Related to this problem, the government as a policymaker issue regulation regarding the determination and conversion of sustainable food agricultural land, one of which is Government Regulation Number 1 of 2011 concerning the determination and transfer of function of sustainable food agricultural land as a follow-up to Law Number 41, 2009 concerning protection of sustainable agricultural land. The conversion of agricultural land, especially those included in sustainable food agricultural land, doesn't only have an impact on the community itself, but also has an impact on national food security as stated in the preamble to Law Number 41 of 2009 concerning protection of sustainable agricultural land, that it could have result in degradation, transfer of function, and fragmentation of food agricultural land, which has threatened the carrying capacity of the region nationally in maintaining food independence, security, and sovereignty. The method. This research method is descriptive with an empirical juridical approach. The data collection tool is library research based on primary legal materials in the form statutory regulation, secondary legal material, scientific article, and relevant books, and tertiary legal materials, namely relevant dictionaries and field studies, namely in the form of observation and interviews. Data analysis was carried out descriptively, qualitatively, and the research location was conducted in Indonesia. The result and discussion. The results show that the determination and transferring the function of sustainable food agricultural land policies at the central level are regulated in the Indonesia Constitution, such as the 1945 Constitution of the Republic of Indonesia, Law Number 5 of 1960 concerning Basic Agrarian Regulation, Law Number 41 of 2009 concerning protection of sustainable food agricultural land, Law Number 11 of 2020 concerning job creation, and so on. Accordingly, some local government policies toward the determination and transferring the function of sustainable food agricultural land include Regional Regulation Number 26 of 2011 concerning special planning and the Kuningan Regency area, Regional Regulation Number 7 of 2015 concerning protection of sustainable food agricultural land in Kuningan Regency, Kuningan Region Regulation Number 34 of 2016 concerning guidelines for the implementation of sustainable food agricultural land protection in Kuningan Regency. The implementation of the transition of sustainable agricultural and food land by the regional government of Kuningan Regency, which refers to Government Regulation Number 1 of 2011 concerning the determination and transfer of function of sustainable food agricultural land in Kuningan Regency, is regulated in Article 46, which states that the conversion of sustainable food agricultural land in the framework of land acquisition for the public interest or when a disaster occurs. Regional government of Kuningan Regency has a program that must be implemented to reward farmers who don't transfer the function of sustainable food agricultural land. The program is in the form of incentives regulated in Article 20, Paragraph 1 of Regional Regulation Number 7 of 2015. Obstacle in Obstacle in implementing the transfer of function and sustainable food agricultural land, such as the existence of dispute between inheritance law that are still valid in Indonesia, lack of clarity regarding the implementation of Kuningan district as a conservation district, and the culture of the urbanized society of Kuningan Regency. Based on the legal system theory and responsive legal theory, we can find out the components that influence the implementation of this include: first, legal structure. The procedure for transferring sustainable food agricultural land in Kuningan Regency involve various agencies with the scope of the regional government of Kuningan Regency. Second, legal substance. This regulation has two substances, namely transition of sustainable food agricultural land in the region may only be carried out for reasons of public interest and natural disaster, and the authority to carry out planning for the transfer of land is fully delegated to the regional government. Third, legal culture. The culture of the people of Kuningan Regency who prefer to live in the city center makes residential area accumulate in the western region of Kuningan Regency or under the foot of Mount Cermin, which is a conservation forest area. The conclusion. The policy regarding the determination and transferring the function of sustainable food agricultural land has been regulated in Government Regulation Number 1 of 2011 concerning the determination and function transfer of sustainable food agricultural land. However, the lack of socialization to the people in Kuningan Regency has caused by the conversion of agricultural land to be carried out continuously. This is caused by several factors such as institutional components that are not coordinated and consistent, where the government in this case want to protect sustainable food agricultural land, but on the other hand, the government is also pushing for land conversion in order to achieve regional revenue budget, legal substance that has not been fully implemented, and the legal culture of the Kuningan district community where the average land ownership is owned by individual or the community. Recommendation. It is hoped that the regional government can consistently refer to policies in carrying out the implementation of the conversion of sustainable food agricultural land and is able to coordinate with related parties such as agencies in charge of agriculture and food security, development planning, spatial planning, land affairs, and other related agencies so that there is clarity in the implementation of the conversion of sustainable food agricultural land in accordance with Government Regulation Number 1 of 2011 concerning the determination and transfer of function of sustainable food agricultural land in Kuningan Regency. In this case, local government consistency is needed. Also, the government can conduct socialization regarding policies and regimen for the conversion of sustainable food agricultural land to the community, especially farmers, so that there can be a reduction in the conversion of agricultural land. Okay, thanks for your nice attention.
Thank you very much. A very fast and furious presentation. I don't know how you catch your breath. So, is there any question to this team from Kuningan? Is it from Kuningan? No, from which university? Yes. So the University of Kuningan. Any question for this team?
Doctor, can I ask a question?
Yes, sure.
Okay,
Can you introduce yourself first? I can see you.
Yeah, I'm Dian Purnamasari from
Yes,
Universitas Trisakti.
Yes,
Okay. What you mentioned before in your presentation that there is obstacle in implementing of the
same
regulation.
question with me. I was about to ask about the question. Oh, yes.
Okay.
The strategy, right?
You mentioned about that. What do you suggest to settle the obstacle related with that? Thank you.
Thank you, Dian, for asking the question. It's very similar.
Thank you. Thank you.
You mentioned in your discussion just now that there are some obstacles, but
there's an obstacle in implementing of the regulation. So what do you suggest to settle the obstacle? Thank you.
Well, okay. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, very clear.
Yes.
Okay. How to settle the obstacle that we have faced in this problem? We do the some kind of, because of the culture of Indonesia that cannot be replaced. So we suggest that to face the problem, we need to implemented the regulation and also do the socialization, I guess, to the people. Because the main factor that the transition of the agricultural land is occur because of the people itself. So the government also face this problem because they cannot prohibited the change or the transition of the agricultural land because it's their land. So the suggestion that we could say that we should do the socialization either about the regulation or even how to like if this person change or trans what is it trans let's say change the agricultural land to other land or to houses that can affect not only the land but also the food in national. I mean, I hope you can catch my words since yeah, I think that's the thing that we can suggest in this problem. Thank you very much.
I think through socialization, engagement,
Yes.
knowledge transfer, knowledge sharing, I think that's maybe one of the way how you can, what we call, cater or do some intervention with regard to obstacles that you're facing. All right, any more question from the floor? Vivi, if you have question? All right. Okay. No, because my question is very similar to Dian. So I think that's all for today. Thank you so much, everybody, for a very enlightening and very interesting session today. We got all
Thank you.
together 5 papers presented in this session. And thank you so much. And hopefully we will meet again in the upcoming trails next year or any international conference, okay, with regard to our topic.
Thank
See you
you.
guys again. Bye. Take care.
Bye. Thank you. Bye-bye.
See you again.
Please, participants, to leave this room. Thank you. Pak Dani, maaf Pak Dani. Recordingnya bisa dimatikan atau di-pause?
Izin Bu, untuk absen day 2-nya belum ada ya? Yang 10.
Ibu, aku mungkin.
Izin Pak Nurul.
Ya, Bu Vivi gimana Bu?
Untuk absen day itu belum masuk.
Sebentar ya Bu.
Iya, Ibu lagi ada bicara.
Silakan Bu Vivi. Silakan Bu Vivi, sudah bisa diterima Bu Vivi?
Siap, terima kasih banyak.
Ya.
Saya izin live ya.
Silakan.
Ke main room dulu ya.
Oh ya, siap.
Pak Dani, absennya udah dikasih nih sama saya tadi.
Absennya udah ya?
Iya, baru.
Itu tadi arahannya dari sini ke main room dulu.
Silakan Bu Vivi ke main room. Mr. Muhammad Ali, sorry. Mr. Muhammad Ali. Hello, Mr. Muhammad Ali. Amanda bisa meninggalkan ruangan ini, silakan. Sorry, Mr. Muhammad Ali. Gimana Pak Dani? Nggak bisa ditinggal ya? Pak Muhammad Ali-nya nggak bisa ditinggal ya Pak Dani ya? Saya post boleh nih?
Kayaknya lagi keluar kayaknya.
Saya post boleh ya? Recordingnya? Boleh ya?
Ya.
Kuningan University. I will present the research. The theme is fulfillment of sidewalks provisions for people with disabilities in a human rights perspective. Sebentar. Yeah. Table of content. 1. Introduction. 2. Methods. 3. Result of discussion. 4. Conclusion. And 5. Recommendation. Introduction. Basically, every human being has the same rights in carrying out life. Likewise, for people with disabilities, who in this case are a minority group who have a limitation. In the process of interacting with the environment, people with disabilities experience barriers and difficulties in carrying out productive activities with other citizens based on the principle of equal rights. Accessibility for people with disabilities is a right that must be fulfilled as a form of human rights, justice, and equality. The lack of sidewalks construction for people with disabilities in Kuningan Regency is a problem that must be handled properly by the regional government, especially Department of Public Works and Spatial Planning in Kuningan Regency. In this research, I use 3 methods. 1, research specification. This research uses analytical descriptive that the discussion is carried out by presenting and explaining the data completely, in detail and systematically, and then the data is compiled, processed, and analyzed based on theories in law and applicable legislation. 2, empirical juridical. Research with a socio-legal approach for look the actual facts on the ground. And 3, field and literature studies. The main research was conducted by searching for data in the field through observation, and then combined with bibliography data as material to clarify the research. Result and discussion. Point 2. The process of providing sidewalks requires synergy between related departments and also stakeholders, so that the availability of sidewalks can be distributed evenly and is friendly for people with disabilities. The minimum budget owned by the regional government of Kuningan Regency should not be a cover for the lack of availability of sidewalks that are friendly to people with disabilities, because in Pasal 50 Ayat 3, regional government can collaborate in the form of financial assistance, expert personnel, and also assistance with facilities and infrastructure. Result and discussion. Point 2. If it is related to the theory of justice put forward by John Rawls, so the values of justice in accessibilities for pedestrians, especially people with disabilities, are not fulfilled. There is social inequality in public facilities. In fact, the regional government of Kuningan Regency should have done so, prioritizing the needs of indigenous communities rather than widening roads, which clearly endangers the safety of pedestrians. Conclusion. Point 1. The construction of sidewalks for people with disabilities is still not evenly distributed. Even in the East Kuningan and South Kuningan areas, still not installed is disabled paving. Point 2. The condition of the existing sidewalks is still not ideal and is not yet widespread evenly in each region in Kuningan Regency. Recommendation. 1. The regional government of Kuningan Regency must have regional regulation which regulates the fulfillment of the rights of people with disabilities and building synergy with agencies who has the authority to build sidewalks. Point 2. Besides the needs to make regulation, of course, there must be a more concrete policy towards people with disabilities in terms of public services. Thank you.
You're welcome, Mrs. Erga.
Yeah.
This is very interesting presentations. If there is any questions for the presentations by Mrs. Erga, please don't be hesitate. Just ask. Maybe until there is any questions for the participant in this room, I would like to ask to Mrs. Erga. So regarding of your presentation here, this is very interesting because it deals with the people of disabilities. Do you have any data? What is the amount of disability in Kuningan Regency that already you being researched there? So if compare with the facility for them, so what do you think about that? I mean, this is, you said that the site work is haven't adequate for the people of disability provided by Department of Public Works. So what do you think? You still mute, Mrs. Erga. Yeah.
Okay, sir. I not have data for the people, how much people in Kuningan Regency.
Okay.
I not have data.
So, well, how about the site work provided by the Department of Public Works? This is only one part in the center of city of Kuningan. Of do you have any explanation for this? Or
I'm sorry.
Do you think
Yes.
Yeah, the Department of Works here, yeah, it should be provided more site work for the people of disabilities, and how deal with that in your opinion?
In bahasa boleh, Pak?
It should be prefer in English, ya, Ibu Erga.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, sir.
Yeah. So you get the point of my questions here. You said that you don't have any data regarding of the people of this with disability in Kuningan. So could you explain other aspect of disability that you already researched in your paper? Because in the method you said that this is a social legal approach. Could you explain a little bit regarding of that?
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
It's okay. Okay. Is there any questions, Fali? Is there any questions?
Promise, there's no.
You don't have, Ibu Ayu? Any questions?
I have a questions,
Yes, please.
Andre.
Yes,
but
please.
my voice is I have a cold, very bad cold today, so forgive me for my
Okay.
my voice. It's not
Okay.
clearly. Yeah.
Okay, this okay.
You said in your second recommendations in your paper, Mrs. Erga, that that the government must have a policy to fulfill the protection of the disabilities. So my question is, what is the concrete of the policy that you said in your second recommendation? Can you explain to me? Thank you.
You still mute, Ibu Erga? Could you unmute? Ibu Erga? Ibu Erga?
Sorry, yeah.
Okay, that's good.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I think the concrete policy towards is apa ya? Perda apa ya?
What do you suggest?
Have
legislation district.
in English
legislation
district.
Okay.
Legislation district have apa ya?
So the local government should make the policy who pro to the people with disabilities, something like that.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Ibu Erga and Ibu Ayu, time is up
Can
for
I
the
can
first.
I ask one more question, Andre?
Yeah, yes, please. Bu
Okay.
Maya.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ibu Erga. As I know that there are three approaches to see the right for disabilities. If I'm not mistaken, there is a medical approach, and then social approach, and then human right approach. So, what do you think? Could you explain why from your district there is no human right approach to see right for disability? Can you explain that? Thank you very much.
Ibu Erga,
Yes.
you understand the questions from Ibu Maya? So what's approach that already taken by maybe the local government in the Kuningan Regency or Department of Public Works regarding of people with disabilities in there? Or you still difficult to answer these questions? Or
Yes.
any,
Yes, sir.
it's okay. I'm sorry, Bu Maya, the time is up. And then
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much for Ibu Maya and Ibu Erga.
Yes,
Thanks
sir.
for presentations. And we can move to second presentations from Universitas Trisakti. This is from the list. Mr. Indian Mikoyan or Ayub will be presented or give presentations. Time is yours.
Thank you, Pa Andre, for that warm welcome. Is it possible for you to give me a minute to set up? Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
I think this is too small, yeah, Ayub?
Yes, Pa Andre.
Could you zoom it or make it larger?
Yeah, there you go, Pa
That's
Andre.
good. Yeah, that's
Right.
clear. Time is
Thank you.
yours, yeah.
Thank you, Pa
Please.
Andre. Good morning, fellow esteemed presenters. My name is Ayub Kristokarins Patioran. Along with my co-presenter, Indian Mikoyan Gurovich Bilal Traskandar from the Universitas Trisakti Faculty of Law. We'll be presenting a paper on the behalf of our research team that also consisted of our esteemed panel of researchers from Tisakti University's lecturer, Dr. Arlina Manasari SAMHUM, Pak Ali Ridho SAMH, and Dr. Aji Wibowo SAMH. The paper being titled Pre-Investigation on the Applicability of the International Humanitarian Law in Protracted Armed Violence Influencing Civilian Populations' Welfare. Now, I will be discussing the introduction, research methodology, and result and discussion. War, whatever the reason is, how it is being dealt with, will always have an impact, especially to the civilian populations. Protecting these civilian populations is the international humanitarian law and their instrument, such as the Geneva Conventions, that has been ratified by Indonesia. But applying this provision is a challenge within itself, as the armed conflict at hand must fall into the international humanitarian law jurisdiction. Indonesia has faced and currently is facing an armed conflict that can be classified as a non-international armed conflict. As you can see in the slide, the code from the Geneva Convention 1949 states that it is widely accepted that non-international armed conflicts, in the sense of Common Article 3 of the Convention, comprise armed conflicts in which no state party is involved, such as armed conflicts which is armed conflicts exclusively opposing non-state armed groups. These are the type of conflict Indonesia have faced in Aceh from the year of 1976 to the year of 2005, between Indonesian military forces and Gerakan Aceh Merdeka, or Free Aceh Movement, shortened to GUM. And in Papua from 1965, and it's still such conflict is still currently ongoing between the Indonesian government and the Free Papua Organization, or Organisasi Papua Merdeka, OPM. To start, I want to give you a brief explanation about non-international armed conflict. Geneva Convention 1949 does provide protection to an extent to civilian lives. These protections is written on Common Article 3, as I stated before, which the provisions offers an international minimum protection to persons taking no active part in hostilities, including members of armed forces in certain situations specifically stated in the article, which must be treated with humane and non-discriminatory treatment. When classifying a non-international armed conflict, we have to see as elaborated in the judgment of an international criminal tribunal to the former Yugoslavia, known as ICTY. This judgment in the Tadic case, a person who was convicted, the court classified such conflict as an NIAC, a non-international armed conflict, from the parties of the conflict itself are not enough. Rather, it must fulfill two elements, which is the armed violence in that territory has reached a certain degree of intensity, and second, the non-state armed group is an organized armed group. Moving on to methods. In order for us to answer such problem of identification, we use normative research with the study case approach. The data was collected mostly based on primary and secondary legal materials concerning non-international armed conflicts. Legal analysis were focused on the legal norms based on IHL to compare with the facts collected from the library research concerning the armed violence in Papua and Aceh, and conducted qualitatively. Thus, the conclusion was drawn deductively to answer the problem identification. Moving on to the second slide, the parties, the conflict in Aceh. In the situation in Aceh, it is the Indonesian security forces that oppose the non-armed groups, such as, like I said before, the Aceh Freedom Movement, or GUM. As one of the elements that must be fulfilled is level of intensity. Such level of intensity that was set by the Gumbo case in ICTY states it should be reached a higher threshold beyond a mere internal disturbance, tensions such as riots, isolated and sporadic acts of violence, and other acts of similar nature. Now, as you can see in the graphs, I had summarized why the level of intensity was fulfilled from the military tactics, attacking enemy posts, ambushing troops, planting bombs. Thus, it caused casualty to the Indonesian security forces, which caused around 200 casualties. And such level of intensity must be also viewed in the distribution of weapons, since the more weapons you have, the more conflict, the more intensified the conflict is. Moving on to the level of organization, looking by the dialogue case in ICTY, the circumstances for a group to be considered an organized armed group is that you have to have a command structure, a command hierarchy, and second, exercising control over a part of the territory that the group possesses. And to exercise such command hierarchy, we can see in the command structure of GUM, where they divided their forces into sections of command structures, such as from the commander of GUM to regional level, district level, and cells or individual level. And this can be seen has a common rank as the usual armed forces. And second, that GUM also exercise control over a part of the territory, since they are most active in, as you can see in the slide, Vidya, Birayon, and Aceh Utara and Timur. Therefore, they have fulfilled the elements of level of intensity and level of organization. And now this is the end of my part. My presenter, Indian, will continue to discuss the situation in Papua.
Ayub? Can you move faster? You have 2 minutes, yeah, Indian, to make a presentations. I'm sorry. Do you hear me, Indian? Indian?
You're on mute, so just...
I'm sorry, Indian. Do you hear me? Do you hear my
Hello.
voice, Indian?
Hello. Yes, Mr. Andre. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Can you hear my voice clearly now?
It's very clear. But you have
Okay, thank
only
you.
2 minutes, yeah, to present your presentation, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Sorry for the technical problems. Now I will continue regarding the conflicts in Papua. Next. All right. So there's a huge difference between the conflict in Aceh and in Papua. In Aceh, the conflict itself was handled directly by the Indonesian military forces. While in Papua, the conflict is now being handled not by the military forces, but rather by the Brimob Corps, which is an equivalent of tactical police unit, an equivalent of a SWAT team in US. Now, this is very important because going back to the commentary, to the definition of non-international armed conflict under the commentary of the Geneva Conventions that was published by the ICRC, non-international armed conflict must be between a state armed group or the official governments or the official military forces of the states against a non-state armed group. That's what happened in Aceh between the GUM and the Indonesian military forces. But in Papua, it is between the OPM and the police forces. And in Papua itself, the Papua the Free Papua movement is not considered as a belligerent, unlike the GAM, but they are only labeled or considered as a criminal armed group, or as we know it as the KKB. Now, not yet. Go back. Okay, thank you. Now, this is a subjective classification which was issued by the government and not following the classification that was issued by the ICRC, following the the definition by the ICRC regarding the non-international armed conflict, and the third common article of the Geneva Conventions. Now, moving on. Now, we here are emphasizing regarding on the objective classification of the non-international armed conflict, and again, using the cumulative element to determining a conflict as a non-international armed conflict from the Tadic judgment, we will prove that the armed conflict in Papua, the non-international armed conflict in Papua, has fulfilled the violence, the level of the violence, and has reached a certain degree of intensity. And then this organisasi Papua Merdeka, or the Free Papua movement, has reached a level of an organized armed group. But since the complexity of the non-international armed conflict in Papua, we will also use another definition by the Boskowski judgment that give not a cumulative element, but a suggestion to determining that a conflict has reached the level of intensity and a level of organization armed group for the conflict itself to be called non-international armed conflict. Now, the Boskowski judgment to determine the level of intensity have 15 sub-elements. These elements are not cumulative, but only a suggestion to approve the level of intensity to reach the NIAC. And then the level of organization itself is also not a cumulative element, but only a suggestion to determine the level of organization of a non-state armed group. Now,
excuse me, Indian, time is up. So
yes,
we can go to the conclusion maybe?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, because
from our research, we have determined that each of the elements required for the conflict in the Papua to be regarded as a non-international armed conflict has been fulfilled. But here we are emphasizing that we are determining the conflict in Papua as a non-international armed conflict, not because we are a sympathisant for the Free Papua movement nor the government, but here we are only classifying the conflict as an NIAC to protect the civilian populations in the area that are impacted. Because if the conflict is regarded as an NIAC, thus the common article 3 of the Geneva Convention can be applicable to protect those civilian population that are impacted. That is all from me. That is from Ayub. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very interesting presentations. So I will invite from the participants here to make one questions. Maybe Ibu Yulia Fitriliani, do you have any questions regarding of situations in Papua or Aceh here? Ibu Fitri?
Mr. Dr. Andre, if I may.
Oh yeah. Yes, please. Pali.
Thank you for the
straightforward.
Okay. The question. So Indian and Ayub is I'm curious with the precedent when it comes to the International Criminal Tribunal for former Yugoslavia rendering the parameter for the non-international armed conflict, if I may quote, certain degree of intensity. And can you compare between the Tadic case and the situation occur in Aceh because I think, yeah, based on my point of view, the certain degree existed in Aceh is not reach what the judgment made by the International Tribunal for Former Yugoslavia, but I think I need the explanation. Thank you.
Thank you, Fali. Who will be answer these questions? Ayub or Indian?
Okay, thank you, Ali, for the great questions. Well, first of all, regarding we are using, firstly, we are using Aceh and Papua to kind of not differentiate regarding the situation, how Aceh has ended, and then how Papua is currently still going on, because in Aceh, luckily, the conflict itself has ended in good term, with the reputation after the tsunami in 2004. Yes. Thus, okay. First of all, that's the case. The conflict are not going on. That has stopped or has peacefully ended. And moreover, the one that said that the conflict in in Aceh has fulfilled the level of intensity and level of organization required to be considered as a non-international armed conflict was also stated by the Human Rights Watch, that considered that the level of intensity itself has fulfilled the requirement that is stated by Tadic, and the level of organization as stated both in the Tadic judgment. So therefore, we consider that as a non-international armed conflict, not because of fulfillment of this element, but also the conflict was directly handled by the Indonesian military forces. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Indian, because time is running out and we still have 1, 2, 3, 4 presenters. Thank you very much for good discussion and presentations. Also from Fali. Thank you very much. And then the next presenter is Ibu Dina. The time is yours, Ibu Dina. Ibu Dina. Ya.
Saya duluan ya.
Apa mintanya dulu?
Ibu Dina.
Ini ada ini.
Oh, who will make a presentation? Ibu Dina, Ibu Jung, or Ibu Dea?
Oh, okay.
Yes, please. The time is yours, ya.
Bukan Anda dulu.
Please, Ibu.
Panik. Mana tadi?
Nggak apa-apa.
Okay, I can see that your presentation is clear.
Clear.
Yes, please.
Panik. Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Andre.
You're welcome, Bu.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Let me introduce myself. My name is Dina Riantika. I'm a student from Pancasila University in Jakarta. I will present my journal with the title Indonesian Labor Social Security Participation Right Gap in Implementation of Job Loss Insurance for Terminated Contract Workers. Table of content, introduce, method, result on discussion, conclusion, recommend. Job loss insurance is one of programs regulated in the job creation law. This program collaboration between the Ministry of Manpower and BPJS Ketenagakerjaan job loss insurance is guarantee given to workers who experience termination of employment in the from cash benefit, access to labor market, information, and job training. This program has been in effect since government regulation number 37 of 2021 was enacted. But in this regulation, there are gaps in right that arise in determining the criteria for termination of employment, especially workers whose contract end. This research discuss how to prospect of providing social security, especially job loss insurance for workers at the end of contract, and the impact that arises the gap in the right of labor social security membership. The job loss insurance program intended for the weak earners segments such as office workers and factory laborers who meet the following criteria. Indonesian citizen has not reached the age of 54 years when registered as a participant workers at PK or BU medium and large scale business who have participate in 4 programs: JKK, JKM, JHT, and JP. Works at PK or BU small and micro scale with at least the 3 programs JKK, JKM, and JHT register as wage recipient workers at BPJS Health JKM program business entities for works or labors. Termination criteria that do not qualify for a JKP benefit resignation, permanent total disability, retirement, death, and PKWT whose work period has expired according to content period. My method, research method used in writing are normative juridical legal research, are called dogmatic legal research, or the theoretical legal research. This normative juridical legal research give written emphasis and library legal material research. In analyzing legal materials, this research use qualitative descriptive analysis, namely describing existing data or case descriptively to draw conclusion from the data. Drawing conclusion using the deductive method, namely by drawing a conclusion from general question to reach certain conclusion. The legal material used consists of primary legal, material, and secondary legal materials. Primary legal materials are binding legal materials such as form or basic rules. Secondary legal material are legal material that provide explanation of primary legal material such as draft laws, research result, works from legal cycle, and so on. Result and discussion. Conceptually, social security in the from job loss insurance or JKP for works affected by layoff currently has a good impact benefit in the form of cash for 6 months at least can temporarily support the living needs of workers and their families until they can find new job. However, the regulation of term and condition of beneficiaries of job loss insurance in government regulation number 37 of 2020 seem to have been met in a hurry. Just meet to deadline of 3 months since the job creation law was passed. For this reason, it seems very necessary to refine the concept for providing job loss insurance benefit. The limitation of job loss insurance benefit only for contract workers who are laid off or in other words, terminated before the contract period and is clearly and ambiguous provision. This is also not in line with the aim and objective of the job loss insurance program. Non-permanent or contract workers, whatever they are terminated midway tough or end their contract before the end of contract period, but have an interest in being able to work again to that they are eligible to be included as benefit of the job loss insurance program. In addition, PKWT or contract workers whose employment relationship and according to the term of the PKWT or who are terminated in the middle of the route basically would receive a compensation money according with Article 17 of PP number 35 of 2021. So it unreasonable if works whose contract and in accordance with the term of contract period are treated differently to receive the benefit of job loss insurance program. The job loss insurance program has the potential to be more beneficial for workers who are terminated due to serious misconduct or criminal act compared to workers whose contract end due the term. Two important points that are discussed in the research are the prospect to providing job loss guarantee program in protecting in the right of contract workers to the impact in gap in labor social security participation right. Conclusionnya, the conclusion of the discussion is that the inequality in access and benefit between workers with a contractual work period and permanent workers in terms of social protection, especially work accident insurance. Social security policy reform in Indonesia is needed to rectify the gap in access and ownership of job loss insurance. Increased protection for out of contract works should be a focus to ensure broad and more inclusive social safety net, the important stakeholder collaboration for police reform to be successful. Collaborating between the government, companies, labor union, and other relevant institution is essential. The synergy in need to design and implement effective solution to address gap in job loss insurance. Recommendation, the implementation is job loss insurance program as one of the social security program in Indonesia shall be welcomed by all parties. This is because in this indispensable security that during a pandemic or other future threat that cause economic recession and many workers to lose their job. Give that the job loss insurance program is the most recent social security. The implementation of job loss insurance program must give more attention, and in its implementation can run well and accordingly, so that main objective can be met and does not cause problem in the future. In addition, the job loss insurance program need to be social to employers as holders of the obligation to implementation the regulation of the job loss insurance program and for work as benefit of the program to know what their right in the event of terminated of employment. The job training benefit of job loss insurance program need to be designed with efficient to assist from workers to the return to work. For example, for training material provide should be in line with labor market need. In addition, the vocational training benefits should also consider accessibility for foreign workers in terms of time, distance, method, and facility, so as not to increase their burden. Thank you for attention. If any question, please feel free to ask.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Andrea, for a comprehensive presentations. Due to the allocation time, I would like to invite one participant. Is there any questions for the presentations? If there is no question,
yes, Mr. Andre.
Yeah, Ibu Ayu, please.
Thank you for the time. From Universitas Pancasila, Mrs. Dina.
Yes.
Okay. I would like to ask you about that you make a recommend in your conclusions in your paper. But I don't really hear clearly about what is your recommendations for the contractual workers to have some the same protection with the permanent workers. You said in your presentations that there is no same protection between the protection for a permanent worker and the protection for contractual workers. So what is your recommendations that for the contractual workers to have the same protection regarding in jobless insurance?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, how to make them equal gitu. Ya, Bu Ayu ya. How to make them equal regarding of job loss insurance program.
Insurance, yes. Yeah. Yes. Between the contractual workers and the permanent workers. I would like to hear about that. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, please. Who will be answer this question from Ibu Ayu?
Okay, thank you, Ibu Ayu. I will explain in the writing my to answer question.
Yes, please. Do you have any
you cannot explain it.
I cannot explain my
It's okay.
Oh, answer, sorry.
Okay. Okay, because thank you very much for your presentations. That's because the time is running out. We still have 3 participants. Thank you very much for the team of Universitas Pancasila. And the next presenter is Ibu Maya. Please, the time is yours, Ibu Maya.
Thank you very much, Pak Andre.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay, good morning. I would like to present my paper. Actually, it's not only my paper, but it's our paper, and there are my colleague, Ibu Ayun Rangwesti, Ibu Yulia Fitriani, and Ibu Maria Silvia Ewanga, and also Miss Rahna Devi from Department of Political Science, Banaras Hindu University. And we would like to present about the cultural rights and their implications in culture diplomacy in the digital era. India-Indonesian cultural diplomacy. Actually, I don't know, should I write India or Barat, because India now changed to Barat. Okay, first of all, I skip this one. Okay, relationship between countries are created when countries have a mutual consent to conduct cooperation relation, and the relationship is based on various reasons, and one of them is the national interest to be able to prosper the society. And diplomacy is one of the many strategies used by countries to advance their national interests in international relations. As we know that India and Indonesia are countries that have long had a cooperative relationship. Both countries have supported each other since the opening of diplomatic relations on 3rd March 1951. The similarities between the two countries, such as the plurality of ethnic groups as the strengths of social and cultural values, are based on historical experience. And for the reason is how can the well-being of society be ensured through the fusion of cultural right and cultural diplomacy. So this paper used the methodology multidisciplinary paper. This is the multidisciplinary paper from the view of international human rights law and also international relations. International law has a role in international relations such as policy. This paper looks at international human rights law as it relates to diplomacy. For this reason, this paper used normative research type by describing cultural right in normative term, which is then continue with the theory of diplomacy in international relations. This paper also empirically describe the cultures of India and Indonesia as the object of examining the importance of cultural right in cultural diplomacy. As we know that human rights are often the subject of international pressures as a part of effort to provide awareness of the importance of welfare. To be able to realize the welfare of society, countries make effort to include human rights issues. And these human rights issues as a part of international pressure into their foreign policy, which is manifest through diplomacy. And in diplomacy, there is a soft power in addition to hard power. And one of the soft power as a public diplomacy is a culture diplomacy. Before we know about the culture diplomacy, we have to know about the culture right. As we know, for the normative, the culture rights are recognized in UDHR Article 27 and also in the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, ICCPR Article 27. Cultural rights have remained relatively underdeveloped than the other rights, but it should be realized that cultural right can improve the prosperity of society. This is the beginning to change, and there is now growing realization that in many ways, cultural rights are pivotal to the recognition and respect of human dignity that lies at the very core of all human rights. And as I said before that cultural rights is a part of the human rights that can be implemented in the diplomacy. And for the diplomacy, it can be implemented in the culture diplomacy. And the culture diplomacy is part of the soft power in international relations. And culture diplomacy can accelerate the realization of the 5 important principles, such as respect and recognition of cultural diversity and heritage, constant global intercultural dialogue, justice, equality, and interdependence to all, the protection of global human rights, and global peace and stability. This can accelerate the realization of the 5 important principles below by accomplishing the first principle. One enables the second, which in turn enables the third until the fifth. Ultimate principle of global peace stability is gift. And as we know that the importance of the culture right in diplomacy is reinforced by the notion that countries' soft power rests in the 3 resources. This is what Joseph Nye explains, that the importance of the cultures in diplomacy are its culture, the political value, and the foreign policy. And also, if we are looking the culture diplomacy, it cannot only be associated with the art and literature, but also in the context of culture diplomacy itself, culture must be seen in the broader sense, a set of distinctive spiritual, material, intellectual, and emotional features of the society, or a spiritual, material, intellectual, and emotional features of the society social group, which includes lifestyle, literature, ways of living together, and so on. And this is the result and the discussion about the culture diplomacy between India and Indonesia. And perhaps my colleague, Ms. Rashna, are you here? Because she will present about the culture the culture diplomacy between India and Indonesia. Oh, I think she's not here. So maybe I will explain that about the culture diplomacy between India and Indonesia. It can be seen that from the historical and the culture ties between Indonesia and India or Barat go back many millennia. As we know that from the culture, from the architecture, language, and the arts have all been profoundly influenced by Indian civilization. So Indonesian cultures profoundly influenced by Indian civilization, particularly from the Hindu and Buddhist dynasty. And this shared history offers a solid basis for cultural diplomacy between India or Barat and Indonesia. The country with the largest Muslim population in Indonesia, and also we can see that Barat or India can promote the multiculturalism and pluralistic value by connecting with Indonesian Islamic culture. This can support effort to promote a favorable view of India's many cultures and combat unfavorable perception or stereotypes about Barat. Barat or India and Indonesia have been putting effort into improving their strategic alliances and bilateral ties. And Barat can bolster its initiative in other sectors, including defense, maritime cooperation, and counterterrorism by concentrating on cultural diplomacy. Cultural exchange can offer a softer, more inclusive method of bridging differences and fostering trust between the 2 countries. And also it can be seen from the pictures that India and Indonesia have been successful in fostering intercultural understanding and appreciation through cultural festival, educational exchange, cultural centers, and cooperation in cinema and music. India and Indonesia can forge closer ties and advance a better knowledge of each other's culture by broadening and diversifying their culture diplomacy project. And And India and Indonesia cultures have been linked from the
Enggak, tadi
beginning
kan
of time.
rencana mau makan terus
Traveling merchant
bilang
and
suruh
academic
jemput
from
saya
India
langsung jalan.
had a profound
Excuse me,
impact
Bapak
on
Ibu,
Indonesian
please mute.
cultures, including its art, architecture, language, and also religion. This enduring connection can be seen in the well-known Borobudur Temple in Indonesia. And for more, India and Indonesian culture exchange has greatly cultivated intercultural understanding and improved interpersonal ties. Hindu and Buddhist temple in like Borobudur and Prambanan are evidence of how Indian art and building influence Indonesian culture, similar to how Japanese dance, wayang, puppetry, and gamelan music from Indonesia show off the rich cultural legacy that the two countries share. And for the conclusions, it can be concluded that talking about human rights, it is an international issue where countries have an obligation to respect, protect, and fulfill them. Talking about international human rights law, it is certainly inseparable from economic, social, and cultural rights. On culture right, the right is to advance the capacity of communities to preserve and develop their cultural identity. And this is aligned with the state's effort to realize national interests for the welfare of its people. When diplomacy is conducted by utilizing culture, preservation and welfare efforts are fulfilled. India, Barat, and Indonesia steps in utilizing culture diplomacy can play an important role in the welfare of the people of both countries by accelerating the realization of the 5 important principles of cultural diplomacy. Then, the cultural sorry. The cultural similarities between India and Indonesia are not only in art and literature, but also in spiritual, material, intellectual, and emotional, with history facilitating a correlation between the cooperation of the two countries. And for the recommendations, every country has a major role supported by other actors in international relations, in, in upholding cultural rights as well as people's welfare through cultural diplomacy. And for the next, cultural right as a part of cultural diplomacy must be enhanced by broader diplomatic effort using digital technology in the digital era as a digital diplomacy. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you very much for good and interesting presentation for me. Is there any questions for the presentation from Ibu Maya? I will invite one participant. If there is no, I will ask. This is
hello.
Yes.
Am I audible? Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. You are.
Yes, this is my colleague from India.
Yeah, you have 2 minutes, please.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, welcome.
Thank you, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here today, and I am so fortunate to speak here. I will speak about
Could you please
India and
open your
Indonesia
camera?
culture. Yeah,
please?
I can. Sorry.
Yeah, so that everyone can see you.
Yeah.
Please. 2 minutes.
Actually, I am speaking about historical and cultural ties between Indonesia and Bharata. Go back many millennia, Indonesia culture, architecture, language, and the art have all been profoundly influenced by the Indian civilization, particularly from the Hindu and Buddhist dynasties. This shared history offers a solid basis for cultural diplomacy between the Bharata and Indonesia. The country with the largest Muslim population is Indonesia, and India is most populated country. Bharata can promote its multiculturalism and pluralistic values by connecting with Indonesia's Islamic culture. This can support effort to promote a favorable view of India's many cultures and combat favorable perceptions or stereotype about Bharata. Bharat and Indonesia have been putting effort into improving their strategic alliance and bilateral ties. Bharat can booster its initiative in other sectors, including defense, maritime cooperation, and counterterrorism by contracting on cultural diplomacy. Cultural exchange can offer a softer, more inclusive method of bridging difference and fostering trust between the two countries. I hate India and Indonesia have been successfully fostering intercultural understanding and appreciation through cultural festivals, education, exchange, cultural centers, and cooperation in cinema, music. India and Indonesia can forge close ties and advance a better knowledge of each other cultures by broadening and diversifying their cultural diplomacy project. India and Indonesia culture have been linked from the beginning of time. Traveling merchants and academics from India had a profound impact on Indonesia culture, including its art, architecture, language, religions, epics. Epics like Ramayana, Mahabharata, we know very well, everyone. These enduring connections can be seen in the well-known Borobudur temple in Indonesia. How ma'am just said now. India and Indonesia cultural exchange have greatly cultivated intercultural understanding, improved interpersonal ties. Hindu and Buddhist temples like Borobudur and Prambanan are evidence of how Indian art and building influenced Indonesian culture, similar to how Javanese dance, Wayang property, and Gamanan music from Indonesia show off the rich cultural legacy that the two countries share. So India and Indonesia have most probable and most cultural sharing with each other. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Because time is running out, I think enough presentation for Ibu Maya and the team. So we can move to, thank you very much for that. Thank you very much. And then we move to the fifth presenter here, Ibu Dr. Ni and Ibu Dr. Siti for, this is from Malaysia, yeah, from University Utara Malaysia. So who will be present the presentations here? Ibu Siti or Ibu Ni? Time is yours.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Andre. My name is Siti Darmita Muhammad Pero, and I'm going to present our paper for today's conference. And thank you for the opportunity given to us for presenting the paper entitled Leadership and Presentation of Women in Politics in Malaysia. So this is part of Nick Fauziliana ongoing PhD thesis, and I am happy to present our works together in this esteemed conference. Yeah. So I promise this is going to be a very quick presentation because time is running out, and I need to be a moderator for the next session. So I'll try to be very brief. So these are the contents of my presentation with the introduction first and methods, results, and discussion, some recommendation, and I'll close up with a conclusion. So basically, there are two main reasons why we really wanted to present this idea in this conference. First is because obviously issue related to leadership and representation of women in politics in Malaysia is very much not really given sufficient focus to the researcher. And the secondly is that despite the Malaysian government policy, which introduced in 2004, in August 2004, which aimed to have at least 30% of women in its decision-making processes, this quota remains largely unfulfilled. So it is now almost more than a decade, but the target for the 30% women participation in political decision-making processes in Malaysia is not being achieved. So these are the latest data. The members of the Dewan Rakyat ataupun Lower House of Malaysia So basically, the percentage is decreasing from the last general election in 2018, where we have 14%, and the latest general election in 2022. So we can see the numbers of women participation in the lower house or in parliament is decreasing. This is very important. Why we really need to really focus on the representation of women in leadership position in Malaysia. Okay, and if we look into the report from the World Economic Forum, the gender gap index in Malaysia 2022, the position in Malaysia is a bit lower than its neighbors. For example, Singapore is ranked number 49, Thailand 79, and Indonesia 92, while Malaysia is in the position of 110. In overall 146 countries in the world. So we are actually trying very hard to actually increase the women participation in decision-making processes. With regard to Malaysia Gender Gap Index, MGGI, which focus on 4 main areas to what extent women participation, women engagement in 4 important areas in women development, in nation development, such as education, health, economic opportunities, and political empowerment. Once again, political empowerment, political participation, with regard to women chances and opportunity in Malaysian context are very low, just 0.1% if you notice here. Right. And the last general election shows that although 7.3 million women, which are made up 50%, which is half of the registered voters, only 250 out 2,339 candidates were women. So it shows that only 10% of the candidates were women, despite that we are representing 50% of voters. All right, and currently it's only 10% of ministerial positions were held by females. That is why this issue are really serious in Malaysia, and the government are really try very much is actually to really help the number of the women participation in politics. So for this research, we opt for qualitative methods in which we have conducted face-to-face interviews with female politicians, party leadership, field expert, that means expert in democratization, expert in women and representation and leadership, and as well as civil society. And of course, we started and continuously refer to document analysis to strengthen our finding and this discussion. Okay, so we found that there are 3 main reasons why we are a bit lacking at the moment. First is there is a lack of support, encouragement, and cooperation from the political party leadership. This is due to the absence of encouragement and support from the party leadership in nominating female candidates for election. And the second result is very closely related with the first result because female candidates only allocated with a small amounts of seated. That is why their representative in the parliamentary seat are very limited. This is, we understand, because normally party leadership prefers candidate with high significant influence, especially among men over female candidates. And if the female candidates have been given a seated, normally the female candidate will be given a seated which have a very difficult chances to win. All right, so that is why although they've been given the chances, but they know that it's very difficult to win, and it reflects the women representation in the parliamentary seats. Okay, and the third factor is related to the level of confidence and leadership capacity of women. The stereotyping is still there. The stigma of the society is still there, with portray Malaysian or women leaders as such as very emotional. They are not really capable enough to lead. They are very not logic, and then this kind of scenario still, or perception still embedded in the narrative of the voters as well as the leaders among the political parties. So the finding here is really focusing on that somehow, whether we agree or not, because of the system in Malaysian political party, somehow it reflects the amount, the representation of women in the parliamentary seat. This is for example, these are the political parties that currently in Malaysia's political system. More or less, the current government, the Pakatan Harapan PH under Anwar Ibrahim, is 18% of the overall. Women actually representing 18% from the overall candidates in the party. The rest is very little, I would say, the percentage. This one 30% because Warisan only have three what we call seats in the parliamentary seat. So 1/3 represented 3%, but it does not really reflect the quantity that we want in the parliamentary seat. All right. So the recommendation really is actually for us to really look into the party system because it shows that parties plays a significant role in determining the increase of female candidates who will participate in politics in terms of what we call determining the numbers of seats given to the female candidates. And therefore, party leadership must take more proactive steps to highlight credible women candidates for the general election. And our conclusion is based on the finding, we believe that there is needed to really changes or reform the political parties in Malaysia to enable more women political representation in the decision-making processes. I guess that's all for me. Thank you.
You're welcome, Dr. Siti, and thank you very much. Is there any questions for interesting presentation here regarding of representations of women in politics, especially in Malaysia? I will invite. Okay, please, Ibu Maya. Only one.
Yes.
Participant.
Thank you.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dr. Siti, I would like to ask about as you said before, that the government has provided opportunities to women to participate in politics. But in your opinion, what about the women themselves? Are they really interested in participating in the political area? Thank you.
Oh yeah, mostly they are very interested to join. And if you look into majority of the parties in Malaysia, the cadre, the workers who really work for the party is ibu-ibu, the generasi muda, okay, young voters, female. But the chances for them to go up, okay, to climb up the ladder of the political party is very slim. Okay, the chances for them to ladder up the political party structure is very slim. That is why we are suggesting they need some structural reform in political parties in Malaysia. Majority these are the scenario in political parties in Malaysia to enable these women, very enthusiastic women, to really be nominated in the election, be at the state level or at the federal level.
Okay, thank you very much. So the politics is sexy not only for men, but including for women.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you very much, Dr. Siti and Ibu Maya. Great presentations here. And we go further to another presenter here.
I need to stop my presentation, right?
Yes, please, Ibu Dr. Siti.
Hold on. Okay.
Muhammad Fali. You still in room, ya?
Yes. Thank you. Wait for a second.
Yeah, the time is yours.
Dr. Andre, sorry, I have to dismiss because I need to moderate another session.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Please.
Thank
You're welcome, Dr. Siti. Thank you very much, ya.
Yeah, thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants, and also researcher. My name is Muhammad Fali, and it's an honor for me to appear here to assist to delivering my presentation of our paper in collaboration with my my beloved lecturer, Madam Amalia Zura and Madam Arlina Permanasari. The paper titled is called Indonesian Legal Framework on the Protection of Eco-Anxiety. Now, so in this occasion, I will be addressing the introduction regarding why or the purpose of this paper and method, and not forget the addressing or explain a briefly explanation regarding method, and moving forward to the result and discussion. Now, moving to the prong of introduction, that the background for this research is because of the 1992 that almost international community, including states, international organization, and non-states organization, is gathered to talk about the adverse effects of climate change is the common concern of humankind, because it's because it's considered a threat to the environment and also to the human health. However, in the past 3 years, there is an issue, the salient issue of the human health. It is several scholars so-called eco-anxiety, climate anxiety, or even there is solastalgia that the conclusion of those terminology is leading to the human anxiety towards the adverse effects of climate change. And I divided, the introduction is divided into 3 prongs. First is facts, second norms and novelty. I will brief the explanation. The fact in 2020 that several entities, including individuals and non-governmental organizations, is lodging its application to the European Court of Human Rights regarding the allegation against 27 European Union member states that allege that they are failed to uphold its international obligation to prevent and mitigate the adverse effects of climate change, and it considered that will threat to the human health and also can be regarded as the torture to the human being. Now, moving to the before we move into the methods, that in this paper, it is talking about the norms between the within the framework of international environmental law and also international human rights law, specifically under the 1966 International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. So this paper using a method of, in general, normative legal research, and we using data collection using bibliometric method, collecting article journals from the article journals which indexed by Scopus, and we filter the article journals with the key words. First is eco-anxiety, international environmental law, climate change, and mental health. Now, we moving forward to the result and discussion. We would like to discuss the terms of eco-anxiety. The eco-anxiety is indeed, it is a mental health issue toward the adverse effect of climate change. What symptoms may happen in a human mental health, that according to several authors that we gathered the data from the article journals, that several peoples may suffers PTSD or post-traumatic disorder, depression, traumatic, and even while they want to suicide and attempt because of their fear regarding the adverse effects of climate change is threatening them their life. And with regard to the terminology, there is several use of terms like I already mentioned before is environmental eco-anxiety, solastalgia, and climate anxiety. However, those terms have a similar meaning. And why the people is fear about the adverse impact of climate change is because of the trust issue on the government effort to overcome climate issue in their state and also in the world today. So moving to the next prong regarding the international law, first we divided into two fields. First is under international environmental law and human rights law. Under international environmental law, there is climate change treaty regime, and specifically is under United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change that ordered all state parties to apply the principle of common but differentiated respective capabilities to prevent and mitigate adverse effects of climate change. And also taking into account International Covenant Article 12 of the ICESCR regarding the right to physical and mental health, and would which further explained by the Committee on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights in General Comment 14 regarding the state's obligation should respect, protect, and fulfill right to health. And the implementation of CBD common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities is throughout the state's national commitments under the nationally determined contribution. It's under the notion of the Paris Agreement. So moving to the next prong, we focus in this regard is the Indonesia international obligation under those treaties instruments, and we would like to gather and raising a question whether or not there is laws and regulation within Indonesia legal framework to protect Indonesia nationals from eco-anxiety. So there is two main municipal law that we found. First is law number 17 of 2023 on health, which is the new Indonesia law. And second is law number 32 of the 2019 on environmental protection and management. And any other laws and regulation, including governmental regulation and also presidential regulation. However, considering my time is I only have 10 minutes to explain our research. So I only focus on law number 17 2023 regarding health. That there is key articles that we gathered and we found. However, unfortunately, there is no further or subsequent regulation because it is considered a new Indonesia law. Therefore, we gathered only in the substantial contained within law number 17 2023. First, Article 4 requires everyone has a right to physically and mentally, socially healthy life, which we would like to underlining mentally healthy life. And Article 22, subsection 1, H and N requires one of the efforts to make everyone has a healthy life is to organize the effort on mental health and environmental health. And also Article 74 is talking about the central governmental obligation and regional government obligation to ensure every person can achieve a good quality of life, enjoy a healthy mental life, free from fear, pressure, and other disturbances that can interfere with mental health. and providing protection and ensuring mental health care services for a person at risk and person with mental illness based on human rights. So it is the applicability of international environmental law and international human rights law is relevant because Indonesia is the state party to those treaty instruments. Now, the conclusion is first, Indonesia has no laws and regulation related to the protection of eco-anxiety. Second, the new Indonesia health law may be considered a preliminary legal framework to overcome eco-anxiety. And third, we need to Indonesia and the collaborative with the the nationals of Indonesia should need to find a balance between environmental and mental health protection because it is interdependent relation. And with regard to the recommendation, we insist that Indonesia should
It seems that the presenter has a technical problem
between coordination and cooperation. It is concluded my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fali. I would like to invite the participants to have any questions. So I will ask Fali, based on your recommendation, it should be balanced, yeah, or interdependent relations between physical, mental, and maybe environmental health. So could you describe it for me in brief?
Certainly, Mr. Andre, thank you for the question.
Yeah.
I will prefer to refer to the Inter-American Court of Human Rights decision in advisory of opinion regarding human rights and environment that the Inter-American Court of Human Rights is rendered that environment and human rights is interdependently and indivisible relation. So if there is environmental degradation, it will be negative impact on human rights. So we conclude that regarding the climate change, it's also applicable in the context eco-anxiety that when it comes to the occurrence of adverse effects of climate change, it will harm to the right to health, especially right to mental health. It is my question, my answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Fali, for your very good presentation here. So the last presenter here, it's almost past the time. Ibu Jum from Pancasila, please make a presentation as the last presenter in room 5 in parallel sessions.
Hello everyone, how are you?
I'm good. Yes, please.
Thank you, moderator, for your
yeah. Who is speaking this? Ibu Jum or who else?
Well, in this opportunity, I would like to start the presentation on behalf of Ibu Jum Anggriani.
Okay.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, namo buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Yeah, I would like to present the issues of the effect of freedom of expression in the era of digitalization on human rights.
Mr. Andres, do you have any PowerPoint presentations here? You are not going to share your presentations? PPT?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Yes, I would like to.
Yes, I can see.
Yeah.
Continue.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moderator, Mr. Andre. So the table of contents is about backgrounds and fact, research methodology, conclusion, and publication. Okay, the back.
It seems a technical problem here. Mr. Andreas.
The mic, you need to turn on the mic.
Yes, Ibu Suci. What is going to happen here? Oh, it's
Can
already
you,
normal.
anyone hear me?
Yeah, yeah. Pak Andreas.
Okay.
Continue.
Which poses threats to such activities. Therefore, this study will delve into the topic of freedom of expression in Indonesia, particularly in the digital age, in relation to human rights. The rule of law applies in Indonesia, where legal authority is firmly enforced to control people's lives. Article 1, paragraph 3 firmly states that the state of Indonesia is a state of law. This statement defines the concept of restat, or rule of law in Indonesia. The ideal rule of law is a country that prioritizes the supremacy of law, not politics or economics. The government is actually just a legal system, not society, which acts as an electronic transaction law, so-called the IT's law, poses a threat to these activities because the ITE law does not guarantee freedom of opinion in providing criticism to the government via social media. The public is reluctant to provide criticism and input. So guarantees to protect them from criminal sanctions are very necessary. How to regulate freedom of expression in Indonesia? How freedom of opinion affect the digital era in relation to human rights, which are then called human rights, are two issues that this study wants to raise. According to the Article 28 of the 1945 Constitution, which guarantees equal legal protection. Freedom of opinion is one of the basic rights that every citizen has and is guaranteed by the state. This article discusses human rights, including the rights of citizens and residents to associate and assemble, express their thought orally or in writing, and etc. In circumstances that we will regulate it by law, human rights can be regulated and protected in Indonesia because of the legal and democratic frameworks in this country. Okay, we go to the research methodology. The research uses normative judicial analysis based on secondary data from the field of law and critical discourse analysis developed by Norma Fairclough. This approach takes into account the interest between text, discourse, and social culture to obtain information about social cognition through channels that are not accessible through traditional channels such as Congress, government, and the media. Interviews are conducted. Due to these constructions, they are more likely to turn to digital media, social media, to voice their wishes because of its wide acceptance. The author concludes the ethic must be barrier to the expression of Indonesian society's opinion in the era of digitalization. Research of methodology. Freedom of association, assembly, and expressions are fundamental human rights that every living creator in our planet should enjoy, because every living creator is free to express opinions and express themselves in public. Misunderstandings of the expressions, having freedom of opinion or expressing opinions is the most common thing that occurs and causes conflict in life. Rarely do protests escalate into trouble or even criminal activity.
It is time for all of us to start paying attention to the laws that govern our daily lives. Isn't our region one of the few global bastions that upholds democratic principles? Article 28 of the Constitution of the Republic of Indonesia, as amended in 1965, protects the right to freedom of expression by stating that freedom of association, assembly, expression of through verbally, in writing, and so on is determined by law. And with this provision that everyone has the right to freedom of association, assembly, and expression, the right to freedom of assembly, association, assembly, and expression of opinion is guaranteed by law number 9 of 1998, as well as the Indonesian Human Rights Character on top MPR number 18 of 1998, Article 19. The Indonesian constitutional government has an obligation to safeguard the right to freedom of expression. Although the Constitution guarantees and protects this freedom is often abused for the sake of the actor's ego to the detriment of others. New forms of communication facilities the spirit of ideas, criticism, and even hate speech. The ITE law contains criminal section to those found committing hate speech, including defamation and statements that incite hatred against ethnicity, religion, race, and intergroup. Freedom of expression is given a new breath in time of change. The television and radio industry in Indonesia is developing rapidly, and in the near future, people will have wide access to a lot of information via internet, with the increasing number of channels for disseminating information that can be accessed by the public. They have conveyed constructive criticism of the government, and at the same time also access the result of the government's effort.
Mr. Andreas, could you move to
conclusion? The
okay.
ITE law, Article 28 and Article 28E, paragraph 3 of the 1945 Constitution of the Republic of Indonesia states that everyone has the right to freedom of association, assembly, and expression of opinion. So it is clear that the government must guarantee the fulfillment to these rights. After that, the meaning of the article became clear. Article 1, paragraph 1 of Law number 9 of 1998, concerning that the right to express opinion in public allows that this by protecting freedom to express through verbally, written, and so on, freely and responsibility in accordance with the provisions of the applicable law and regulations. And the second one is to impact the online freedom of expression on civil liberties. Writing books, discussions, and press activities are the right ways to exercise freedom of opinion. Government and other state organizations must consider that the view of the citizens when formulating public policies.
Thank you very much for the last presentation. Because time is running out, I'm very sorry. There's no question and answer session here. I just want to say thank you very much for all participations. And once again, we can meet again in next conference. Andreas and all of the participants from Kuningan as well, from Trisakti. Goodbye. See you again. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. We move to main room. Thank you very much, all of you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Andre.
Yeah, welcome.
Karena gue cuma 9
Bye-bye.
kan. Sama gue. Salah.
From School of Malaysia. Okay, let me check. All the presenters are ready. Okay, just want to do some quick housekeeping. First, we got a paper from Miss Dian Purnamasari. Are you here, Miss Dian? Yes, you are here. I can see you. Thank you.
Yes, I'm here.
Great, fantastic. Muhammad Alida, I think he's been assigned. He's not yet to be assigned. Miss Alvarida, are you here? Not yet. Miss Alvareda.
She's here.
She's here? Okay, great.
She was here, I think.
She was here. Alright, she was here. Okay. And
She was
then
here.
Vivi Suaryanata.
Yes, I'm here.
Great, fantastic. And last but not least, Haris Budiman. Mr. Haris Budiman. Not yet. All right. Since Miss Dian is here, shall we start now, or you want to wait for the other presenter, or we just can?
It's okay if we can start now. I'm okay. No problems.
And you are ready,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
Okay. Hello once again. Hello everyone. Not good morning anymore. Yes, it's good morning in Indonesia, but it's afternoon now in Malaysia. And welcome to the first Trisakti International Conference on Law for Social Welfare or Trials 2023. So basically, we are going to have 5 presentations today for the session 2 session for first trials. Basically, you are given 10 minutes for your presentation and 5 minutes for question and answer. And please take note that I'll be very strict with timing. So I'll give you like a reminder 2 minutes before your time end. So hopefully everybody will obey to the allocated time for each presenter. Okay, so without further ado, I would like to pass the session to Miss Dian Purnamasari and her team, and she'll be presenting a paper entitled Consumer Protection of Access to Nutritional Value Information on Processed Food Labels, Harmonization of Supervision in ASEAN. Over to you, Miss Dian.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Siti Darwinda. Let me share my presentation.
Yes.
Okay, hopefully everyone can see. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Still morning in Jakarta, Indonesia. Let me introduce myself. My name is Dian Purnamasari. I'm from Universitas Trisakti. I'm here to present the article about the consumer protection on behalf of the other teams. And our full teams consist of Dr. Anna Maria Trianggraini, Sarda Brianti, Kantika, and also Amanda. Okay, like I mentioned before, that the topic that I would like to present today is related to consumer protection. Specifically, is about the consumer protection of access to nutritional value information on processed food labels, harmonization of supervision in ASEAN. Okay, this presentation will be consist of 5 table of content: introduction, methods, result on discussion, conclusion, and also recommendation. First one, introduction. Sugar, salt, and fat are widely consumed by people of Indonesia. And if we consume this sugar, salt, and also fat in excess, it will be increase a person risk of suffering from non-communicable disease. The World Health Organization states that 60% of the cause of death in Indonesia are caused by non-communicable disease and have a very high risk of mortality. This 66% figure consists of cardiovascular disease and also cancer, diabetes, kidney, stroke, heart, and the other non-communicable disease. So the increasing trend of non-communicable disease is not also experienced by older people, but also experienced by people of younger age. So that's why this is very important for consumer, especially in Indonesia, to get the information about the label nutrition in every food packaging. So in Indonesia, the obligation for every business actor to include nutrition information is regulated by Ministry of Health Regulation number 30 of 2013. This is based on this regulation. There are health messages contain information that the limit for consuming of sugar is not more than 50 grams per day. And for sodium, for example, is 20,000 milligram of sodium. This is the sample of nutritional value in the product. If you can see that the table on the package will inform the nutritional value of the product, including the amount of sugar, salt, and fat content. So this is the obligation for every business actor player in Indonesia to put the nutrition fact in every food packaging. But unfortunately, not every business actor, although it is mandatory by the regulation in Indonesia, sorry, but in reality, there are many business actors that are not still apply for this nutrition fact labeling in their product. So that's why this is need more like a supervision for authority in Indonesia to supervise about the circulation product in Indonesia. So, and also on the other hand, there are still many people who do not understand how to read the information labels on food product packaging, even though this is actually can help consumer to know the nutritional content, including sugar, salt, and also fat. And this research, it is based on our research before. It is a legal research normative, descriptive, and also we use secondary data as main data, and we also use the primary data. We had conducted forum group discussion before related to the stakeholder of consumer protection in Indonesia. So the main topic about this is about harmonization in Asia. In Asian, there are agreement between member states of the ASEAN. First one in 2015, there are establishment of the ASEAN Strategic Action Plan of Consumer Protection. It maps out the direction of the ACCP, stand for ASEAN Committee on Consumer Protection, work containing strategic objective and initiative. And also their establishment of the Asian Consultative Committee for Standard and Quality, and it has a task to harmonize the standard, harmonize of technical regulation, and also it has a task to mutual acceptance of conformity assessment. And this is the comparison. This is the compare. If you want to compare the regulation between among countries in ASEAN, between Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, and also Philippines. The food authority in Indonesia is consists of BPOM. We call it BPOM in Indonesia. This is a food agency in Indonesia, supervision in Indonesia, and also the Minister of Health. In Malaysia, the institution related to food authority is Minister of Health. In Singapore, they are Singapore Food Agency. In Thailand, they are Food Commission, which is appointed by the minister. And in the Philippines, they are Minister of Health. And if we see from the view of the role of the authority, in Indonesia, the authority has a role for preventive and repressive supervision and also education. In Malaysia, they are standard policy, label supervision, and also education. And in Singapore, the role of the authority is consists of a standard policy, supervision of advertising, and also permission. And in Thailand, the role of the authority is they are giving the recommendation to the minister. And in Philippines, the role of the authority is the standard of policy of food, drug, and also cosmetic. And about the penalty, the authority has a competence to give the penalty to the business player who doesn't obey the regulation. In Indonesia, the BPOM has a authority to give administrative sanction and then product withdrawal or recall, license revocation. And in Malaysia, they have authority to administrative sanction and also criminal sanction. And Singapore and Thailand, they have the same competence related to administrative sanction. So before the conclusion, so right now is so many product that in Indonesia we can consume product from Malaysia, from
from Indonesia, from Thailand, and from another country. So food business need to be encouraged to comply with the internationally accepted standard and regulation to increase public confidence, because the product that they produce must meet safety, quality, and also nutritional standard. So harmonization of food label inclusion policies also needs to be carried out between member countries at the ASEAN regional level. This will make it easier for consumer to be protected from dangerous food, from domestic or also from international product. So to sum up this discussion, that the first conclusion that the role of supervisory institution in accesses information of nutritional value on processed food product labels in Indonesia is essential in protecting consumer rights, especially the right to correct, transparent, and also an honest information about the condition and guarantee of the product. This supervision is both at the pre and also post-market stages. And the second conclusion is that harmonization of supervision over the inclusion on processed food product at the ASEAN regional level is required to implement commitment between among member countries that have been initiated since the agreement of free trade in 1992. However, in practice, harmonization between countries will arise when there is a business dispute between business actors between countries. And this can occur due to different legal system in dispute resolution between Asian countries. And recommendation from our research is that for Indonesian governments, the Indonesian government needs to set the clear standard of the limit of nutritional value that must be informed to consumer of food product, and increase education to the public to improve the culture of literacy in food labeling. And for the ASEAN member, that maybe the ASEAN leader of ASEAN member countries need to be established a cross-border business dispute resolution system, especially in digital economy era. We can buy something product, from Malaysia, from Indonesia, from Indonesia, from Thailand, from online. So this is the recommendation with the establishment of online dispute resolution to increase law enforcement effectiveness. That's all my presentation today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Dian. A very interesting presentation, very short but very significant research, I would say. All right, is there any question from the floor? And thank you so much for being very considerate with timing. You really just on time, okay?
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, is there any question from the floor? I open now. Okay, if not, I may have one question for you. Can you go back to your slide with the table, with the countries, specific countries, rules and regulations? Okay,
Yeah.
these are the role of authority in labeling of nutritional information on food. What about at the ASEAN level? Do they have a standard, specific guideline such as other ASEAN member states? I mean, ASEAN as an institution.
ASEAN agreement.
Yeah.
Okay, I will give the answer to our member, Dr. Tria. I am Tri Anggraini.
Okay, thank you for the opportunities. In ASEAN, they haven't regulations or something guidance to make a standard for the labeling, but still only in harmonize, and yeah, they talk together and yeah, a discussion, but not till a level to standardization. So it's going to be to harmonize, to make it increase, and because every country has a different standard. In Indonesia, they have a codex. And different with let's say Thailand and Philippines. So maybe the Ministry of Health, the authority of food security or food supervisor like a Badan POM taken into account to discuss with another country about the standard. Maybe that's all my answer.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you understanding. That's his normal way of ASEAN doing thing, I think.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Different with the European community, they have a treaty and
Yes.
have to comply with that treaty.
Sure. Okay. Thank you so much, Doctor, for your response. Okay, I think I shall proceed with the next presenter, Dr. Muhammad Ali Reda Norman.
Yeah, I will.
Yes, over to you, Dr. Ali. All right, we can see your screen now.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay,
the
perfect.
floor is yours. Okay, fantastic.
So, okay. So basically, my study, I'll present briefly about my study, but here is just a preliminary study on small state responses to a great power politic, focusing on the sustainability of hedging. So the purpose of the study here would just let you guys get the insight of the topic that I'm going to explore. So here's the problem statement. Southeast Asia has become the site of great power competition between rising power and the United States throughout the post-Cold War. However, since 2008, competition between the two sides has become more intense. On one hand, Washington has hardened its stance on China, depicting the country as a revisionist state and strategic competitor. On the other hand,
Dr. Ali, can you please turn on your video so that everybody can see you?
yeah, on the other hand, China foreign strategy has also shifted to a large extent. The strategy of keeping a low profile has been replaced by the strategy of striving for achievement. So many observers describe China as becoming more assertive, especially in the South China Sea dispute. Set against this backdrop, Southeast Asian nations have employed hedging as a strategy, aiming to maximize their respective interests without overly aligning with any major power. So here, it is worth asking how the hedging strategy of Southeast Asian country might evolve when the Sino-US competition escalate. And therefore, this study examines the sustainability of such hedging strategy in the face of great power competition. So here is basically the puzzle that this study, my study seeks to address: why Malaysia hedging strategy is more stable than the Philippines. And then case study, we selected two Southeast Asian countries, the Philippines and Malaysia, as a case study. And these two countries are chosen in this study because of the sort of dissimilarity in the Philippines and Malaysia reaction to a growing great power competition in East Asia. So through an in-depth analysis of the historical foreign policy, the study examined the evolution of the hedging strategy in response to changing geopolitical dynamic and domestic factors. So data analysis, we conducted a cross-case comparative analysis to identify common pattern and differences between the two case study. And then the main argument is of this study are as follow. The sustainability of hedging in Southeast Asia depend on both systemic forces and also unit level factors like domestic politics. So the Philippines shift in foreign policy, transitioning from hedging to assertive balancing, and then returning to hedging, can be attributed not only to systemic forces but also domestic political consideration. And Malaysia unwavering commitment to hedging in its foreign policy since 2008 also reflect the significant influence of both systemic forces and domestic political factors. So here we just reveal some of the finding of the study. The study revealed that the growing great power competition facilitate the practice of hedging in Southeast Asia. However, the decision to hedge or not is determined by domestic politics, meaning to say, unlike the I think the popular belief that great power competition will limit the space for small state to maneuver, the study has shown that while actually the great power competition facilitate hedging behavior in East Asia country, especially in the context of Southeast Asia, through the case study of Philippines and Malaysia, meaning to say that it is actually a great power competition that enable hedging behavior to persist. Once the competition ceases, and then the hedging behavior will become less appealing in Southeast Asia. So Malaysia has shown more stable hedging strategy compared to Philippines. This is another finding, and this variation can attributed to differences in their domestic political dynamic. So here is like basic comparison between the Philippine sponsors to great power. If you look at the Philippine hedging behavior suffer from discontinuity. Under our administration, the Philippines pursue hedging policy against a great power politic. However, under Akun administration from 2008 and 2016, the Philippines shifted away from hedging to assertive balancing, and then returned back to hedging under Duterte administration. In the case of Malaysia hedging policy to its great power politic has shown more of continuity. So basically more stable and sustainable compared to the Philippines. As shown here under Abdullah administration, Malaysia continued to hedge. Hedge here, I forgot to briefly mention about the definition of hedging. Hedging meaning to say like non-taking side and also exploit play great power off against one another to achieve state national interest. So under Najib is hedging, and post Najib administration, Malaysia up until now continue to pursue hedging behavior. And then does the shift to balancing behavior are more likely to be determined by cost-benefit analysis? I said state continually access. This is basically continuation of the argument I mentioned earlier. State continually access the cost and benefit of their foreign policy choice. If the cost of hedging, such as maintaining ambiguous alliances or relationship, outweigh the benefit, state may decide to abandon the hedging strategy. So basically, whether or not state is going to hedge or hedging behavior will likely to persist in Southeast Asia will not only determined by the systemic forces but also domestic political factors. And then, for example, here, example, I think this is obvious. The Philippine foreign policy balancing. So, and Malaysia remain hedging despite both facing the same external pressure. And then here is basically the argument, the differences between, if you look into domestic unit variable, I found that, well, the Philippines have less basic interest at stake in the direction of China compared to Malaysia. So basically, Malaysia has a lot at stake. Or to put it differently, Malaysia benefited more from hedging behavior compared to the Philippines over the last few decades, as illustrated in the trade relation between Malaysia and China compared to the Philippines, as you can see in the slide. So and then economic linkage between Philippines and Malaysia. So GDP, Malaysia rely on exports more than the Philippines. So any basically any downside in Malaysia-China relation will have even far more hitting implication on Malaysian economy compared to the Philippines, since Philippines depend less on China for domestic development compared to Malaysia. And given the fact that Malaysia, being a trade-driven nation, rely on market as a way to develop its economy, and didn't have the privilege like the Philippines has, whereby it can rely on domestic consumption. So those are basically two differences which influence Malaysia and Philippine cost-benefit analysis. And then we go to domestic politics. This is the last point, which is the most
Okay, I almost to remind you that your time is almost
Yeah,
yeah.
this is the last slide. Okay, demographic makeup. So Malaysia 50%. This is another critical variable that worth paying close attention to. In the context of Malaysia, there were a lot of domestic constraint on the government to drop hedging behavior compared to the Philippines. For example, as you can see, not only Malaysia depend on China more than the Philippines, but also there are domestic political risks of pursuing balancing behavior. A good example is, unlike the Philippines, as you can see, Malaysian domestic politics always revolve around ethnic politics, and therefore pursuing a close to challenge China in the South China Sea, Malaysia will have to pursue a tight alignment with the United States, and that proposition is not politically tenable in the context of Malaysia, given the negative view of the United States, and that will also more likely to be cashed on by opposition of the day to outbid each other in the domestic political game. So and when it comes to Chinese, so because as I think it's become a well-known fact that it is ethnic Chinese that play a crucial role in the development of Southeast Asian China relation, and that's also applied in the context of Malaysia. So given the numbers, large presence of ethnic Chinese, and it represents a significant voting bloc. So if there's any deterioration of Malaysia-China relation, and then it will not bode well for the government of the day, which in one way or the other need to depend on the Chinese vote to win the election. And those variables are missing in the context of Philippines, because ethnic Chinese only made up 1.8%. So much of the, we can assume, I assume that much of the group that benefit from the trade relation with China are ethnic Chinese, though it benefit the whole population as a whole, but Chinese only made up 1.8%, and therefore didn't have less meaningful if you look at it from the electoral politics. And also,
Ali, and your conclusion is that?
Yeah, and some religion. So the conclusion is that the demographic makeup in both countries also and domestic politics also influence the trajectory of hedging behavior. Going forward, as you can see, the variables gonna change. So Malaysia policy is more likely to be stable in the future, but the Philippines there's a chance that Philippine foreign policy is going to suffer from discontinuity or fluctuation, especially when the issue become entangled in domestic politics. That's all. Thank you, Dr. Alvin.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ali. Question for Dr. Ali, a very what we call debatable arguments, yeah, and interesting to listen to. This is not Indonesia, Malaysia. Obviously, Malaysia's Philippines. Okay, if there is no question, I have one question for you, Dr. Ali. How would you project the future or the next pattern and behavior of Malaysia's and Philippines in next 5 years, maybe also?
In next 5 years, well, I believe that hedging, both countries will continue to pursue a hedging policy, because that is the optimum choice for Southeast Asian country, given the uncertainty surrounding great power politics. But I think we can also expect, I think it is more, it is not a foregone conclusion as of now to say that Philippine foreign policy is less likely to suffer from any discontinuity in the future, much less in view of growing great power competition and tension in the South China Sea, because of the variable that I mentioned earlier, which is there to stay. Like demographic makeup, it's difficult to observe any change in the demographic makeup of a country, which also influence domestic politics. But in the context of Malaysia, regardless the change of governments and all that over the last few years have shown that regardless of the change of the government, Malaysia policy will remain as it is. It's almost like autopilot, and that can be attributed to by and large domestic makeup in Malaysia, or the orientation of domestic politics in Malaysia, which is there to stay also. So basically, we can see Malaysia foreign policy is more likely to hedging behavior is more sustainable than Philippines. Thank you, Dr. Arvin.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ali. Fantastic. Shall we move to the third presenter? Miss Elvrida, are you here? Because I got the information that Mr. Elvrida and the team got two presentations, one in our room, another one in room 9. I think if they are still not here, shall we proceed with the next paper from Miss Vivi Suwaryanata and the team?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Okay, are you ready to proceed with your presentation?
Yes, I'm ready, and let me to share my presentation.
Yes. Okay, so the next presenter will be Mr. Vivi Suwaryanata and her team, Jufrianto Puluhulawa, Suwitno Yuti Imran, Amanda Adelina Harun, and Farid H. Musa, a paper entitled Disparity in Judges' Decision on Assets Confiscation on the Period of Punishment of Binomo Fraud Perpetrators. Okay, over to you, Ms. Vivi. Yes, we can see it. Over to you.
Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let me presentation about disparity in judge decision on asset confiscation, conservator based luck, and on the period of punishment of binomo fraud perpetrators. The most popular online fraud case in 2022 is the binary option Binomo online trading platform fraud case. Binomo is housed by Quetex, which is a brokerage platform company with a binary option system with activities or games played as which resemble trading or buying and selling foreign currency asset or foreign exchange and cryptocurrency or digital currency such as Bitcoin on Ethereum. Binomo the Binomo fraud criminal offense Binomo trading platform is quite detrimental to many people who become victims. However, the application of the concept of bail confiscation is not approved by many criminal law experts on the grounds that the state may not confiscate private property. And the implementation in the field that occurred in the Binomo case, there was a disparity in education in which the judge imposed confiscation of the perpetrator's property, and there was also a gap in the period of punishment by the two defendants. Based on this research and relate the disparity in judge decision in applying the concept of bail confiscation and the period of punishment for perpetrators of online fraud and online trading. I'm and team research methods use normative legal research and analysis, and our education just in examining and decide case must always equip themselves with extensive legal knowledge. This is emphasized by Sudikno Marto Kusumo that the work of the judge, apart from being a practical routine, is also scientific. The nature of his duties calls him to always explore the science of law and strengthen legal consideration as the basic of his decision. We use legal analysis from philosophical, theoretical, sociologists, and juridists. We use, and then this is the application of collateral seizure in the Binomo case in subjects of article in BW, namely the validity requirements of the agreement, namely agreement compatibility. And then So far, the understanding of the legal impact of confiscating the asset of criminal offenders tend to lead to perpetrators of corruption and money laundering that harm state finance. What about the concept of criminal acts that contain elements of violating the rules in the electronic information and transaction law accorded by the Indra Kents and Doni Salamanan case? Our conclusion, the disparity of judge decision in sentencing between one case and another criminal case is not illegal. However, there needs to be an understanding from judge in sentencing so that there is not imbalance in sentencing between one case and another, so that the disparity in sentencing that course is not too far away. Maybe this is my presentation. I return to moderator. Thank you.
Thank you, Vivi. A very short presentation. It's just at least 2 minutes or so, 3 minutes time of your presentation. That's very short, very interesting, nevertheless. So, any questions, Flo?
This is our conclusion more.
Yes. Want to
We-
explain a bit more because you still got a lot of time?
Okay, thank you. It is necessary to regulation in the form of a law on the seizure and seizure of asset of perpetrators of fraud that is more specially related to the criteria for criminal acts and the needs to establish guidelines. For the criteria for assets, there are entitled to be seized by the state. And then we have a conclusion about confiscation of asset of perpetrators of binomo fraud needs to be done in order to prevent repetition of criminal acts and as well as to prevent perpetrators who intend to eliminate evidence and also to uphold legal norms. And then confiscation of asset of the perpetrators of binomo fraud can be carried out on the basis of evidence and intendance to resolve the conflict arising from the criminal act and to restore balance. Next, confiscation of asset of the perpetrators of binomo fraud is carried out to foster a sense of remorse and relieve the guilt of the confidence persons. Confiscation of asset of perpetrators of binomo fraud should prioritize judicial decision that uphold law and justice, and if between the two there is a conflict, the judge is obliged to prioritize justice. Legal reasoning in just decision must be based on legal doctrine. And the last, the factor that constitutes disparity in decision is the absence of guideline for judge in importing punishment. The existence of sentence guideline will make it easier for judges to determine punishment after the defendant is found guilty. Maybe enough.
All right. Thank you, Vivi. I invite participants in the room to ask questions to Vivi and her team. Feel free to ask. Okay, Vivi, I have one question. It's not really my area, actually, but I have one question. What is the main contribution of your research?
I mean the contribution. This is to formula the essence of the law accurately, and then we use a develop sentencing guideline for similar case, find and apply the law appropriately, and then use appropriate introductions and the education reasoning. Yes, it's the contribute to and understand legal misunderstandings, such an error in thinking about the law.
All right, understand. Okay, thank you, Vivi.
Okay, thank you.
Very good presentation. Maybe can be published later.
Yes.
All right, thank you. So, without further ado, now I call once again, Miss Alverina. Everida, if you are here?
Yes, Miss Siti
Okay.
Darwinda, I'm here.
Yes, okay, then we
I'm in Malaysia.
Yes.
Here with UUM.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah, MEUM. So basically, we already skipped your session just now. So are you ready to present now?
Yes.
Okay. So over to you.
Mbak Nurul bisa yang judulnya? Oke. Hello everyone, I'm Elfrida Ratnawati from Faculty of Law, Universitas Trisakti, Jakarta, Indonesia.
Right.
The title of my paper is the principle of cabotage in Indonesia still needed as a driving force for the enforcement of domestic shipping? Next. The cabotage principle was implemented in Indonesia with the aim of empowering domestic shipping by making regulation that prohibit foreign ships from entering Indonesian water to transport people or goods. Issued Presidential Instruction Number 5 of 2005, which contained the empowerment of Indonesian shipping by implementing the cabotage principle, and in 2008 it was strengthened by the issues of law number 17 of 2008 concerning shipping, which discussed the cabotage principle. In Article 8 and promised to strive for the growth of Indonesian ships in paragraphs 56 and 57. However, over time, at certain water points in Indonesia, many foreign ships were found carrying people and goods. The Indonesian Domestic Shipping Organization, namely INSA, questioned the government about this and explained that foreign ships are allowed to operate in Indonesia's sea areas if Indonesian ships are unable to carry out their performance, for example, oil and gas, coal, and other. The Indonesian government issued a ministerial regulation under the law to grant permission for this foreign ship to operate in Indonesian maritime territory. This is what will be examined whether the cabotage principle still applies in Indonesia. Seeing that in practice, the government actually gives permits to foreign ships to operate in Indonesia. Research method. This research is normative legal research, which use secondary data and is presented descriptively. It turns out that the government is inconsistent in implementing the cabotage principle in Indonesian waters. This can be seen from the government's attitude in issuing regulations under the shipping law, namely ministerial regulations, which should only issue government regulation as implementing regulations for this law. The governments even reiterated this in the job creation law after protests from the public maritime and INSA. The Indonesian government should keep its promise, namely in law number 17 of 2008 concerning shipping, that it will help development Indonesian ships that are needed to achieve the goal of empowering Indonesian ships, namely Article 56 and 57. But the Indonesian government has not done this. Even though Indonesia is a maritime country, with so many Indonesian ships, it can protect the country's sovereignty from attack by other countries. In addition to increasing the country's foreign exchange income through transporting people and goods. In every regulation issued by the government, it seems as if the cabotage principle is strictly enforced, even though the government does not strictly enforce this principle. The government should apply the cabotage principle flexibly so that the regulation method do not conflict with each other. Conclusion and recommendation. The cabotage principle, which has so far been strictly regulated in irregulation, has not been strictly implemented in its implementation. In fact, intends not to pay attention to Indonesian domestic shipping. So the government should be able to choose whether the government principle, the cabotage principle, is applied strictly or flexible, so that the regulation method do not cause conflict in practice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for your presentation. I invite our participant here in this room to ask question. No, if not, I have one question. Okay, in the discussion, you mentioned that there is inconsistency in implementation the cabotage principle in Indonesia waters. Why was that? Why there is inconsistency?
Okay, if you saw in my presentation, the government is not consequent because they issued presidential instruction number 5 on 2005, which contain the empowerment of Indonesian shipping by implementing the cabotage principle. And in 2008, it was strengthened by the issue of law number 17 of 2008 concerning shipping. But however, over time, at certain water points in Indonesia, government allow the shipping from others country to operate in Indonesian sea areas. So the Indonesian government grant permission for this foreign ship to operate Indonesian maritime territory. Then the government actually gives permit to foreign ship to operate in Indonesia. So it can be conflict by regulate government give in Indonesia and implementation.
Yeah.
Yes, so the regulation made from government may cause conflict in practice.
Understandable.
So, yeah, my recommendation is the cabotage principle, which has so far been strictly regulated. Government allow strictly by regulated to implementation cabotage in Indonesia area maritime, but in implementation get permit to others country to give permits to ship in other country of Indonesia, entering Indonesia waters to transport people and goods. So the regulation government made cause conflict in practice.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much, Doctor. And thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
All right.
still mute, Miss Siti.
Oh, sorry. All right. All right. So thank you, Doctor. So last but not least, now we have to come to our last presenter. So I now invite Mr. Haris Budiman to present his paper with his team entitled Local Government Policy in the Transition of Agricultural Land to Realize Sustainable Food Agriculture. Over to you, Ms. Haris.
Okay, wait, I will share my share screen. Okay.
All right, over to you.
Bentar. Okay.
We still cannot see your screen.
Bentar. Oh, wait a minute, Miss.
Yes, sure.
Oh, bisa ya? Nggak bisa dipencet ya? Mau lagi ya?
Yeah. Does anyone hear us?
Yeah.
Iya.
I think there's a little problem here. The computer a little bit laggy, so we still work on this.
All right. Okay, it's coming out.
Okay. Can you hear my voice, Miss?
Yes, clear. I can hear your voice. I can
Okay.
see your PowerPoint presentation. So the session is yours.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, all the honorable speakers and guests. I'm Jinggan as a speaker from Faculty of Law, Kuningan University with my team, Haris Budiman, Suari Ahmadian, Dika Anugrah, David Lee Herma Maulana. In this very special moment, we would like to share about local government policy in the transition of agricultural land to realize sustainable food agriculture. I would like to divide the session into 5 parts. So these are the table of content presentation. The first, introduction. Second, methods. The third, result and discussion. The fourth, conclusion. Last but not least, recommendation. The introduction. Indonesia is an archipelagic country with the largest tropical climate in the world with 17,508 islands and a land area of around 2 million kilometers square. Also, Indonesian soil is a very fertile and this has an impact on the livelihoods of the Indonesian, where agricultural land as one of the main commodities has a very important and broad contribution both for people's welfare and for economic growth in Indonesia. The increasing population growth has an impact on the need for land as a place to live. A high population level with different ways of thinking and desires within a community makes it very easy for land to occur. So it is necessary to protect agricultural land. The government cannot interfere in the transfer of agricultural land owned by individual rights. Therefore, the government protects it by stipulating agricultural land that is included in sustainable food agricultural land, hereinafter referred to as LP2B. Related to this problem, the government as a policymaker issue regulation regarding the determination and conversion of sustainable food agricultural land, one of which is Government Regulation Number 1 of 2011 concerning the determination and transfer of function of sustainable food agricultural land as a follow-up to Law Number 41, 2009 concerning protection of sustainable agricultural land. The conversion of agricultural land, especially those included in sustainable food agricultural land, doesn't only have an impact on the community itself, but also has an impact on national food security as stated in the preamble to Law Number 41 of 2009 concerning protection of sustainable agricultural land, that it could have result in degradation, transfer of function, and fragmentation of food agricultural land, which has threatened the carrying capacity of the region nationally in maintaining food independence, security, and sovereignty. This research method is descriptive with an empirical juridical approach. The data collection tool is library research based on primary legal materials in the form statutory regulation, secondary legal material, scientific article, and relevant books, and tertiary legal materials, namely relevant dictionaries and field studies, namely in the form of observation and interviews. Data analysis was carried out descriptively, qualitatively, and the research location was conducted in Indonesia. The result and discussion. The results show that the determination and transferring the function of sustainable food agricultural land policies at the central level are regulated in the Indonesia Constitution, such as the 1945 Constitution of the Republic of Indonesia, Law Number 5 of 1960 concerning Basic Agrarian Regulation, Law Number 41 of 2009 concerning protection of sustainable food agricultural land, Law Number 11 of 2020 concerning job creation, and so on. Accordingly, some local government policies toward the determination and transferring the function of sustainable food agricultural land include Regional Regulation Number 26 of 2011 concerning special planning and the Kuningan Regency area, Regional Regulation Number 7 of 2015 concerning protection of sustainable food agricultural land in Kuningan Regency, Kuningan Region Regulation Number 34 of 2016 concerning guidelines for the implementation of sustainable food agricultural land protection in Kuningan Regency. The implementation of the transition of sustainable agricultural and food land by the regional government of Kuningan Regency, which refers to Government Regulation Number 1 of 2011 concerning the determination and transfer of function of sustainable food agricultural land in Kuningan Regency, is regulated in Article 46, which states that the conversion of sustainable food agricultural land in the framework of land acquisition for the public interest or when a disaster occurs. Regional government of Kuningan Regency has a program that must be implemented to reward farmers who don't transfer the function of sustainable food agricultural land. The program is in the form of incentives regulated in Article 20, Paragraph 1 of Regional Regulation Number 7 of 2015. Obstacle in implementing the transfer of function and sustainable food agricultural land, such as the existence of dispute between inheritance law that are still valid in Indonesia, lack of clarity regarding the implementation of Kuningan District as a conservation district, and the culture of the urbanized society of Kuningan Regency. Based on the legal system theory and responsive legal theory, we can find out the components that influence the implementation of this include: first, legal structure. The procedure for transferring sustainable food agricultural land in Kuningan Regency involve various agencies with the scope of the regional government of Kuningan Regency. Second, legal substance. This regulation has two substances, namely transition of sustainable food agricultural land in the region may only be carried out for reasons of public interest and natural disaster, and the authority to carry out planning for the transfer of land is fully delegated to the regional government. Third, legal culture. The culture of the people of Kuningan Regency who prefer to live in the city center makes residential area accumulate in the western region of Kuningan Regency or under the foot of Mount Cermin, which is a conservation forest area. The conclusion. The policy regarding the determination and transferring the function of sustainable food agricultural land has been regulated in Government Regulation Number 1 of 2011 concerning the determination and function transfer of sustainable food agricultural land. However, the lack of socialization to the people in Kuningan Regency has caused by the conversion of agricultural land to be carried out continuously. This is caused by several factors such as institutional components that are not coordinated and consistent, where the government in this case want to protect sustainable food agricultural land, but on the other hand, the government is also pushing for land conversion in order to achieve regional revenue budget, legal substance that has not been fully implemented, and the legal culture of the Kuningan district community where the average land ownership is owned by individual or the community. Recommendation. It is hoped that the regional government can consistently refer to policies in carrying out the implementation of the Convention of Sustainable Food Agricultural Land and is able to coordinate with related parties such as agencies in charge of agriculture and food security, development planning, spatial planning, land affairs, and other related agencies so that there is clarity in the implementation of the Convention of Sustainable Food Agricultural Land in accordance with Government Regulation Number 1 of 2011 concerning the determination and transfer of function of sustainable food agricultural land including an agency. In this case, local government consistency is needed. Also, the government can conduct socialization regarding policies and regimen for the conversion of sustainable food agricultural land to the community, especially farmers, so that there can be a reduction in the conversion of agricultural land. Okay, thanks for your nice attention.
Thank you very much. A very fast and furious presentation. I don't know how you catch your breath. So, is there any question to this team from Kuningan? Is it from Kuningan? No, no, from which university? Yes, University of Kuningan. Any question for this team?
Doctor, can I ask a question?
Yes, sure.
Okay, can
you introduce yourself first? I can see you.
Yeah, I'm Dian Purnamasari from
Yes,
Universitas Trisakti.
Yes, yes.
Okay. What you mentioned before in your presentation that there is obstacle in implementing of the
Oh, same
regulation.
question with me. I was about to ask about the question. Oh, yes.
Okay.
Strategy,
You
right?
mentioned
Yeah.
about that. Yeah, what do you suggest to settle the obstacle related with that? Thank you.
Thank you, Dian, for asking the question. It's very similar.
Thank you. Thank you.
You mentioned in your discussion just now that there are some obstacles, but
there's an obstacle in implementing of the regulation. So what do you suggest to settle the obstacle? Thank you.
Well, okay. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, very clear.
Yes.
Okay. How to settle the obstacle that we have faced in this problem? We do the some kind of, because of the culture of Indonesia that cannot be replaced. So we suggest that to face the problem, we need to implemented the regulation and also do the socialization, I guess, to the people, because the main factor that the transition of the agricultural land is occur because of the people itself. So the government also face this problem because they cannot prohibited the change or the transition of the agricultural land because it's their land. So the suggestion that we could say that we should do the socialization either about the regulation or even how to, like, if this person change or trans what is it trans let's say change the agricultural land to other land or to houses, that can affect not only the land but also the food in national. I mean, I hope you can catch my words since yeah, I think that's the thing that we can suggest in this problem. Thank you very much.
I think through socialization, engagement,
Yes.
knowledge transfer, knowledge sharing, I think that's maybe one of the way how you can, what we call, tackle or do some intervention with regard to obstacles that you're facing. All right, any more questions from the floor? Wifi, if you have question? All right. Okay. No, because my question is very similar to Dian. So I think that's all for today. Thank you so much, everybody, for a very enlightening and very interesting session today. We got all together 5 papers presented in this session. And thank you so much. And hopefully we will meet again in the upcoming trails next year or any international conference, okay, with regard to our topic. See you guys again. Bye. Take care.
Bye. Thank you. Bye-bye.
See you again.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. best wishes for all of us. Welcome to the third parallel session. This is the third room, Bapak Ibu. Since we have at least 5 or 6 teams here, but I just can see there are 2 teams already in this room. The first from Universitas Kuningan, Ms. Dika Anugrah and teams, and the second one is ABS 58. Please, Ibu, ABS 58, please mention the institution and your name as the presenter. Okay, while waiting for others, I think we are running out of the time because time is running so fast. And I think we can change the session, yeah. I mean the agenda. So we will start from the team who are already here, and I think this appreciation will go to the ABS 028. It is Universitas Kuningan, and I see Dika Anugrah. You are already there. Are you ready to present your PPT?
I'm so sorry. Actually, my PPT was in another computer under the name of David Lerma Maulana. So could you please add the name to this room, or?
Also, you want us to present your PPT, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, wait for a moment. How about you, Ibu Jun Justinar? Are you ready to present your PPT while we are waiting for the admin to prepare the PPT from Universitas Kuningan?
Yes, I've already prepared my PPT.
Okay,
Thank you.
Then I think the ABS 058 will be present the first one, and then followed by the ABS 028, right? And then we will wait for another participant to come. Okay, then Ibu Jun Justinar, you may present your PPT, and please remember that your time is 10 minutes only. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bu Alina. Allow me to share screen for my PPT. Let's see. Is it okay to watch my PPT?
Yes, it's very clear over here. You may
Okay, thank you. Okay. First of all, good morning, our colleagues. Thank you for being willing to come to our session. On this occasion, I represent a team consisting of myself, Yun Justinar, Arlina Permanasari, Aji Wibowo, Yohana Teresia Paloa, and Yosefa Oktriviani, all of us from Faculty of Law, Universitas Trisakti. I will present our paper with the title Digital Technology as a way to improve the welfare of refugees in Indonesia. This presentation consists of introduction, methods, results and discussion, conclusion, and recommendation, which I'll deliver in about 10 minutes, I hope. As a start, this theme is inspired by the facts as follow. First is Indonesia is a country, is a transit country for refugees who now the number of approximately 12,805 people. And the second is based on law number 6, 2011 on immigration, refugees are considered as illegal immigrant. So they were placed in detention center, not in a camp or a shelter, something like that. And then Indonesia is not a party to the Convention of 1951 on status of refugee, but Indonesia has ratified ICSCR, which stands for International Convention on Economic, Social Rights, Cultural Rights. And some refugees were arrested for working in Indonesia. And the further data we have that the living allowance for refugees from UNHCR is 750,000 per person. Meanwhile, Indonesia's income ranges for 3,070,000 rupiah per month to 54,002,000 per month for maximum average salary. And then we consider about the article of Universal Declaration of Human Rights. That's the background why we choose this topic. And to analyze the data as a doctrinal research, we use secondary data. So we use the already existing data from the other party, something like that. And the first one, we have to collect data. Then we separate which one is the most related to the topics and which are not. And then we did some analysis. And sorry. The result as follows. First, we found that hosted behavior toward refugees are different in any way. Some of those are interest-bearing account, some of those norm-based account, and some of those identity-based account. Those are the considering how host country of refugees how to treat the refugees based on those consideration, something like that. And related to the let's say the big frame of this topic, which are digital era. So we found that there are some new jobs, in particular something that related to the skill of how to use the improvement or the let's say the technology, something like that. And those jobs are well, at least considering our notes, we will find software development, content creator, digital marketer, and data scientist. And well, some cross to my mind also, maybe interpreter, but considering to the regulation, some regulation maybe the strict requirement is penerjemah tersumpah, a sworn interpretation, if I'm not mistaken. And then we found that the right to refugees are important because the right to work is one of the important right based on the instrument of human rights. And those rights are affecting to the socio-economic and psycho-social outcome for refugee. And then the benefit for the host states could wider the international community outcomes, because most well, let's say little or less, it could be help the improve or make the better life for refugees. And then considering the article 2, paragraph 3, and the article 3 and the article 4 of International Convention on the Social Rights, we come to the conclusion that the right for refugees is acceptable based on some international instrument of human rights, most of all because Indonesia already ratified the convention, the ICESR convention, and it means those provisions of the convention should be applicable to refugee as well, because the term of anyone means everybody. We respecting the status of the person. I believe that, and we came to the conclusion that prohibition of work for refugee can be limited as if they are a stranger to the host country, but it should be very, let's say, very clear what the limitations are. I believe so. And for recommendation, we suggest that the government should allow refugees to work independently according to the skill, and to, let's say, to benefit the digital era, the technology, and to improve their social welfare. But to fulfill the right to work for refugee can be limited, considering they are non-national of Indonesia. But we agree that the government of Indonesia and the House of Representatives need to make a provision regarding limited work rights for refugee, because as I mentioned before, that refugees in some kind of rights consider like a stranger in their host country, the country which they seek refuge for a while. Well, thank you for your kind attention. I hope I don't make a time to represent my team in presentation my topic. Thank you, Bu Arlina, as moderator.
Okay, such a nice and very intriguing topic, Ms. Jun Justinar, and thank you for your time. Now we still have around 5 minutes to continue our discussion. So everybody in this room, if you have any question for Ms. Jun Justinar, please do not hesitate to raise your hand, or please simply chat in the chat box, yeah. Otherwise,
yes,
yeah, I don't see any comment, not yet, yeah, not yet any comment from others. So, Miss June, perhaps you still have a few minutes, yeah, a few minutes to underline our best findings in our research. Okay, Ibu Jun, please.
Thank you, Bu Arlina, for the time. Well, I will underline some. I think it's important for government to considering about the right to work for refugees, because they have very limited amount of money in ordering to, let's say, to live their life in Indonesia as a host country. because as I mentioned before that UNHCR only give them 50,000 per month per person. So I think it's very difficult for refugees to uh, to manage those amount of money, because it's so tight. I mean, so tight to how to spend such amount of money. Moreover, if they live in the big city like Jakarta, something like that, and giving the refugees right to work doesn't mean that they have the government have to fulfill all the rights to refugee. No, not like that. But still, government have their rights to make a limitation for refugees in doing their rights to work, because in some rights refugees considered as I said before, as a stranger in a host country. So we have to make it clear, and we have to be fair also with our government, not to burden those let's say the executive or the legislative party to fulfill all the rights. No, not that we doesn't mean we don't mean to do that. We just suggest that it would be better if the government make a clear limitation to fulfill the right to work for refugee. I think that's enough, Miss Arlina. Thank you for the question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Jun Justinar. I think the session is over for ABS 56. And now, would you mind to stop your share screen, please, Ibu Justinar? And thank you. And now we are moving to the participants, and I already seen there are so many participants here, and let's go back to the first queue at this morning with Universitas Kuningan, ABS 0028. That consists of Dika Anugrah, Dias Lintang Dialogue, and David Lee. But I'm so sorry, Ms. Dika Anugrah, Mas Dias Lintang, because your PPT, I didn't find any PPT from Universitas Kuningan. But you may present whatever, you may just explain it, what is the ideas of yours to us, okay?
Okay.
Time is yours. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Borina, for the occasion. And first of all, I would like to say sorry for the inconvenience. Well, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, all the honorable speakers and guests. I'm David Leher Maulana as a represent speaker from Faculty of Law, Kuningan University, with my team Dika Anugrah and Dias Lintang Dialog. In this, first of all, I would like to share the screen first. Okay. In this very special moment, I would like to share about privacy in the digital era, legal protection in a borderless world. So behind the potential and convenience offered by technological developments, crucial questions arise about how individuals' privacy rights remain safeguarded in the evolving context of the digital era. This research aims to analyze the legal protection of individual privacy in the context of the evolving digital era, focusing on the challenges and implications posed by technological advancements and borderless connectivity. Through a juridical approach and normative analysis, this study explores the role of law in addressing new challenges that arise with technological advancements. So the first that technology has negative consequences of insufficient personal data protection, include the unlawful misuse of personal data information, data theft for other criminal activities, various forms of forgery, difficulties in addressing and proving criminal actions, and challenges in tracking, investigating, prosecuting, and proving criminal acts. In facing this reality, the concept of privacy has undergone fundamental changes. Personal information, once relatively secure, now holds the potential to spread quickly and be accessed by various parties without control. Therefore, serious challenges arise concerning privacy protection. And in Article 28G, paragraph 1 of the 1945 Constitution, which states that every person shall have the right to protection of their personal self, family, honor, dignity, and property under their control, as well as the right to feel secure and protected from any threat and fear to do or to do not something that constitutes a human right. The method that has been used in this research is normative legal research, with the data collection and synthesis techniques are conducted through data collection, study, and in-depth examination of primary and secondary legal sources. Data filtering, we use a horizontal approach in Universitas to analyze the content of relevant legislation within the research context. This is done to ensure effective analysis of the research subject. And the result is that in the digital economy era, infrastructure and telecommunication activities serve as the foundation for information exchange and electronic transaction among societies. To address this, Indonesia has implemented Law Number 36 of 1999 concerning telecommunications. This law also encompasses regulation related to personal data. Article 40 of Law Number 36 of 1999 concerning telecommunication regulates the prohibition of interception activities. Any person is prohibited from engaging in interception activities of information transmitted through telecommunication network in any form. This prohibition is a positive step towards safeguarding privacy and personal data. And in regulation on privacy and personal data protection are mandated by Article 28G of the Constitution of the Republic of Indonesia 1945, which safeguards the right to personal protection, family, honor, dignity, and property under one's authority, as I mentioned before. To understand this provision as a regulation relating to privacy and personal data, the perspective expressed by Warren and Brandeis in their article titled "The Right to Privacy" indicates that privacy refers to the right to enjoy life and the right to be respected in one's feeling and thoughts. Based on the study, several strategies can be formulated and applied to maintain the security of personal data in the current digital era, including first, maintaining the confidentiality and strength of password and regularly changing them. Second, avoiding the use of public Wi-Fi connections. Third, using legal software and regularly updating. Fourth, being cautious of suspicious links like short messages, emails, or other media are often used to disseminate suspicious links. So the conclusion is privacy protection becomes crucial in facing the challenges and risks arising from the extensive and intensive exchange of information in the virtual world. Privacy protection efforts are not solely the responsibility of individuals. They also involve institutions, businesses, and governments. Cross-sector collaboration is needed to create a secure and trustworthy digital ecosystem. There are three recommendations. The first, that the government, the one that has responsibilities to formulate the rule, need to involve in formulating appropriate regulation that based on the society. Second, individuals as owners of personal data need to understand their roles and responsibilities in preserving privacy. So individuals itself needs to responsible for themselves. And the third one, education about the significance of privacy protection in the digital era. I think that's all from Faculty of Law, Universitas Kuningan. I would like to say sorry if there is something that's not understood. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much from Universitas Kuningan. Such a very fruitful insights from your team. And now we have a few minutes to have a discussion. So please, Bapak dan Ibu, if you have any question regarding privacy protection, you may directly ask to the team. Or otherwise, maybe the team may underline what is the difference of the protection of the data from the public the public information. So as long as I know from your presentation, Mas Dika, it is nearly from the private sector, yeah. So how about it if we are talking about the public sector? Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Miss Dr. Alina Permanasari, SHM Hum, as moderator. Thank you for the opportunity given to me. I'm Julissa Aprilia Kaluku from Gorontalo State University. My presentation on this occasion today with title Legal Challenge in the Digital Era in the Implementation of Disability Community Service. Indonesia already has law number 828 of 2016 concerning person with disability, forced to realize equal rights and opportunity for person with disability toward a purpose independent on discriminatory life, but those who develop in society with disability are still stigma because they have physical and or mental deficiencies because they are considered unable to carry out their social vocation. In addition, there are still various other technical applause in the field as well improvements to a number of policies and clearing the handling of first obstacles faced by people with disability in the country. Therefore, it must be dealt with as soon as possible. Moreover, the guarantee of fulfillment of the basic right of every citizen mandated by the Constitution can be enjoyed by every person with disability. There have been many studies showing that people with disabilities still face discrimination and inequality in the fulfillment of the rights. Forest efforts have been made by the government of Indonesia and no governmental civil society organization is an effort to create an inclusive physical and social environment for people with disability. Infrastructure improvements to ensure public awareness to support the fulfillment of the needs of people with disability have begun to be considered as important facts. There are still various other technical obstacles in the field as well important to a number of political and accelerating the handling of various obstacles faced by people with disability on the country. Norms very important to studies in law number 6 of 2016 concerning person with disability and local government efforts the proceeding disability accessibility and government actions, especially in Gorontalo province. Novelty, this study aimed to construct step in providing the best public service, especially for people with a disability in order to realize service. The focus on creating service oriented to community certification, especially in Gorontalo province. The method normative legal research with a statute approach, case approach, and conceptual approach result and discussion law number 1 of 2021 concerning public information service standard general provision point 13 states that a person with disability or any person who experience physical, intellectual, mental, or sensory limitation for a long period of time who in interacting with the environment may experience obstacles and difficult and participate fully and effectively with other citizens based on equal rights. This means that every human being has equal rights in terms of public service, but people with disability often face discrimination against public service. The result showed that the implementation of Law Number 8 of 2016 concerning person with disability in Gorontalo province has not been carried out optimally. Takeaways found in government acts within Gorontalo province include government building that are not yet accessible for people with disability. Their facility provided have not met universal design principle of easy usability, safety, and independence. There are not regulation in the form or regulation or regulation as a legal umbrella related to the standard of facility and service that must be provided for persons with disability and the lack of religion, but just for the development on construction for facilities relate to accessibility of person with disability. On the other hand, most people with disability also seem to be less or unaware of their right to obtain a service facility that they can access in public places so that they are able to carry out their activities like other normal people. The indication, for example, can be seen from the absence or lack of garments coming from people with disability. On the other hand, people with disabilities seem to be regained to their condition while their community is less informed and therefore less sensitive to the urgency of disability for people with disability. Conclusion, the quality of public service for people with disability in Gorontalo province can be said to have not been well implemented, especially in the aspect of accessibility. If referring to condition in innovative public service for people with disability, it is necessary to analyze the impact of service quality on public certification and trust in government, especially local government. On this case, there is leadership role both internally and externally in efforts to increase trust in local government, which can affect public certification with the service perfect. Recommendation, the first, the Gorontalo provincial government needs to important public service as well as strengthen the institution of disability service unit accordance with demands of Law Number 8 of 2016 concerning person with disability, mandates policy to local government to provide disability service united, then vocation of service provided and faculty are resource center, and the involvement or participation of person with disability in policy making related to public service, such as education service tailored to children with special needs, begins with the participation of person with disability and related parties in the mechanism for preparing service standard in preparing service standard design, discussing service standard, providing responsive or input to service standard design, aimed and design and provided by the organizer. That's all from our presentation today. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Jolisa. You just ended with the 10 minutes. Okay, just on time. And thank you so much for this very interesting topic, because PWD or person with disabilities now, I think, around us in everywhere, in every cases and in every matter. Okay, so let the flows maybe perhaps they have a question. You may directly raise your hand and simply type the question. Now I can see here one question from ABS 66. Ibu Jun, I may read your question. What are the obstacles of government of Gorontalo face to implement the law and how to handling those obstacles? Perhaps you may answer that, Ms. Florita, just simply the pinpoint.
With such a large number of people with disability, the Gorontalo provincial government has an obligation to provide service and accessibility and for people with disability in the region. However, the majority of policies concerning person with disability in some district, region, or cities still seem to be limited to this course. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your simply but very important explanation. Okay, now we are moving still, but before moving to the next presenter, I would like to remind you that Ms. Dora Nasution had already shared the link. You have to fill those links, yeah, for your presence in this room. Now let us move on to the next team. I see here there is Brilliant Cahyani or Ahmad, yeah, from UNJ. I think we should start first from the ABS 001 from Universitas Negeri Gorontalo.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
Is it clear? Can you
Yes.
see presentation?
Yes, sure. It's very clear.
Okay. Well, my name is Muhammad Rifali Moha. I'm represent our team. It should be Ahmad that represent this article today, but he couldn't join, so I changed him. Our title is The Integrative Role of Law in Realizing Social Welfare in Digital Era. A legal interdisciplinary perspective, where there are two main ideas that what we want to emphasize about this article. The first one is about how we face the digital era, as we know that we need to secure about in many perspectives, such as in some discipline of law, which is such as constitutional, technical law, and also a criminal law. And we want to see the role, how the integrative role in this perspective. So the second one, I want to explain that I rearranged the contents. It should be recommendation the last one, but I put it every result and discussion. I put recommendation, so it will be in line in every result that I want to presentate. So the introduction is, as we know that the use of digital technology is no longer a secondary need, but has become a primary thing that can be separated from every aspect of life. In this analysis, it's important to recognize that the law as a discipline can be isolated from social and also technological development dynamics. As a living and adaptable system, the law must be able to respond and change to the changes that occur in society. Digital era has brought major changes in the way we communicate, we do business, or even we interact with the government. The law must be able to accommodate and regulate the dynamics of these changes in order to maintain the balance and fairness in complex society. Well, the digital era has opened up the new changes in achieving or realizing social welfare, and also it demands a dynamic and comprehensive legal response. So the study aims to explore how law, through the lens of constitutional, technological, and also criminal law, can play an important role in addressing these issues. We're using the conceptual approach to the three focuses. The first one is this study wants to identify how constitutional law can support the society to have equitable access to technology, to create more equitable opportunities, and to prevent digital abuse that can threaten social stability. The second focus is about this to assess the need for proper regulations on technological innovation to ensure fairness, sustainability, and human rights. This one I want to emphasize in human rights aspect. And the last focus is about how we identify criminal law can be used to address cybercrime that has potential to hinder the social welfare. Okay, let's move to the result and discussion. We have like 7 results, 7 points of results in our article in to answer three main focus that I explained to you before. The first is about the strengthening the community equals access to technology through constitutional law. As we know that in constitutional law, we already see so many regulations and some issues that occur in the way we are finding the issues is the articles in telecommunication law doesn't explicitly regulate telecommunication operation schemes that directly related to development and social welfare. The disparity between philosophical mandate in Article 3 and the absence of the operational scheme to support in the other article can raise critical questions about whether Article 3 only function as decorations or also a tool in the law that merely to decorate philosophical languages. This argument can be strengthened by the lack of a legal and regulatory of article itself. In the legal context, it also mandates that people must follow the operation provision in order to implement. Without a transparent operation scheme, the article risks becoming merely a statement of aspiration without a real legal force to make it happen. So the recommendation is we want to compare about this regulation in Indonesia and also United States. In United States, we have that the NTAA, which is the National Telecommunication Information Administration. In this in this act, that there is a striking differences that in emphasizing on aspect of economic development. The NTIA shows the regulation can be effective in order to integrate telecommunication with the broader economic and social objectives. It creates a framework that enables to activate the role of telecommunication in shaping economy development through innovation, security, and also improving public services. This regulation also provides a comprehensive perspective of how telecommunication can become a solution in achieving national goals, not just communication tool itself. The second result is about the government role in strengthening technology equity. What we found is Indonesia is experiencing a significant rise in digital economy, but there is a growing also paradigm or also the perspective that technology is only exclusive domain on certain domain of market or also the private investor. As we know that the perspective of this perspective, which is the state should take more passive and let the private sector lead the technology, is something really wrong. We think that this perspective ignores several essential factors or impact from the government role. Government has a strategic role in creating conducive environment for innovation and growth in digital economy. Through the proper regulations, vital infrastructure, improving the vital infrastructure and support for education and training, government can facilitate the development of health and inclusive ecosystem. So what we recommend is the government should focus on the digital literacies to change paradigm. Something that why the digital literacy is really important, that the government need to make the people know that every sector in the digital era, such as a government, community, and also the private sector, is important and have their own role to running the technology in this digital era. And the second one involving the communities, media, and also technology companies in oversight digital economy, to to eradicate the government role, the ultimate power of government, as we need to make that every sector of in this era, in digital era, to do also to involve more, such as the community, media, and also technology company. And the last one, the law enforcement must be in line with development in international law perspective and best practice for upholding human rights and civil liberties. The third one is of our result is the application of constitutional law to support technology in various sectors of society. What we found that even though regulation for technology innovation already exists in Indonesia, there are still challenges for government to keeping up with the rapid development of technology innovation. There are several reasons that cause regulation in Indonesia a little bit late for that. One of the reasons is because government tends to do wait and see, or doesn't want to be in rush to produce regulation because they worry that a lifespan of the innovation will be short. They need to take more time to review and also compare Indonesian policies with other countries that have similar regulations. This is some factors that we discussed in our article about how the application of constitutional law to some sectors such as education, health, trading, government, and agriculture. And we also put some constructive analysis about to solve the issues in every sector itself. The result number 4 is about the influence of technological innovation on economy, society, and environment based on the principle of social welfare. Well, there is what we found out is there are 3 main ideas. The first one is economic sector. The technology innovation has emerged the primary driver or driven of Indonesia's economic growth. The second one is technological innovation has a significant social impact in Indonesia. And the third one is one of the positive impact technological innovation on the environment is the ability to reduce carbon emissions, which is related to the natural resources problem.
Sorry, still have 1 minute, sir.
Okay. I think I'm going the fifth is about the human rights protections. The sixth one is about how the implementation of criminal law to overcome the cyber crimes cases, and the last one is about the junction point between the constitutional law, technical law, criminal law in realizing social welfare in digital technology era. We believe that this research highlighting about the important role about the constitutional law in supporting equitable access to technology and preventing digital abuse by emphasizing the equity of access, and the research illustrated how the law can be a tool that enables all individuals. And through the analysis of criminal law itself, it's a focus on overcoming the cybercrime. It shows how the law is an essential instrument in maintaining social welfare in digital era. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Such a very important topic in this current situation, not only for Indonesia, but for every countries in the world. So everyone, if you have any question, please raise your hand or simply type your question. While waiting the question, I don't know the team, but it is perhaps it will be a contribution to your paper if you can discuss as well the legal culture of Indonesian people on the digital things. Because you already analyzes the norms and then the institution, then I think it should be completed with the legal culture. So it can match to the theory of Ruskupaun. So there are 3 elements, yeah. We know that the law itself can be a living law. So that's my suggestion for you and your team. Hopefully success with your paper.
Thank you for the suggestion.
You're welcome. Now we are moving to the next team. The next team is ABS 044 from Universitas Airlangga, Priyalian Cahyani and Astuti. Are you here with us? But we didn't hear your voice. The team. Is there anything we can help you technically? Hold on a second. Does everyone can hear the voice from the team?
We could not hear anything, Ibu Arlina.
Okay. Hello over there, the team from Universitas Negeri Gorontalo, 006. 006, can you hear me? Please unmute yourself. I think she doesn't hear us, yeah? Okay, let the flows begin then. The admin, you may privately message them, I think.
Yeah.
No, we can't hear you. We cannot hear you, miss. Please fix your audio, or if you use earphone, please unplug it. Sometimes using earphone doesn't good.
Please.
Now we can hear you well.
Yes?
Yes.
Yeah,
You may
okay.
start.
Okay. Okay. I was very happy to attend today's first Trails conference. I'm also happy to be able to join this conference. Okay. On this session, I would like to present urgency of personal data protection in the era disruption, view from the Islamic law and positive law. Introduction indirectly requests to provide personal data, whether made by government agency or other which in this case require data from the public, cannot be said to be secure regarding burglary or hacking. Naturally, every public member feels anxious when giving out their data. Proverbially speaking, giving out personal information is similar to a buah si malakama, meaning that a person is faced with two difficult choices. If the public does not want to provide personal data in terms of state administration, then the service process will not run as desired or optimally, because all arrangement will require personal data. However, providing personal data doesn't exclude the possibility that the information will be misused negatively. Misuse of personal data, such as a burglary or hacking by irresponsible parties, hurt victims. From the viewpoint of Islamic law, this can be viewed in terms of Maqasid Sharia or its benefits. This means that in terms of benefits, the provision of personal information has a good impact on society or not. And the effect of personal data protection performed by the government creates mutual benefits or even only causes harm to the community. From the data obtained on a website, Indonesia is ranking third out of 10 countries with the most cases of data leakage. This indicates the data protection by the government could be more optimal 10 countries with the most cases of data leakage. The data from the quarter 3, 2022. This showed that the Indonesian state regarding data security still needs to improve, especially in the current disruption era. As is well known, the era of disruption is an era where changes in technology and innovation occur from the old way to a new and more modern way. Where in the age of disruption, everything can not only be done manually, but can be done quickly, either from the machine technology. The method. The research is the normative juridical. They use a case approach and the statutory approach. The source of legal materials use a primary legal materials and secondary legal materials, and using descriptive analysis. The result and discussion. The first is the urgencies of data personal protection in the digital disruption era from the perspective of Islamic law. The era of disruption, which is the era of technology, is always associated with the rapid advancement of internet technology. But the advancement of internet technology seems to be directly proportional to the cybercrime, namely the theft of personal data ranging from hacking of personal data to burglaries. So it is necessary to protect and monitor the use of personal data. The urgency of protecting personal data in the era of disruption in terms of Islamic law is very important, because if you become a victim of hacking or theft of personal data, it can degrade the dignity of the person himself and will sometimes lead to an attitude of worry and fear of the consequences arising from the hacking or theft of the data. Safeguarding both personal and public information is a part of Islamic law, in this case, Masyarakat Sharia. The second result is a legal implication of personal data protection in terms of positive law. The impact that occurs when the personal information is hacked or compromised by irresponsible people causes harm to the victim. This loss does not only happen when personal information is leaked, but will last a long time when the leaked data requires recovery by the government, especially in the technology sector. Therefore, the government should pass the last law regarding protecting personal data. Law number 27 of 2022 has positive implication, namely, the first, protect the community, company, or government that owns the data. This can also be linked to the protection of human rights. 2, providing value for the benefit of everyone regarding personal data protection rules that have been approved. 3, provide legal certainty regarding requests for personal information from processing to its use, and ensure what rules are used to enforce the law in personal data is stolen. The conclusion on the research. The first, protecting personal data in the era of digital disruption in Islamic law is very important to act quickly to secure personal data, because if you become a victim of data theft or hacking, it can reduce self-esteem and dignity, sometimes making you feel anxious and afraid. Personal data protection is included in Islamic law in terms of Masyarakat Sharia. The impact of hacked or compromised personal data is very detrimental to the data owner. Law number 27 of 2022 concerning the protection of personal data has implications for protecting the public, especially human rights, most notably providing legal certainty regarding protection and law enforcement for perpetrators of personal data theft. And the last recommendation, there needs to be special regulation in Islamic law so that legal certainty
regarding the protection of personal data can be achieved. 2, it is hoped that there will be cooperation between the government and society in protecting personal data. For example, is by socializing the negative impacts of personal data breaches. Okay, thank you very much for your great attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Well, waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much for your good presentation. I do believe that you are Miss Karim, yeah? Okay,
Yes.
now let's move to the discussion, 5-minute discussion for this team. Is there any question from the presenters and participants in this room? So this is quite interesting, yeah, Ms. Karin, because you compare the Islamic law on one side and the positive law on other side, especially of data protection, yeah, privacy data protection. So what is your the most findings that important one that you should know the difference between the Islamic law and the positive law? Because you know, currently we can be as a witness of there are so many hoax and yeah, it seems that our data protections cannot be protected, right, in our digital things. So please, Ms. Karin.
Yeah, the protecting its data, as is well known, Islamic law always goes hand in hand and will not conflict with positive law. Islamic law always prioritizes a benefit and seeks to minimize harm from what is done by society, including the protection of personal data, which is not only regulated through positive law, but in terms of Islamic law. I feel enough from me.
Okay, simple but very important, yeah, because Islamic law in essence it doesn't difference, yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't any differences with the positive law. That's the most important one for us. So, Bapak dan Ibu, I can see here in the chat box, the administrator told me that the team from Universitas Airlangga cannot join with us, and of course they cannot present their paper. Yeah, unfortunately, but I think we still have another 5 minutes to conclude our discussion today. So in this room, I think we are so very much concerned about the digital technology and the digital developments and in currently stages of our life. All I can conclude from all the paper that already presented here that we have to stick in what we are hearing from the coaching clinic sessions, that you should revise your paper, if any. Please stick to the requirements on what Kang Ubat told us on the coaching clinic at 22nd September. It must be very important one. And I wish you a good luck with your paper. Hopefully, the NOPA publisher will accept all of our papers, right? Okay, by saying that, I can say now that this room will be dismissed very soon. Thank you for your coming. Thank you for your participation. We will hope again that hopefully we will meet again next year at the same agenda on Trisakti International Conference on Law for Social Welfare with other big team. But before closing this room, I think the administrator will take our picture. So please do open your camera with us.
Okay. Okay, please all participants turn on the camera.
Okay, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, okay. Finish. Okay, finish. Thank you so much, Miss Dora. Now, I think after fulfilling the present form, we may go back to the main room and waiting for a few minutes to the next session too. Okay. Thank you, Bapak Ibu. See you soon at the main room.
Thank you for the committee.
You're most welcome, Ibu June.
Nice to see you again. I will be your moderator in this room because it's supposed to be, let me check. It's supposed to be Ibu Dr. Wan Nurisma Ayu to be your moderator, but she has trouble entering the Zoom room, so I will be your moderator. We have 6 presenters in this room. We are starting with the first 3 presenters. We will start with the team from Universitas Trisakti, Dr. Natasha Yunita, and then Dr. Anda Setiawati, Mrs. Rahmita, and Mr. Agung Wijaya, who will present their paper on the law of obligation and action, legal reasoning in the interpretation of capacity requirement in court decisions. Okay, the rule of the chamber for presentation is 10-minute presentation, and then we have 5 minutes for question and answer. So I will invite Ibu Dr. Natasha to present your presentation for 10 minutes. Time is yours.
I'm sorry, Ibu Moderator. Agung will present the paper.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Mr.
Yeah.
Agung Wijaya. Okay, is Agung Wijaya here? Okay.
Yes, Miss. Okay,
you have
thank you
10
very
minutes
much.
to present your presentation. Thank you.
Okay. First, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Agung, a 5th semester student at the Faculty of Law, Universitas Trisakti, Jakarta, Indonesia. Today, I'm representing the research team to present our paper with the title, The Law of Obligations in Action in the Interpretation of Capacity Requirement in Court Decisions. First, I will share my screen to you. Okay. Now, as the background, Article 1320.2 of the ICC sets forth capacity as one of the requirements for the validity of the agreement. The problem that arises in connection with the capacity of legal subjects is that there is no further explanation on the elements of the definition of capacity, namely whether it only covers legal capacity or whether it includes legal authority. So, this study aims to present an overview of the application of the legal substance of the ICC pertaining to capacity and authority by examining judges' legal reasoning in specific cases. Firstly, to achieve a deeper comprehension of judicial legal reasoning, the syllogism method is used as a tool of analysis, which includes major premise, minor premise, and the conclusion is reached by connecting minor premise with major premise. And finally, this study is based on Burke and J.D. Nyhart's concept of legal function to provide stability and predictability. In this research, the indicator of predictability is the availability and clarity of substantive provisions to determine the capacity or authority of the legal subject, while the indicator of stability function is the ability of the judge decisions to balance out and accommodate various competing parties. The following is discussion of this research. So there are 3 cases discussed in this study, the results and discussions. The first case is the case of Muhammad Hussein Anadi and his 6 siblings versus Sigmah and Hawa binti Muhammad Nur. In this case, the heirs of the late Hussein Saleh filed a lawsuit for the annulment of the agreement and authorization letter on the ground that 2 of the heirs who signed the documents did not meet capacity requirements for the validity of the agreement due to the fact that they were minors. In this case, as major premise, the judge's legal reasoning employed the law in the form of written positive legal norms, specifically Article 330 of the ACC, which states that adults are individuals who are 21 years of age. Whereas the fact that Saleh was 20 years old and Fawaz was 19 years old at the time when the agreement and authorization letter was made is used as a minor promise. By establishing causal connection between minor promise and major promise, the judge concluded that the agreement and authorization letter is legally defective and must be declared void. Therefore, substantive law of the ACC can provide predictability, namely a persons who have the capacity to enter into agreements is a persons who are adults, that is 21 years old. Likewise, the decision of the Bogor District Court and Supreme Court can provide stability as they uphold the substantive law of the ACC, which requires parties to have the capacity for an agreement to be valid. And the second is the case of Clement Van Hoy versus Lucia Coleta Maria Van Hoy and Aloysius Dumatubun. In this lawsuit, Clement Van Hoy requested that the sale and purchase deed be declared void because the seller who signed the documents did not meet the capacity requirements of the validity of the agreement due to illness and was inability to think properly. So in this case, as major promise, the judge's legal reasoning is not based on positive legal norms set forth in the ICC. Instead, it relies on principles of truth and justice as the law. Whereas as minor promise, the facts indicate that at the time of sale and purchase, the late Aloysius Van Hoy, the seller, was ill and unable to think clearly. By establishing causal connection between minor promise and major promise, the judge concluded that because the element of capacity was not fulfilled, sale and purchase deed was invalid. Therefore, it can be said that substantive law of the ICC serves to ensure predictability by requiring that parties have the capacity to enter into an agreement for it to be valid. In this matter, even though the judge's legal reasoning is not based on positive legal norm set out on the ICC, the decision of the Merauke District Court provides predictability because in their legal reasoning, the judges included justice values and created new norms. And finally is the case of PT Mirota versus Siswanto Hendro Sutikno, Ninik Wijayanti, and Indrawati. In this lawsuit, PT Mirota filed a lawsuit against the defendants, requesting that the agreement be declared null and void because the defendants lacked the authority to enter into a contract as he was not the authorized representatives of PT Mirota. As a major promise, in his legal reasoning, the judge applied the law in the form of written positive legal norms, specifically the law concerning limited liability companies, the deed of PT Mirota establishment, and Article 1320.4 of the ICC, which provides permitted cause as objective requirements for the validity of agreement. As a minor promise, it is important to note that there is no evidence supporting defendant a third authority as a manager to represent PT Mirota for the purpose of undertaking legal acts, specifically signing the agreement. By establishing the causal connection between minor promise and major promise, the judge determined that the agreement should be declared null and void. The research team is of the view that the judge's legal reasoning in this case resulted in the appropriate conclusion that the agreement is null and void. However, the premises used in his legal reasoning to reach that conclusion was flawed. Such failure of the premises occur due to fallacies of relevance where there are errors or deficiencies in the content of the premises so that it logically does not adequately support the conclusion. According to the research team, these fallacies occur due to an error in the application of Article 1320.4 and the failure of use of Article 1330.3 of the ICC for the major promise. Permissible cause as articulated in Article 1320.4 of the ICC pertains to the content of the agreement that will be executed. While the concern in this case is that the defendant asserted as a manager did not have the capacity or authority to contract and represent PT Mirota as he was not a director-in-chief. Therefore, her act is not pertaining to the lawful cause prerequisite as postulated in Article 1320.4 of the ICC. However, it was against Article 1330.3 of the ICC, the law concerning limited liability companies, and the deed of company establishment. The research results can be concluded as follows. First, judges may utilize legal reasoning for non-fulfillment of Article 1330.1 and 2 and Article 330 of the ICC to declare a lack of capacity. Additionally, judges can declare a lack of capacity based on pertinent circumstances surrounding the case, which can result in a loss of legal capacity due to certain conditions. Second, legal reasoning to determine lack of authority utilizes the criteria outlined in Article 1330.3 of the ICC, as well as the laws and regulations of the legal entities involved. Based on the research results, the findings of this study suggest that future research should examine court rulings pertaining to the contracting parties' lack of authority. And that concludes our presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Pak Agung, for your presentation. Now I invite everyone in this room to ask questions to Mr. Agung about his paper on the law of obligation and action, legal reasoning in the interpretation of capacity requirement in court decisions. The one who will answer the question, not only Pak Agung, but also other team member like Ibu Natasha and others. So if everyone want to ask questions, please raise your hand and answer the question. Thank you. Okay, if there is no question from participants, so maybe I have a question for Pak Agung about your paper. Okay. Okay. I have one question for you. What are the common challenges in interpreting capacity requirements as discussed in the paper? And related to that, how do courts address them through legal reasoning?
Ibu Amalia, may I
Yes.
answer the question?
Yes, you may, Ibu.
Yeah, the challenging related to this research is the capacity is one of the requirements or the validity of the contract. But in the ICC, Indonesian Civil Code itself, there is no definition or future explanation about what is the definition of the capacity itself. Whether most of the doctrine they divided or distinguish between the requirement for the subjective requirement and the objective requirement. The two requirement, the two of kind requirement have a different implication. If it related to the subjective requirement, that is the implication if the requirement is not fulfilled, so the agreement the judges can I'm sorry, the parties, one of the parties of the agreement can ask to the court or the judges to the annulment of the agreement. But if there is a lack of the objective requirement, the agreement itself void. That is, Ibu Amalia.